vets who help the animals. We have the kennel care associates who clean them, take care of their cages, and take care of the day-to-day. There are folks who will take them out and volunteer to walk the dogs, provide enrichment to them, as well as the Mary Spear program, which is huge for the local cat community. We spend a lot of dollars, and we could always use more dollars to help those animals in need that need to be spayed and neutered and then released back to the community or find their other forever home.
And we want to focus that all of the money donated will stay right here in El Paso for the Humane Society of El Paso. It's for all of these cats and animals. Over 4,000 animals are taken care of here at the Humane Society of El Paso. It's super important that we take care of these animals here.
Supports everything from cats or dogs. I mean, I am team dog right now, but of course
you almost
cats,
said team cat.
No, it's because I'm with you guys.
We're making this work.
But like I said, no matter what team you are, these animals they need your care. They need all this money. It goes towards, as Michael said, it stays right here in El Paso, and it goes to their medical expenses. It goes to keeping their kennels clean, and it just does so much more for all of the animals that we have here at the Humane Society of El Paso. Everyone just wanting a home and wanting just a little bit more of that love.
Yeah, it's super important. I mean, things like you were saying, like the medical care that they need if one gets hurt or injured, that's costly. As you being a pet owner, you know how much animal care really costs. So taking care of these cats and animals is super important. And we can see here, Team Cat is currently in the lead, but not by much. You can see Team Dog is only 2 votes away from tying
That means
this
I'm doing
up.
my job, Michael.
Well,
that means
the day is certainly not over. We will continue this throughout the day into the night at 11 p.m. where this Humane Society of El Paso Telethon is taking place, the 30th annual one, and this is super important to take care of the dogs and animals.
But we do want to show you a little bit of that animal care that they're receiving here at the Humane Society of El Paso. Just take a look.
As an animal care associate, I help customers find their best friends. By doing that, I have to spend time with them so I can get all the information I can, spending time to see how their play style is, their favorite toys, and to see if they're trained. My favorite part of the job is being able to spend time with the dogs. I like to do dog to dogs. Dogs to dogs can mean when we introduce dogs with the customer's dogs or even with the shelter dogs. That way they have friends to play with. I get very emotional when they go home because I got to spend most of my days with them, but emotional in a way that I get so happy for them because there was hope for them, and there's always hope for the long-timers. We just have to wait for the right person. My favorite right now would be Chaos. Chaos, it's like his name, very chaotic dog, but he's very playful. He is a very loyal dog, and I think he can find his forever family soon. Working with dogs that need extra care, for example, dogs that are very shy or scared, they need more time, so spending time with them and then later on they start opening up to you, that's fulfilling to my heart. When I grew up, we had a dog that she got pregnant, and when she gave birth, she wouldn't take care of her babies. So me and my brothers stepped in and took care of them, and since that moment, I knew I wanted to take care of animals.
Welcome back to the Meow House here at the Humane Society of El Paso, and we have one more kitty cat to show you. This is River. Tell us about River.
River is a 5-year-old domestic short hair. She does not like hearing the word no. She's a strong, independent cat. However, as you see, she is a huge fan of affection, any sorts of head scratches or anything like that. To get her out of her kennel and move her into her playroom, which she has kind of claimed, she likes to ride on your shoulder like a parrot and just gets transported like that.
River is looking for a forever home. If you'd like to add River to your family, come on by the Humane Society of El Paso and say hello to River. Back to you.
I am joined here with Deb Benedict here. She's the Executive Director of the Humane Society of El Paso. Deb, you were just telling me that you're Team dog as well.
I am team dog because I have Sophie and Fluffy at home watching television. So I have to say that first. And then I have to say we love cats too because we have a slew of feline cousins living in Florida. And so they would all be very upset if we didn't mention them and say our house is open to everyone. But Fluffy and Rue are a little bit biased towards dogs.
All right, I have somebody on my team now. I'm very happy to see that. But tell me a little bit about the role that you have here at the Humane Society of El Paso.
Well, my role is really to make sure that everybody has the tools that they need to make sure that when animals come into the shelter, we can care for them until they find their forever home. And so that starts as soon as they walk in the door, so to speak. We have a wonderful intake crew that checks every animal out because, you know, sometimes when they come to the Humane Society, they've been living on the streets. And so that lets us figure out how their health is. Do they need special attention for something? Excuse me, I'm sorry. If they need special medical care, that's the time to identify it. It also lets us check out how well they get along with people and or other animals, because some of our animals who come in have not been treated well, and so they're a little skittish. And so we make a little note on their treatment plan to go through an enrichment program, which helps us get them used to being around people, get them used to being around animals. So I am thrilled to be the executive director because I have a great team here.
And it shows, you know, we've been here for just a short while now, but an amazing team here, amazing pets. And talk to us a little bit about what these funds go to. How do these pets get supported with all these funds coming in?
Well, we talked a little bit about them coming in. And oftentimes when people think of the Humane Society, they go, oh, that's where you go to get cute animals. And that's absolutely true. We have nothing but cute baby puppies, kittens, dogs, and cats. But a huge portion of our budget goes towards medical care. One, for those animals who need additional care because they're ill or they've been injured. Also, we have this menu of services that we make sure every animal gets. They get daily reviews on their health. All of them are spayed and neutered, which helps our community 100-fold to make sure that we're not contributing to either animal homelessness or overpopulation. You know, right now we see huge numbers of kittens and dogs on the streets because they have no home. We also make sure that all of our animals leave with shots, and that makes sure that they're healthy. They're not picking up diseases either to infect other animals or infect the humans they live with.
And Deb, we said that the goal for today is $150,000. I'm curious as to our current goal at the moment. I know you said you're a team dog or team cat. It doesn't really matter at this point, but I do want to see if we can pull up donations at some point here. If they could help me out with that. I don't think that we have those donations as of right now, but we will get back to you guys. We do want to remind you guys, though, to keep calling, to keep texting. The number is 910. Oh,
here we have it.
Oh, there it is.
Now we have $1,410. We know that Team Dog and Team Cat can keep kicking those pennies and dollars and $10 bills into the pot to make sure that all of our dogs and cats have kibble, beds, fresh litter.
They need it all, guys. They need it all. They've got it all. But here we have, it's just the beginning of the day, so I know that number can get higher. Oh, there we go. We're just here watching it get higher and higher. Thank you, Angie Ayala here donated $50. So we're just so thankful for everybody that keeps on donating. And we do want to encourage people to keep on donating and to keep on giving back to these animals that, you know, they're companions, you know. A lot of everybody just, you know, we all want those dogs and we all want them in our homes, but we have to remember that there are animals that don't have homes.
That's right. And it's our job. And it's a wonderful job to have, to be able to say, this is a great pet, and here's your new family.
Exactly. But we do want to give you a look at a life inside the kennel, and somebody did go in there for 24 hours, so let's take a look at that.
Kim Lambert from the El Paso Humane Society is spending 24 hours in one of these kennels to kind of compare and see what it's really like.
So last year I was locked in a kennel for 24 hours. It's been an experience, that's for sure. But I wanted to know what these animals are really experiencing, what it's truly like to stay the entire day in one of these kennels. I was not allowed to leave unless somebody, one of the staff members or volunteer came over and let me out of the kennel. So potty breaks, I had to get somebody's attention somehow. I had all of my meals brought to me. I was in no control of what kind of toys I got, what kind of entertainment I had. Basically, I got the same treatment that all the dogs do. So scheduled feedings, scheduled breaks, scheduled toys handing out. Everything was outside of my control. By the end of it, I was completely mentally drained. I was physically exhausted because even though I had a dog bed, even though I sat down on the dog bed, it was not as comfy as you would think. So it was really eye-opening. We had a lot of unique experiences. We did have fun with it too, so it wasn't all terrible. I got a chance to get out and play with some of the animals play groups. So like I said, it was really like eye-opening, just kind of understanding how important everything that we do is. So we hand out toys, but we kind of just throw them into the kennel, not really thinking about it. But for me, when I got my tennis ball, I was elated. I was so excited because I finally had something to do in my kennel. Even the little puppies who aren't here too long, you know, they go through a lot of stress in the kennel, and it's not fair to them because they don't know why they're in there. So I, wholeheartedly encourage people, adopt, foster, volunteer, anything you can to kind of help these guys get out of the kennel.
I'm here at the large kennels here at the Humane Society of El Paso. It's a little bit loud in here, but I am joined by Vanessa from Humane Society of El Paso. And what is your role here?
Hi, I'm Vanessa. I'm the shelter coordinator here at Humane Society of El Paso. So I do a lot of the daily operational stuff. You know, I deal with, the animal care team who deals with adoptions and meet and greets and all that good stuff. And our kennel care team who does a fabulous job keeping the place clean.
And then you can hear the barking, so we do know that there are dogs here. Yes. So what are the type of dogs that are here?
So this is the large dog kennel. So we've got dogs that are about 50 plus pounds in here. We've got a lot of dogs in here. Some of them are locked outside right now just to kind of reduce the noise a little bit in here, but they're really fabulous dogs.
And then let's take a look at some of the dogs that are in here. You can see here, this dog super excited, tail's wagging, he's having a good time. And then, it's super hot here in El Paso. So how do you keep the dogs here to stay cool?
Good question. So everybody's donations really contribute to the maintenance around here. And so every year we have to make sure that the AC is working, and we try to seal the doors and to make sure that the cool air stays sealed in. And they also have access to the outdoor portion of their kennel. So if they like, they can go outside and, just kind of sunbathe.
And then how do you keep them to stay active and have a good time and fun and outdoors, things like that?
So that's a really good question. So something that we do to keep them healthy and active, PetSmart has been really generous, and they supplied us with a really good brand of their food called Activa. We have them on fixed portions. They're on a schedule for their food, which kind of also helps them out with like potty training, things like that. As far as enrichment, we have a schedule that we like to keep. We like to do different things every day to kind of break up the monotony of shelter life. So it's not limited to just walks. We can sit inside their kennels. We can take them out for pool time. We can do like a olfactory stimulation, puzzle games, all that good stuff.
Thank you very much, Vanessa, for joining me. And let's send things over to the Fred Loya phone bank where Avery Martinez is currently right now. Avery?
And so as we are back here at the phone bank, phones ringing off the hook, thank you to all of you that have called in so far, of course, making a real difference. The point of these donations, of course, is to make the lives of those dogs and cats much better as they come into the Humane Society of El Paso. Behind me, I bet you can hear there's quite a bit of commotion because people are starting to call in. Again, when you call in, please tell us if you're team dog or team cat, because we're keeping count of that. We're going to see which one the city of El Paso is. I said before, I'm sort of one side or the other. I'm waiting to see what the final results are, but I've got some interesting numbers coming in. We'll take a look at that coming up in a few minutes. Now, I wanted to mention that the folks that are here, they're volunteering a little bit of their own time to help out these dogs and cats, and we at KVIA very excited to be part of the Telethon. It's in its 30th year, special anniversary, and we're very happy to be helping out the Humane Society of El Paso with all their wonderful programs that they do. Now, these donations support a lot of different opportunities that the Humane Society puts on. And you can learn more about that by visiting the Humane Society of El Paso's website. You can also find out some more information about the program itself on that website. Also, you can learn more about some of the different aspects of the Humane Society of El Paso here in El Paso and through KVIA by visiting our website. Throughout the week, a bunch of us have been putting together specialized stories about different aspects of the Humane Society of El Paso, and we're going to take a look here. Right now, it's looking like Team Dog has a pretty strong lead right now. It seems like Team Dog viewers have come on recently, and I'm taking a look now, and Team Cat's now the one trailing, but long time left to see where we'll finally end up at. Thanks so much for tuning in, and please dial that number.
Welcome back to the Meow House. You probably remember the classic ABC show Laverne and Shirley. Well, meet Melba and Shirley. They don't have a TV show yet, but we're working on it. So tell us about these two little folks here.
Well, they are the best of friends. They love climbing on each other, cuddling with each other. They do well with other cats as well. They're domestic, short-haired black tabbies.
And they are both available for adoption right now at the Humane Society of El Paso. Come on by and see Melba and Shirley and make them a part of your forever home. Back to you.
Welcome back. We're here at the Humane Society of El Paso, and we're about to kick off something very special. That is the Pet Parade. I'm going to introduce you to two very important guests today. I'm here right now with Crystal, and Crystal's here with Lexi. Can you tell us a little bit about Lexi?
Actually, this is Daisy.
Oh, Daisy. Lexi's later.
Yes, this is Daisy. She's a 5-year-old Irish Wolfhound mix. She's super playful. Loves to go on walks. Preferred go with the family with older children that respect her space, but she's really sweet and super lovable.
And how long has she been here in the shelter?
Over 100 days, so quite a while.
Yeah, definitely a long time. We want to remind you that every pet you see here today in the Pet Parade is available for adoption. So what can you tell us more about her?
I mean, other than she's pretty laid back. She's an older dog, so she just wants to like lay on her bed, play with her toys. She just kind of like does her own thing.
So again, she is available for adoption. Very exciting. She would love to go to a home. Again, she's a chill dog, maybe great to be with a family. She's been here for over 100 days. So definitely, if you're interested, you can adopt her. And I want to introduce you now to our second guest. So very special guests all throughout today. So can you tell me a little bit about Lexi?
Lexi's actually our oldest large dog. She's 9 years old, and she loves butt pets. Oh. The harder, the better. You can't really hurt her. Oh, baby girl. She's a really good girl. She's been known to push some of us around in the lobby when we're sitting on rolly chairs. She'll actually just get on our shoulders and just push. Oh. It's so sweet.
Yeah, a very strong girl. I think we can see a little differences in the two. Very chill. And then this one likes a little bit more attention, maybe pushing. She likes the butt pats, the good butt pats there. So can you tell me a little bit more about her? How long has she been in the shelter?
She's been in here about 111 days. So she has been here quite a bit. She is an older dog. They're a little bit more hard to adopt.
So, of course, you know, everyone sees puppies. They're cute, but so are these older dogs. We want to get them a home. Both of them have been at the shelter for over 100 days, so definitely in need of a loving home. What is something that you recommend to someone who's never had a dog before and is maybe considering adopting an older dog?
Older dogs are easier. Just because their personality is set. When you first meet them, you're going to know who you're getting. Versus puppies, they still have a lot of time to grow. You have to teach them where to go to the restroom, how not to chew on your furniture. With older dogs, they know all of that, and most of the time they just want to chill with you. Like Lexi, she'll sit up close to you and then look for kisses. And so she'll just kiss your cheek and really give you loving. With a puppy, you're watching out for those teeth, making sure that the little sharp teeth don't hurt you while they're trying to give you love.
So basically, any pet, any age is perfect for adoption. Of course, the little ones maybe need a little bit more work, but an older dog is great to adopt too. Right now, we want to send things over to a video that'll explain to you how the adoption process really works here for the Humane Society.
When someone first walks in for an adoption process, we do tend to ask if there's something specific they're looking for. Most of the times, they're just wanting to look around. We let them know the different locations that we have for the large kennels, medium, and smalls, also for our meow house. And they just go in the back, and from there, then the team outside starts that process.
Once family come into the Humane Society and come where the kennels are, they'll usually run into an ACA, an animal care associate. It's usually somebody who has both a radio and a leash. Our main goal is to help find the animal that the adopter is looking for, whether it's puppies, large dogs, or cats. Knowing the animals, especially animals that have been here a little bit, helps us to match the right family with the animal. If someone's looking for a playful cat but doesn't want a kitten, we know which cat to suggest. So we try to match you with an animal that's going to match your needs. If you have a pet at home and our pet is over 6 months, we'd like to introduce our pet to your pet after you meet with the pet to verify that this is the pet you want to take home. Now that's only applicable for our dogs. For our cats, we want you to meet with our cat. We don't have to ask you to bring in a cat because it's too stressful for the cats. So the reason we want you to bring in your dogs is in case your dogs don't get along, you're not stuck at home with two dogs and conflict. Once you've decided to take an animal home and we've gone through the process, we usually go to the front.
So after they've picked a pet to go ahead and make part of their family, they'll go ahead and get an application to fill out and also a contract. We do check to make sure that they are over 18 years old, and we also check for them for a valid driver's license or ID. So we do look into all of that, and our application does have a few questions to help us understand a little bit more about them, and also where they live, if they're looking for a big dog, a small dog, if they have a fence, all that good stuff. So if you're wanting to adopt, volunteer, or donate, you're more than welcome to stop by, and then we can definitely help you here at the front, or we can also you can also go on our website, and everything is going to be right there. And if you have any questions, you're more than welcome to give us a call.
Thank you very much.
And your phone. And I'm here with Anton. He's with our part of our board of directors. Anton, you were telling me earlier, what other company do you also represent?
Well, I'm the CEO of Gold's Gym El Paso. We're a small, locally owned franchise of Gold's Gym. We're about to open our third location in East Lake Commons. We're doing our pre-sale right now, so if you wanted to come over, get your membership before the prices increase, which will be happening soon.
All right, I might have to make my way over there. I'm going to hold it to you. But we do want to talk, and you told me that you were team dog also. Is that true?
Well, I always say that I'm team animal, but for the purposes of this, team dog.
There you go. It says, and as you can see, it also reflects right here on the board. We were not this high about a second ago, but it's just the charm that we have, Anton. So just talk to me a little bit about what made you want to serve on the board.
Well, I have my own adoption story coming up later on at 6:35, so watch that. I choke up a little bit, but you can laugh at me if you like. But I adopted my first dog and my second dog from the Humane Society of El Paso, and I saw what a great job that the people here do, clean, safe environment for all the animals. And instead of just donating money, I wanted to donate my time as well, because I think that's very important too.
And if you want to see Anton cry, 6:35 you said, but we also said that, what is your favorite part about serving on the board?
That's an easy one. Things like this, the Telethon. We also have the Canine Classic, which is an annual fundraiser, and Howl of the Moon, as well as other things that the Humane Society does to raise funds for the continual service that we provide to all the dogs and cats within the Humane Society of El Paso. And I'm a big believer in the board of directors in engaging, being advocates, and cheering loud and proud for what the Humane Society of El Paso does.
All right, well, you heard it here. Anton said that he's going to do squats for if we get this up to like 5,000. So Anton and I will be doing some squats later, but let's send things over to Avery, who's at the Fred Loya. Fred Loya, tell me, Avery, are you
So
doing
you
any
can
phone
tell
calls
there's
over
a
there for Team
jovial
Dog?
atmosphere over here at the phone banks, and that's because there have been so many calls coming in. Everybody's competing with each other to pick up the phone first. Of course they want to know. I've been talking with some of the operators here. They want to know if you're team dog or team cat, because each one of the operators is either team dog or team cat. So very important. Want to thank everybody. Of course, thank you, Fred Loya, for donating some of this space to let us answer these phones here. But, of course, we want those phones to keep ringing off the hook. We want to be busy in here because all of those dollars go towards supporting the Humane Society's mission. They do so many things in the community for these dogs and cats. I think it's funny kind of looking around here. They're competing with each other, just trying to get the phone picked up first. Am I wrong in saying that? No, everybody agrees. They were just right before we came on. They were all just talking about that. But there's some competition. There's a bunch of different operators, and there's somebody that's really quick on the draw. I don't know who it is yet, but somebody's picking up a lot of these calls here. So it's wonderful. But please keep dialing that number. It's right there on your screen. You're going to see more information about what the Humane Society does, how they support these dogs and cats. But of course, that's what we're here for. KVIA, very excited to be part of it. 30th annual telethon. Sorry that you're stuck with me. me. I'm sort of the budget version of Jerry Lewis, but I appreciate that you keep tuning in. I appreciate you donating all that money, and please keep on dialing that number for as long as you can. We appreciate it. Hope to hear from you soon. Thanks so much, and we'll be back here at Fred Loya Phone Bank a little later on in the program.
Well, welcome back. We're here at the Humane Society of El Paso with our Happiness Starts Here telethon. Now, we're still in the first hour, but we've already seen quite a bit of donations and quite a bit of votes for Team Cat and Team Dog. As I said in the beginning, I am Team Cat, but I love Team Dog nonetheless. I want to give you an idea of what we're working with. It doesn't really look like much of a competition right now, and that's kind of sad. Team Cat at 892 votes, sadly, very dramatically trailing behind Team Dog at 4,091 votes. Remember, if you donate, you can actually get your pet up here and we can look at them throughout the telethon. Of course, for $25, you can also make a memorial type of donation and for your cats and dogs who, oh, well, would you look at that actually? I wanted to take a look back at the board because we saw such a dramatic increase. You know, we saw 800 a little while ago and now look at that. Team Cat beating Team Dog at 4,122. Thank you, Frank Ortega. You just donated for Team Cat. Look at Team Dog now, trailing with 4,091 votes. But again, as I was mentioning, for just $25, you can make a memorial donation for a pet you've lost or a pet that meant a lot to you in your life. Of course, animals here at the Humane Society, they need your help. Over 4,000 pets are here at the Humane Society. They get medical attention, love, home, and of course, they get enrichment so that they can be passed along to a loving family at home. So we're doing great things here at the Humane Society of El Paso. Of course, continuing our telethon, we want to give you an idea of what it's like if you take one of these furry friends home. And here's a look at an adoption.
It was like our second walkthrough of everything, and I'd noticed Zoom the first time because he was like jumping off the door and doing like big circles in the cage. And so we walked back through again, and all the other dogs would like, they'd bark at you and then like run away. But Zooms would just like sit there and just look at you. He just looked at us a certain way. And I told her, I was like, I just want to see him. I want to meet him. I want to meet him.
And we went back and we were like, well, and then they told us about the foster program. So we fostered them for 2 weeks, and then they asked us what we wanted to do, and we were not sure. So we fostered them for another 2 weeks. So we ended up fostering them for like a month. And then
I knew the whole time we weren't getting them back.
It was pretty much like the first 2 days we were like, we can't really give them back. Like, that's awful. We can't give them back. I think he knew as soon as he got here for a couple of days, yes. But then I think it really hit him after I went back to the shelter with him and then brought him back. Because like the day I signed the adoption forms, he knew it was like he was gonna stay, but I think it actually hit him like he went back and still came here.
The very first, like within the first hour of bringing him home, he was so excited.
Mm-hmm.
He came in here and he did like 20, 30 laps around the house.
Yeah.
And was just jumping on he was iffy about the couch when we brought him in. And then I got him up here one time, and now this is his couch. He's
like
pretty much,
runs it over.
He's pretty much taking it over.
He doesn't realize how big he is, so he'll like try to sit between us right here, and then he'll just slowly just boom, and then he'll just flop on the floor, and he'll get up and just kind of look at us.
Everybody's super nice and just gave us all the time. I mean, we spent so much time in there with Zooms, and they just need more time. Okay.
They told us both the good and the bad, like in the bad to other people, how they would explain Zooms. And it wasn't like they were trying to be biased where you just get the dog and go. Because some shelters are like that. They just tell you what you want to hear. I think they just deserve a chance. People assume if they're in a shelter they did something wrong. And that isn't always the case. I don't know why Zooms was in a shelter, but I think the reason he was returned was because they didn't give him a full chance. And I think if you want to put in the effort to make a home and a better life for a dog, they're willing to do it too. And like we got very blessed with him, and he is a great dog.
And we want to thank the Humane Society of El Paso Board of Directors for sponsoring this pet parade. And for this pet parade, we have Huskies, and I'm joined by Francis from K-Pro K9. What can you tell me about Hydro here that we have?
Hydro here, yes, he's a Husky Shepherd mix. Who knows his name?
Yes.
And he's about 3 years old. He's been at the Humane Society about 80 days right now. So he's definitely looking for his forever home. He's good with other dogs and children. His best friend's actually Nala right here, yes. And he could be a pretty active dog. He loves to run, obviously, and be really great with active kind of family.
Yeah, we definitely know that Huskies, they tend to have quite the personality. You can see Hydro's putting on a show for the viewers. If you are interested in having Hydro as your family friend, he's certainly adorable. And with the El Paso heat, how do you keep the Huskies cool? Any tips on that?
You know, if they love water, water's always great. And, you know, their coat's actually a good protectant as well. It doesn't just keep them hot, it also keeps them cool, too. Mm-hmm. So they still do thrive here, but you do have to be careful in this heat right now, especially with it being like 108. Mm-hmm. But just keeping them cool, you know, nice cool floors, pools, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they're loving this cool floor. Right?
They are. And, you know, they can still be active, but do it in the mornings or evenings. That's for all dogs, not just Huskies as well. So.
Excellent. Thank you. And then we're going to check out on Nyla over here and Eliza from K-Pro K9. What can you tell me about Nala?
This is Nala. She is 3 years old. She's been here for 58 days now. She is very active. Okay. She is your typical Husky. Loves to talk back, loves to bark and all that stuff. But she's super, super sweet. She loves just to be socialized and stuff like that. For sure, she had a good walk before this and she's panting, but she's very, very sweet. She loves to take her walks in the mornings and then also before we close on the Humane Society. But yeah, she's super, super sweet.
And then what kind of family would be best for Nala to have?
Of course, an active family. Of course, she's a Husky. Usually Huskies are very active. But yeah, would be best for an active family.
Yes, and we know that Huskies, they are very expressive. Mm-hmm. Is Nala a talker? Because we've seen the videos on social media of all the Huskies, and they like to make their presence known, that's for sure.
Yes, she is a talker, but she will literally love you unconditionally.
And then how old is she again?
She is 3 years old.
3 years. That's pretty young.
Mm-hmm,
Husky. And then what are some of does she have any interesting traits, such as any sports that she's good at?
She really does like to be playing like fetch and stuff like that. She loves to be playing with the toys and stuff. She likes to chew toys. She likes to chew on shoes sometimes, so just be careful on that. But besides that, she's really, really sweet.
Thank you so much, Eliza and Nala and Hydro and Francis. Thank you so much for joining me. And we're going to send things over to the Fred Loya phone bank where we have Avery Martinez. Avery?
Welcome back to the phone banks. I want to introduce you to Lori. I've been speaking to her today because she has sort of a special story of why she's here manning the phones. And can you tell me a little bit about this picture that's here beside you?
This picture is my sister, Letty A. Benitez, and my sister passed away a few months ago, and she was an avid dog rescuer. There's a local rescue here in El Paso that she was the first volunteer for that organization. May I say the name?
Sure.
It's Positive Rescues of El Paso, and my sister was the first volunteer for that organization, and she would be out in the streets at all hours of the night picking up animals for this particular rescue, and I'm here for her because she couldn't be here today.
Fantastic. And could you tell me a little bit about how it's been manning the phones here today and being able to help the Humane Society?
Being able to help the Humane Society is a privilege and an honor. However, it's a contest here because the phones are ringing and I just can't seem to answer the phone enough.
Yes, I believe that. Well, and it seems like people have been pretty quick on the draw.
And
so
I'm turning around and yelling and saying, give me a chance. Let me answer the phone.
Well, that's wonderful. And I know you were saying you were team dog. And so have most of the calls that you've gotten here been team dog?
All of them have been team dog.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. Let's take a look real quick. I'm just going to check. It looks like they're still pretty close on the numbers there for team dog and team cat. Of course, there's still quite a bit of time. But thank you so much for coming here and donating a little time. And thank you for being willing to share a little memory of your family and coming out here to support us. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No worries. Thank you. And of course, there are plenty of other people here working. We want to be busy. Just like she said, we want those phones ringing off the hook as much as we can because all of these dollars go towards supporting those dogs and cats. It doesn't matter if you're team dog or team cat. You definitely want to help out those animals. So please, the number's at the bottom of your screen. Feel free to call in. It's the 30th Telethon. We believe in what we're doing. KVIA, very excited to be part of this. And it's quiet in here right now. I want to, yeah, exactly. Please, there you go. You get it right from the horse's mouth, as it were. We want to hear those phones ringing. So please, thank you all for your donations so far, but please keep that phone line live and operating. Please keep us busy over here. Thank you so much, and we'll be back here at the phone bank here in just a few minutes.
We have a cat that's been fostered that is here at the Humane Society of El Paso. Tell us about this young lady here.
Yes, so this is Busset. She is a 2-year-old domestic short-haired gray tabby. As you can see, she really enjoys her head scratches. She was a mama cat and is just kind of spending her time relaxing after having the kittens and getting all the cuddles in the world.
So if you're looking for a kitty cat just like this one, well, come on by the Humane Society of El Paso and see her or any of the cats that are available for adoption right now. Back to you.
Fostering is just really important because it gives the community another way to help out. Fostering gives you that opportunity to help out a little bit, and if everybody does a little bit, it goes a long way.
The medical foster to adopt program is more, animals are selected by the medical team based on what their condition is. So not every animal in the shelter will be a medical foster to adopt, because if they don't have a medical treatment that needs to be treated, they're not going to be eligible for the program. So with our medical foster to adopt program, the duration of the fostering will depend on what their animal is being treated for. So if somebody comes to check her out and they want to do the foster to adopt program, it just depends on where in their treatment they're at.
Fostering provides nurturing to the babies. It's not just the feeding, but it's the socializing in a home, getting to know other animals, homesteading, especially for the puppies. They start learning how to potty train. It's also important to your family. Your kids learn how to handle the animals, and then you can also, if you're thinking about adopting, you can then see what it entails to take care of an animal for your kids, for your family, and it tells you whether you're prepared to do that by fostering. It's not permanent. You bring if it doesn't work, you bring the babies back to us, and that's it.
It's important, please foster.
Sarah, the time right now is 4:51. That means we're coming up to 5 o'clock right now. So it's only been about an hour, but just look at the votes that we've already been able to get.
It is so close right now. I know I'm Team Cat, Brianna. Yes, we know you're Team Dog, but
Everyone
look
knows
at
I'm Team Dog at
that.
this
We're
point.
so close.
I think Team Dog can while we're here having this conversation, we can bump this up a little bit. Come on, guys. You got to show me some support out here. I'm the only one in the Humane Society right now that is Team Dog, but of course, I've seen that number. There it is,
Look
Loretta.
at that, Loretta.
She's helping me out. Thank you, Loretta, because,
look at that, Team Dog taking the lead.
Happens.
Hey, Team Cat is not far behind. I have faith. They come through every year. Love cats, love dogs, but today I'm repping the Team Cats. I think they can do it.
And Sarah, we know that if you spend, how much money will you be able to get right here?
Exactly. If you spend $50, you can see your furry friend here, your cats, your dogs. These are just some of the submissions. You can see these cute little kitties over here. Of course, the cute dogs over there.
We've been looking at them all day long, and I want to take some of them home. Of course, they already have homes, so we're not able to do that. But there's many here that still need some homes. So, of course, donate and help them get some of the needs, some food, some shelter, all of that. We all need it right here.
That's right. The Humane Society is hoping to raise $150,000 today. You can see, some votes coming in just an hour into the telethon. We were already raised upwards of $1,000. So we're doing pretty good here, but
pretty good.
Not close to the 150,000 though. We still have a ways to go.
I'm hopeful we're going to get there, Sarah, and I know we're going to get there. Team Dog is going to get us there.
Or Team Cat. We'll have to stay tuned to figure it out.
Well, in case you guys didn't know, whoever wins, Team Cat or Team Dog, the Field of Dreams will be named after you. So we're hoping for an Avery, I guess, Brianna, Field of Dreams.
Yeah, Sarah. No, with co-captain of Team Cat, definitely hoping for Field of Dreams to be named Sarah, Michael, Field of Dreams. We're very excited today. A big prize for us, but definitely a big prize for the cats and dogs as well. A lot of the money raised here goes to medical expenses, to clean kennels, to their vaccines, just helping enrichment for them to, really get placed into their forever home. So a lot here really goes towards helping these animals beyond today and really just into the next full year. here at the Humane Society of El Paso. So a very big deal today. You know, happiness happens here. That's the telethon, right?
Oh yeah, the slogan is real good this year. So keep giving us, guys. Keep donating. Keep coming out on this board and keep going for Team Dog. It is coming in. They're coming in hot, Sarah. So
ooh, there's a little jump there.
I'm getting ready to see my name on a sign. I don't know about you guys.
No, it's not over yet.
But of course, that number to call, guys, 915-444-10099. Of course, that number 915-444-10099. If you guys want to go ahead and send in or call us and kind of get those donations going. But we do want to take a look at the Field of Dreams video that we have for you guys. Take a look.
I'm here at the Field of Dreams at the Humane Society of El Paso for the 30th annual telethon with KVIA ABC 7. We're hoping to raise $150,000. And this is where dogs interact and play. And how ironic would it be if it was named after Team Cat? That's what we're hoping for today. Team Cat, as whoever is on Team Cat, including myself, we will have our name listed here at the Field of Dreams. So it's very exciting and it'd be very ironic. I don't know if the dogs would like it too much, but I'm sure the cats would really appreciate it. So get those that money donated so we can get the votes in for the cats.
I have a really cool position because I get to deal with all the sick babies. We get the occasional sick adult as well, but we treat things from heartworm to parvo, and we have gotten distemper. Usually we do get a lot of URI, upper respiratory infections. So we start off with heartworm. Usually those are the adults. So for those, it starts with as simple as mosquitoes, so I do encourage you at home to go ahead and take heartworm preventative. Other than that, it's easy to treat. You just have to watch the exercise limit. It's medication for a month, and then you just have to check in with your vet. We actually get a lot of parvo, and it's common in shelters. So that's very simple. We isolate them in the sick room, and then from there it's really just me and the dog, and it's just me interacting with the dog for up to 2 weeks, and we just encourage him to live. It can be really scary because it's when they're at their most fragile state. The prevention for parvo, just vaccinate your animals. Keep them vaccinated when they're below 16 weeks. Do not take them in public. You have no idea what was there or what other animals, and their immunity when they're puppies is just so fragile, it's so low, they can get sick so easily. Just keep them at home. Isolate them until they're 16 weeks of age. And the most scary, is distemper. It affects the brain neurologically. I can already remember him. His name was Cavalier. He was a handsome little guy. He did come in here and he did get distemper. At the end of the treatment, it took a toll on him. It was kind of scary just because he would walk around and he had a twitch, but we were able to get him out adopted. And distemper, same thing, preventative measures. Usually it starts, the early symptoms would be with an upper respiratory infection, and it would just kind of escalate from there. But I think the sad part is that we do have a lot of animals who do have conditions, and they do get overlooked a lot. I think it's partly just because we have the sign that says medical consult, and that's just for your benefit. We're just letting you know that you're taking home a dog that's healthy, but with these symptoms, and the symptoms are manageable.
And we're back here, as you can see, the votes continue just come in. Look at that.
No.
But look.
Team Dog has passed 5,000 now. So Team Cat really needs to pick up the pace. We brought Olaf here for backup. Just take a look at Olaf. I mean, come on.
Team Cat.
Just come on. Vote for Team Cat. Every single dollar you donate goes to one vote. So if we can get maybe 300 plus votes for Team Cat right now to kind of even the odds, because Brianna right now is bragging too much.
I'm just bragging because I'm by myself here, so they're helping me out. But I did see our very own Stephanie Vaya did submit her own vote for Team Cat. So Stephanie, if you're watching, it's kind of hurt, but we'll see.
She's doing the good. So just make sure that you donate. Super important to help these animals out. And you can also go to Humane Society of El Paso on Facebook, where you can also see the social media posts that are taking place there for these dogs and cats.
And of course, we've been at this since 4 o'clock now, so it's just a little bit over an hour now. And as you can see, people are really starting to call in and get their votes in, and we just really appreciate you guys helping us out here and helping out the Humane Society of El Paso. Again, if you need that number, it's at your screen, hopefully, 915-444-1099. If you want to go ahead and call us, you can even text dog or cat and get your votes in, because I'm still looking at them. We're still watching.
I think it's still a close race. I think we're still in it, Michael. We got to get back and beat Brianna. man.
I'm not worried.
You guys have the cat, so I think it's gonna help.
Olaf will bring us back, that is for sure. And also, if you have had a pet that you have recently lost, we will have a memorial for them. That takes place at 5, 7, and 9 o'clock tonight. So just be aware of that. If you donate $25 or more, you can submit a picture through the text or also online at Humane Society of El Paso.
And we do want to take a look right now at the total that we have been able to gather at this time. If we can go ahead and pull that up right now. What? As you can see, Renee. Thank you so much, Renee. They don't stop coming, guys. But look at that. Oh my goodness, over almost
close to $10,000 right there. Just an hour in and close to $10,000.
$96
I can't believe that you guys are really showing out for all of us, and especially for all of the animals here at the Humane Society of El Paso. We're, super excited, and we're grateful, of course, to our sponsors as well. As you can see, Jersey Mike's, Fred Loya, of course, West Star Bank. We're all excited to have them all here and to be able to support everybody. And as you can see, this number's not going anywhere.
We cannot
folks.
have Team Dog run away with this. And there's also pictures you can see right here. If you donate $50 or more, you can have your animals right here. These are not animals for adoption. These are pets that are already owned. But Olaf, he's looking for a home.
Looking for a home. And throughout the telethon, we're going to show you some pets that are available for adoption. And you can take them home. If you don't adopt, you can always donate $100 and name a future resident.
Of course.
And we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. For the 30th Annual Humane Society of El Paso, KVI ABC 7 Telethon.
The 30th Annual Happiness Happens Here Telethon continues with our hosts. This hour, we'll be featuring more adoptable, adorable pets waiting for you at the Humane Society of El Paso today. You have the power to create happiness in the lives of homeless animals by making a pledge now. Don't forget to tell the phone operators if you are Team Dog or Team Cat when you make a donation. This hour is sponsored by Fred Loya Insurance, Jersey Mike's, GenPath Services, EFO Media, and West Star Bank, with volunteers from West Star Bank at the Fred Loya Phone Bank. Now let's go live to the Humane Society of El Paso.
OJ is welcoming us now.
Wow. Oh, welcome back, OJ. I remember OJ.
Yeah, I remember him.
You can't
too.
forget those ears. That is for sure.
And you know what? It's okay. It makes them love him a little bit more.
I don't know why you needed backup though. Look at Team Dog. Even more votes now. 5,401. Olaf, what's going on, buddy?
I think Olaf
is getting sad.
He's getting sad. You don't want to make Olaf
more Team
sad.
Cat votes right here. 4,791. There we go, James.
Thank you,
folks. Thank you
James.
very much. You hear us, and you're helping support.
But
Team
look
Cat.
at OJ. I mean, how could you say no to this face? And
OJ
those
is pretty
huge-
adorable.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's all shapes and sizes, dogs, cats. It doesn't matter, guys. We're just so thankful for all of your donations and all of the support that we've been getting here today. And we do want to take some time to say thank you to our sponsors. Of course, we have Jersey Mike's, we have West Star Bank, and we're just very thankful for everybody that has been able to help us just to get a little bit closer to our goal today.
Yeah, absolutely. Super important as all this donation stays right here in El Paso for the Humane Society, where it's super important. Let's take things over to the Fred Loya phone banks, where we have Avery Martinez live.
All right, I just wanted to say thank you to a couple of donors here for some specific things that they have done today. Harold Hughes donated $2,000 in honor of his parents, Reba and Phil Hughes. Thank you very much. Josephina Boder, $50 in honor of Pepper. Gilbert Moreno, $72 in honor of granddaughter's lemonade stand. Grace Cervantes, $100 in memory of Angelina. Joe Christine Pignon, $50, and challenges all ADP associates to donate. And let's see, what else do we have here? Dawn Arnold, $100 in memory of Dakota. Thank you. Just a handful of a few of the donations that have been made today. But of course, those donations are so important. We want these phone lines to be very busy because all of those dollars go to the Humane Society. All the wonderful things you've been seeing, all the beautiful cats and dogs that are staying with all my friends from KVIA over there that you've just seen throughout the show today. They're all there, and they will, they will continue to support those dogs and cats while they try to find their forever home. I want to take a look real quick as we look over here. It looks like Team Dog is in the lead right now, followed by Team Cat, but that's only by a couple hundred pledges. Of course, if you call in and donate, you have to tell us if you're Team Dog or Team Cat. It will determine whether El Paso is more of a cat or a dog city in the future. Of course, there's still plenty of time left to donate. Please do so. KVIA, very happy to be part. We'll be back in a few minutes.
And we want to thank our sponsors, Gold's Gym, West Star, Jersey Mike's, and Fred Loya. Super important for right here for the telethon, the 30th annual for Humane Society of El Paso with KVI ABC 7. Here's a look at the board. You can see Team Cat has now surpassed 5,000 votes, but we still have a lot of catching up to do with Team Dog. They're at 5,495. So we're seeing, is El Paso a cat city or a dog city? Well, we need more votes and donations for the Team Cat. As you can see, all the cats and dogs pictures right down here. This is as you donate. Thank you very much, Catherine Getsky, for Team Cat. And, well, Samuel Gutierrez, thanks you for the donation for also Team Dogs. Super important, as all the money goes towards the necessities for these dogs and cats, such as food and medical care. Super important. And also finding a home. You can come here at the Humane Society of El Paso. That's at 1 p.m. when they open. So let's take a look now. Gabriella, you can see another vote for Team Dog. We need some catching up to do, as maybe about 500, 600 more votes for Team Cat to kind of even the odds just a little bit. Me and Sarah are Team Cat. We have Brianna and Avery, who's at the Fred Loya Telethon. He is Team Dog as well. So things are getting a little heated here at the 30th Annual Humane Society Telethon, where we're seeing who will win it out for the Field of Dreams, whose name will be there for Team Cat or Team Dog. So you're seeing all the images down here. This is as you donate $50 or more. You can submit your pictures here. We also have a memorial that will take place at 5, 7, and 9 o'clock for the animals if you have a pet that you have recently lost. That's as you donate $25 or more. So we're seeing really catching up. Nancy, you see that she has donated for Team Dog. So Team Dog is starting to run away with it just a little bit, just a little under $700 donated. We want to thank our sponsors again, Jersey Mike's, Fred Loya, West Star, and Gold's Gym. Super important sponsors for this telethon, as we are here to find homes and also donate money for the dogs and cats that's taking place here at the telethon. Super important. You know, we've seen Huskies, we've seen other dogs. We have had Casper the cat, and also we've seen Olaf. You know, we were really hoping Olaf the cat would really bring in more votes. We'll have to bring out more cats so we can try and even this up. So try any donation that you can have for these animals. We're hoping to raise $150,000 here at the Humane Society of El Paso, where there are all types of sweet dogs and cats here that are looking for homes and are in need of money so that we can take care of them for food, medical cares, things like that. Super important. And also toys. So it's really good as you're heading outside. So we're seeing now over $10,000 has been donated. Team Dog is doing really well at the moment, but there is still hope left. And let's now 10 things to break, and we'll be right back at the 30th Annual Humane Society of El Paso Telethon.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
The savings keep adding up for Fred Loya customers in Texas. In recent months, people who switched from Geico, Allstate, and Progressive to Fred Loya Insurance saved over $1,700 a year. State Farm customers saved over $1,300 a year. Include the savings of Fred Loya customers from multiple states, and that's a combined savings of over $1.1 million a year. Start paying less for your car insurance. Call or visit fredloya.com. If you don't call, you don't save.
And we're back here at the board. We want to take a look at how we're doing right now with the votes. As you can see, dog still up. As you can see, my team is still all the way up and we're still coming in strong. But as you can see, the cats just trailing just a little bit behind. But again, it doesn't really matter who you're voting for as long as you vote and as long as you kind of show us your support and show the Humane Society of El Paso your support and just kind of keep donating and to keep giving back to these lovely animals, these companions that everyone has in their homes and maybe even wants, you know, no matter what kind of animals you plan on getting, everybody needs a home. And of course, this money just goes much more than just a shelter. It gives them medical expenses. It helps them pay for their kennels as well. So it's just something very sweet that we like to do every year. And we're just glad to be back here at the 30th Annual Humane Society of El Paso Telethon. But we do want to take a look at some of these photos that we have here. This is a very cute photo. I don't know if you can see it, but she's dressed like Woody. And she's here with her 2 dogs, and it's very cute. Of course, if you want to get your pet up here, it's just $25. Have a donation here. You can see some cats. I was seeing a little bit more of dogs at the lower half, but now we're starting to see some more of those cats coming in. But we do want to take back and take a closer look. Look at the votes here. They're just piling up for the team dog. And I don't know if you guys have already heard, but if whoever wins team dog or team cat, your name will be named after the Field of Dreams. Of course, that's me and Avery because we're team dog. And right now, Sarah and Michael are team cat. But we do want to take some time right now to give our sponsors just a little bit of a shout out here. Jersey Mike's, West Star Bank, and of course, Fred Loya. But we do want to send things over to Sarah.
Well, here we are at the Humane Society of El Paso. I'm in the Meow House. Now, I just saw the votes against Team Dog, Team Cat, and it looks like Team Cat is trailing. So sadly, we're going to try to bring those up. And what better way to do that than making our way into the Meow House? Now, I'm joined here with Vanessa, who's going to tell us a little bit about the Meow House. If you didn't know what it is, she has a little more information.
Hi. So our Meow House is pretty much everything cat related. This is where our cats will get their food, their water, their beds, their toys, where we conduct meet and greets, where they get enrichment and playtime, all that good stuff.
Perfect. So very great place for the kittens to grow. And we're joined by a very special kitten today. Can you tell us a little bit about Polka Dot?
So this is Polka Dot. She's a little camera shy, but she's about 3 months old. She's got a sibling here as well, so she's kenneled with her siblings, so that way they get a lot of play group and, you know, socialization. Whoop! Like I said, a little camera shy.
Oh, she probably heard the total and she's upset, and so she's trying to run away.
That's
she's
what
saying,
it is.
Team Cat, Team Cat.
Yes, exactly. She says, Team Cat, let's go. And so pretty much she's already fixed, she's vaccinated, she's chipped, and she's ready to go home.
Nice. So she is ready for adoption. If you are interested in her or any of the other animals that we see today, they all are available for adoption. Can you tell me how long Polka Dot has actually been in the shelter?
So she's only been here for a few days, so not very long. So that's probably why she's a little shy. But, you know, given an opportunity to shine, she will.
And those cats, they're always shining. I want to send you now to another cat story that we have at the Humane Society of El Paso.
I go to different locations around the city, Petco and PetSmart, and I bring kittens or adult cats there to get adopted. And we partner with the store and we get grants through that and stuff. It allows us to open up a lot of these kennels in here, and I bring them off-site. They get adopted pretty quickly compared to how fast they get adopted here. And we get to bring in more cats because I got those guys adopted. The stores have multiple like cat condos, kind of like this. PetSmart is set up more like this, whereas Petco has like little square ones. And the public can come in, they can kind of see them through the glass, and then they go talk to an associate and get the adoption process started. They can adopt in the store. There is a fee, so we call over the phone and get the payment over the phone, and they go home with the cat right after that. Volunteers typically go up there and take care of them. I also have an associate. She goes up there and helps out, and on days volunteers or she cannot, I go and clean it. They have to do an in-person volunteer orientation here, and then I also have to orient them at the store they're going to be volunteering at because they're all different. And then typically it's an hour and a half of your day. You can choose what day of the week. Well, the other day, some cats that didn't get adopted, they had spent their 2 weeks there. They had to come back. They got out of their kennel and were hiding underneath the big pails I have for litter. And every time I moved it, she took off and would hide under the food one. And it was like a 10-minute ordeal of me getting her out. So that was fun.
Well, welcome back to the Humane Society of El Paso's Meow House. This youngster here was the loudest one in the room when I walked in today. And now, all of a sudden, look at this. Quiet, but purring like a motorboat. Tell us about this little lady here.
So this little lady is named Checkers. As he said, she's very talkative. But once you get her in your arms, she's kind of exactly where she needs to be. Very comfortable, quiets down a little bit. She's very playful. She'll climb all over her kennel until she can get a person to come pick her up. She is 10 weeks old and a domestic short hair.
And right now, she is making biscuits like you wouldn't believe. She is one happy camper, and she is looking for her forever home. And I guarantee you, the minute you see her, she will talk to you forever. Come see Checkers here at the Humane Society of El Paso. Back to you.
I'm joined here by Taylor and Eliza. We are here with Bonnie Mae and Clyde. They're just two of all of the adorable animals that we have here, but there's just two of them. Tell me a little bit more about Bonnie Mae here.
Yeah, so Bonnie Mae, she's a 4-year-old terrier mix, and she has been at the shelter for about 131 days. Whenever she first came here, she was a little bit of an escape artist, so, she was pretty stressed out, but over the time that she's been here, she's really warmed up to everybody. She'll even cuddle with people in the kennel. She's a very calm, kind of more moderate dog, so she's on the quieter side. Would probably do better with older children, I would say, just because she does get tired a little bit easier, but definitely likes to cuddle at the end of the day.
And you also were telling me that they came as a package deal.
Yes, they're best friends, absolutely. So both of them are a little bit selective of other dogs, but they definitely would be very happy to go home together if somebody has the space for them. But yeah, they came in as strays, so they've been the absolute best friends.
And so tell me just a little bit, how old are both of these dogs here?
Clyde, I believe, is 7 years old, and she is 4.
4 and 7, so they're a little bit more mature dogs here, but nonetheless, all of them need love, whether they're, puppies or whether they're just a little bit older. So tell us just a little bit about why it's so important to adopt even a dog that's a little bit older.
Yeah, so they all need love too. I mean, the puppies here, they go really, really fast just because of those cute little smushy faces. But these older dogs, they definitely are really wonderful and loyal companions because they just look at all of the staff here and definitely love them a lot. So they definitely need a loving, caring home too. And she is definitely the type to curl up on the couch at the end of the day.
What about Clyde here? He looks like just a beautiful, look at, he has like a little scarf and everything, loves to dress up. What kind of personality does Clyde have?
Yeah, he's a very, very sweet older boy. He loves to be outside too. That's definitely one of his favorite things. He's kind of a pain to get in at night because he just loves to be outside and loves to see all the people and nature. So if you like going on longer, slow walks in your neighborhood, he's definitely a great addition for that.
Goodness. Well, I just love to see all of the dogs here, no matter the age, as we keep on saying that everybody needs love, whether they're puppies or whether they're older, everybody needs to have their companion. And just having these two kind of shows a little bit more that the Humane Society isn't just, your puppies, which we love, of course, but it is the older ones that need love just as much, if not more than those puppies, right? So just talk to me a little bit about, they've been here for quite some time now. Talk to me about maybe when do you want to see these kind of dogs kind of starting to get their forever homes?
I would like to see them getting their homes as soon as possible just because, they do get stressed over here. And the longer that dogs stay here, we kind of lose a little bit of their personalities just because of the stress of all the dogs and people staring at them through the kennels. So they definitely do need those homes for sure.
Of course. So, and if you're trying to adopt, go ahead and please take a look at both of them, Clyde and Bonnie Mae. They're just a pair. Of course, if you can't get them together, that'd be awesome. But if not, either one would be great. So, of course, these are some of the dogs available for adoption. But we do have one dog that has already been adopted, and he goes by Bullet. Take a look.
So Bullet came in to us, and he was lame on his left front leg, and became pretty apparent that it was severely injured. Thanks to Pima College, we got a nice radiograph of it, and there was lead shrapnel all over it. And that's typical of a high velocity bullet. Whenever they hit a bone, they can just fragment like that all over. And there was a couple of things for Bullet that were kind of lucky, actually. It was right above the radius bone, which is your arm bone, your major arm bone. And it was just a couple inches above, and it shattered the bone. At the time we got him, and we didn't have any history on him otherwise. He had it was a little bit of older injury. So we decided that we were going to splint it. It wasn't anything that we could have plated. Plates are devices that you put on the outside of the bone, or sometimes we even put something called an external fixator, which is a pin. But he was a very rambunctious dog, and to say the least. And so we thought, well, maybe he'll put up with the splint. No, that didn't fly. He was very trusting, maybe more than he should have been, with somebody anyway. Can't really imagine what kind of person would shoot off a round at a dog like that, but they did, and it happens, and unfortunately, but it worked out good for him. The only time we're going to see a gunshot, or it's more often a pellet than gunshots. And if you do a survey of a lot of animals, you're going to find quite a few pellets, and so that's unfortunate as well. We'll even amputate legs on occasion here. Dogs do really well with that. I've been told they're called three-legged animals with a spare, but that's not that we take it lightly. We want to try to address any issue we can. One of the lucky things is that the joint was lined up, and the fracture did not go through the joint. So Bullet recovered, I'm going to say, pretty much fully, and was recently adopted.
Something that our animal care team does specifically is that our animal care supervisor, Kim Lambert, she's really great at, teaching our animal care team about dog body language, cat body language. Shelters can sometimes be a little bit of a stressful place, and so it's really important for us to be able to recognize the signs of stress, so that way, because sometimes they're really, really subtle signs. And so it's really important for us to be able to gauge that stuff. And then that way we can, come up with a plan to slowly coax them out of their shell and show them that they're in a safe place. Our customer service team is really good about, greeting customers and guiding them through how to walk through the kennels, and small little safety tips, making sure that they don't stick their fingers in the kennels, and letting them know that there's animal care staff out there that can guide them, can take the dog out for them. So the animal care team who is trained on how to read dog body language, cat body language, they're the ones who are going to be able to safely introduce the animal to our customers, our clientele. Here at the Humane Society, we have several yards or runs that we can safely put, individual dogs in. In fact, we have a little dog park called the Field of Dreams, and so if we can put several dogs out there that get along, wonderful, great. The good thing about the Field of Dreams is that it has a visual barrier. It's a wooden fence, so the dog can focus on its own playtime in there and have fun without, the distraction of the other dogs and any of the other stressors. Something that we've done for the staff, we have an associate from every department, be part of the safety council, and so they'll meet monthly to talk about, concerns that they have, whether it's, some of the animals that, maybe aren't dealing too well with shelter stress. Maybe the associates notice like a slippery floor or anything like that. Anything that is concerning for them, the customers, animals, anything that is a little bit of a hazard, it's brought up, and Mike and his associate Martine are wonderful about dealing with all that stuff in a timely manner.
And safety is super important for both dogs and cats. And I'm joined here with Crystal from the Humane Society of El Paso. What is your role here?
So I'm an animal care associate here at the Humane Society. So I care for the animals, feed them, take them on walks, do enrichment, basically take care of them.
And then I would ask the question, are you team dog or team cat? But I can see who you're holding. Team cat, correct?
Team cat, yes.
And then who do we have here that you're holding?
This is Checkers.
Thank you very much, Checkers. That was very well said. And then for the adoption process, how does that work here at the Humane Society of El Paso?
So you'll come in, if there's an animal that interests you, you'll have to go ahead and meet with them and just get to know them a little bit. Definitely be patient and open and understanding. Some of them are a little shy, some of them a little bit more outgoing. Just hang out with them, see if you guys vibe, see what their energy level is, see if it matches your lifestyle, what you want in a pet. As far as breed too. And then if you have an animal at home, it's good to have, go ahead and bring them as well as your kids to see if, everybody gets along. And then you'll go ahead and just, understand our policies, read all our contracts, understand our surrender policies as well. And then, if you want to take them home, you can take them home same day.
Yeah, and it's super important. I mean, for kids, the benefit of learning, really taking care of an animal, how important is that for the children and just a family as a whole?
I think it's really important, and teaches kids to respect animals, boundaries, and limitations, as well as responsibility, and just like have a good environment and a good household and like a loving place, to care for an animal, and yeah.
Yeah, and then Team Cat Checkers has been super talkative throughout the day. And what Checkers is saying is for you to vote for Team Cat. We can see right now that Team Cat has surpassed 6,000 votes. Team Dog is sitting around 6,440. So we're definitely starting to see Team Cat is starting to catch up. Make sure that you call 915-444. Yes, thank you, Checkers. 1099, or you can text dog or cat at 915-615-2720. Super important as the money stays right here in El Paso at the Humane Society for all of the medical care and also food and other necessities that these animals need. Right, Checkers? Thank you very much, Checkers. And we're going to now really continue to send in those texts for Team Cat or Team Dog, or you can call. Again, that number is on your screen, 915-444. And let's now take a look. I mean, we're both Team Cat, so let's now take a look at some other cats that are up for donations.
Welcome back to the Meow House here at the Humane Society of El Paso. I'm Mark Ross. That's Crystal from the Humane Society, and this is Ant. Tell us about Ant.
He's 14 weeks old. He's a domestic long-haired black tabby. He's a little shy at first. He's got beautiful long ears, and he's really playful and very curious.
And Ant is looking for a forever home, so if you'd like to make Ant a part of your family, come on by the Humane Society of El Paso and get acquainted with Ant. Back to you.
It looks like Team Dog's in the lead right now in terms of which team is getting the most donations, but still plenty of time to donate, and that's very important. We want here at the phone bank for the phones to be ringing off the hook. We want to be busy over here because all of those dollars that you give go to all the programs that you've seen elsewhere on the program. It goes towards all the wonderful programs that the Humane Society of El Paso does all year round. And they're here for those dogs and cats. They need your support. We're helping them as much as we can. We need your help as well. Thanks again to Fred Loya for allowing us a place to field these phone calls. It's very important that we have these dollars and that these dollars go to these dogs and cats because there's much more that goes to care than just food. And as you've seen throughout the program, there are plenty of dogs and cats that need a little extra support. If you look behind me, you can see we've got quite a few people on the phone. We've got calls coming in, but we want to hear more. We want to see more of them. Please feel free to call. The numbers down here at the bottom. I'm going to take a look right now, and it looks like we've got about a little closer to 6,480 for Team Dog, and it looks like about 6,100, a little closer to 6,200 for Team Cat. So if you're Team Cat now, you've got stuff to catch up to on Dog. And I'm going to hand this over in just a second here to my friend Mark Ross, who's got a little more information about cats and dogs and the Humane Society, exactly what they do to support these wonderful animals. Like I said, please keep the phone lines ringing. We need your donations. 30th anniversary. It's a special year, KVIA. Very excited, very thankful to be part. It's a wonderful, great way to spend a little bit of money to go a long way. Thanks so much. Here's Mark.
Welcome back to the Meow House here at the Humane Society of El Paso. And the unfortunate cone wearer here, the cone of shame, is Baby. Baby just giving us a meow here. Tell us about Baby, Crystal.
Baby is a 1-year-old domestic short-haired gray tabby. He is really sweet, really active, really playful. Actually gets along with dogs too, and as well as other cats. And he's a really sweet guy.
And Baby will not be able to do babies because Baby just got fixed. So that's why we still have the cone of shame on. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that. But Baby is available for adoption here at the Humane Society of El Paso. Come on by and meet Baby and make Baby a part of your family. Back to you.
Welcome back. Well, we're here with Kim, and today we are trying our best to get donations in for cats and dogs. The Humane Society services over 4,000 cats and dogs every year, and so some of those services, they are a little more serious. Of course, they need medical attention and in some cases end-of-life care. Now, I'm joined by Kim, who's going to explain to us a little bit more about what that is. Hi, Kim.
Hi there. Thank you so much. So our end-of-life services are mainly geared for those animals who have reached the end of their life. We want to be able to give them a dignified end, and if an animal is suffering, we don't want to prolong that any longer. So we do offer the end-of-life services for that.
And obviously very upsetting. We all love our cats and our dogs, they're very special to us. So it is important that the Humane Society has this money and this support from the community to help, those pets in their time of need for end-of-life care. So also what we're doing today is a memoriam for those pets that you have lost. And so with a donation of $25, you can make a donation in the name of your pet. So we're receiving a lot of those today. Of course, we love all animals. Team cat, team dog, we love all animals, and they're very important to us here in the community. Can you tell us a little bit about, I know you work here, but are you team cat or team dog?
Oh, that's a dangerous question. This year I'm team dog. Okay, don't tell my cats that, but this year I'm team dog.
Yeah, no worries. I have dogs at home, but I'm team cat, so we can just love all the animals here. So very important. All their lives matter. I want to show you now a little bit more about the end-of-life services that are provided here.
Sadly, death is a part of life, and for an animal lover especially, I think it's very difficult when one of their pets passes. To a lot of people, it may even feel like losing a family member. A lot of people may not know that here at the Humane Society that we offer end-of-life services, mostly because we're known as an adoption agency. For anybody, mourning the loss of a beloved, for a baby, they can come here for cremation. We can offer disposal services. And if the animal is still alive and in need of euthanasia, we do offer humane euthanasia for animals that are suffering of fatal illness, fatal injury, or if they're just passing of old age. So they do have to meet that criteria. For ones passing of illness, they may need a letter of recommendation from the veterinarian. I think a lot of us know what it's like to lose a pet, and it's very heartbreaking. And so, when our clients are grieving, we're able to empathize with them. We listen to people talk about the life of their pet and how much they meant to them, and we also go over their options, something that fits their needs, fits their budgets. So kennel care associates have a very tough job. They also deal with end of life, and it can be a pretty sad job sometimes, and it really just requires a mental fortitude. They're all, such strong people to be able to help our community in this way. We are by appointment, so that way we can ensure that the room is always available for them, and that we always have a technician available for them. So once they get in touch with our customer service associates, they go ahead and set up that appointment. We can take walk-ins, but only based on availability. Once the appointment is set up, you arrive at the designated time. We have designated parking spaces for end of life. A technician will meet them at their vehicle and go over the options from there. We're the only crematorium in El Paso for pet services. And so when the El Paso Zoo sadly needs to put one of their animals to sleep, the animal usually comes here for cremation. And so sometimes we may see exotic animals come through here.
And I'm here with Colleen. She's with the West Star Bank, one of our sponsors here today at the Humane Society of El Paso Telethon. So Colleen, talk to us a little bit about, as we've been saying all day, I am team dog. What team are you?
Well, my family's had both cats and dogs over the years, so I'm going to actually be politically correct and go for both this year.
There you go. We always have to love both. It doesn't matter, whichever one, as long as we, go ahead and donate to a better cause. But talk to me a little bit about you guys sponsoring here the Humane Society of El Paso. Why is it so important for West Star to kind of come in and help us a little bit here?
Well, West Star is a long, proud sponsor of the Telethon and the Humane Society. Right now, our team is manning the phones, and we've manned the phones for years, so it's very important for us to contribute.
Perfect. And so what are these donations? I know that we've been saying all day, these donations will go to a whole lot of, shelter space and, just kind of medical needs that these pets will need. Talk to us about why people should donate right now.
Well, I think that what you mentioning medical needs, we forget about all the medical services provided and what a great difference that makes in the animals' lives. I think the donations go not only to help make the pets healthier and friendlier. We all love animals, and the Humane Society helps make that happen. So the donations make a big difference in the pets being adopted.
Exactly, you said it. No matter, if you're adopting a pet, whether you want to contribute in other ways, like going ahead and adding some more votes to our counts here. We take a look. We do see we have it where it's, Team Dog is going, Colleen says that she's either or, but at this point we are seeing that Team Dog is still taking that lead by just about 1,000 votes almost here. So Colleen, do you have any pets of your own?
Yes, right now we have 2 dogs, so that's why I said I'm being politically correct, but my husband says if I'm going to come in the door tonight, I better put a plug in for the dogs.
Well, there you go, Colleen. I don't know if they're watching right now, but talk to us a little bit more about your dogs and why they're so important to you guys. I know everybody needs a companion, so just talk to us a little bit more about that companionship.
Well, the dogs make a big difference in our lives. You come home to them every day. They're always there loving you no matter what kind of day you had. And when you go through something, they're right there with you. So they make all the difference.
What are your dog's names? I don't think we got them.
Well, we have a dog that's almost 16. She's Pip. And we have a new dog we just got a couple of years ago. Her name is Gretchen.
Gretchen and Pip. Oh, my goodness. And, where'd you get the name Pip from?
Well, our daughter named her, so that's just stuck. So it's shortened for Pippa.
There you go. And like we said, dogs are here for our companionship, no matter the struggles that we're going through. But it's also important to note that they also go through their own struggles. And we do kind of want to talk a little bit about their mental health. Take a look.
Pets have been used for therapy for quite some time, and many pet owners report feeling comforted by their animals. Research conducted by the National Institutes of Health, the Human Animal Bond Institute, and other major pet groups indicate an improved sense of mental health and optimism from caring for a pet. Some studies from Washington State University students indicate petting a dog can actually physically reduce levels of stress. At the Humane Society of El Paso, their goal is to provide for pets trying to find a permanent home. The organization has been trying to send pets to nursing homes and schools to provide both pets and humans a connection they may not regularly have.
And so I think that working with these animals, you have to consider their personality as an individual, just like you do with people. The animals are the same way. Some animals are going to open up more with another associate, another staff member, and that's okay as long as they're having that connection.
This pup's name is Coco, and she's not available for adoption right now, although she is an example of the type of dog the Humane Society tries to get out into the community. The findings of one study by the Human Animal Bond Research Institute found that improved mental wellness could be tied to affection, care, and connection that animals show to humans. That's no secret for those at the Humane Society.
If I'm having a bad day, armful of kittens. That's the best therapy in the whole wide world. We have people lay down with puppies, and it's just that connection on the front lines is so important. But then you start kind of sharing these stories with other people, and they're like, oh my God, I want that kind of empathy. I want that kind of connection.
We're right outside the former vice president of the Humane Society of El Paso, Tony Benitez. We're going to meet also 2 of his furry family members, Daisy and Miojo. And we're also going to go ahead and hear the story of his late wife, Letty, and the positive impact she left here in the El Paso community. Come on inside.
I've got Miojo here. They're both girls, and they're both actually rescue dogs. They were stray dogs, and Letty was working with a nonprofit and out there rescuing dogs. The first one was Miojo, this brown one here. This is Daisy, and Daisy, like I said, is about 10 years old, and now I have both girls here.
Tony holds dear memories of his late wife, Letty, who always had an affection for our furry friends.
She was wearing many hats. And then she just was, I guess, her and a friend of hers, they got involved in rescuing dogs about 4 years ago. So I think, that was something that she was very passionate about as far as rescuing dogs.
Tony shares his and Letty's heartfelt involvement with the Humane Society of El Paso.
We supported one of the previous telethons, and so we were fortunate to be able to do that. And then several of the times when we would be answering the calls and, taking donations over the phone. And then even during COVID, we were actually at home taking calls on the phone and doing that. As you can see, I love dogs, so I really want to do as much as I can to support the Humane Society and the mission that they have.
Tony reveals the delightful personalities of his furry companions.
Yoho, this one here, the brown one, she is very, well, she's only a two-year pup, so she's very excited. She's always outside wanting to see what's going on outside. Daisy here, the Pekingese, she's 10 years old, so she's kind of chill, she's just kind of kicking back, but they love each other, now, and so.
We hope you enjoyed this heartwarming story. This is Iris Garcia Barron, ABC 7.
Well, welcome back. I'm here joined with two very special guests right now. This is Tony and Lori. Now, we just saw a package about an amazing woman in El Paso. Her name was Letty. You could just see how inspiring she was, how much she loved animals and cared for them. Now, what can you tell us about your late wife, Letty, and how much she really cared about animals?
Well, Letty was very passionate about helping rescue dogs. And I know we've supported the Humane Society previously, and then even during COVID, I remember there was a time where we were, working from home, answering phones and doing that. But Letty was very passionate about trying to help, rescue dogs.
And what would Letty say about today, people donating the city, coming together for the Humane Society of El Paso? What would this mean to her? I think she'd be very happy. I think she'd be very happy that people are trying to, save these dogs that otherwise, they're out there, strays or, just kind of wandering around, and they need food, they need water, especially with this hot weather right now. They need to be taken care of, and we need to do that. We need to help them. That's right. And so I'm here with Lori as well, and you were Letty's sister. Can you tell me a little bit about her legacy and why you're here today, why it means so much to help support the Humane Society of El Paso?
Just like my brother-in-law says, Letty was very passionate about the animals that are out on the street and rescuing them. She belonged to a local rescue here in El Paso, and she would be out at all hours of the night when they would give her a call, and she'd go out there and she'd rescue dogs and she'd deliver them to safety. And a lot of those animals came here to the Humane Society afterwards so that they could find homes for them. And she was just very passionate. She just loved dogs and cats both. So it's a very inspiring person. I'm sure, just her love for animals, I think, is very inspiring and something that we all need to learn from in the community. I know this isn't your first time a part of the Humane Society Telethon. Can you tell me about what's different this year when compared to the previous? Well, obviously different because my wife passed away last year, and I wanted to do something special for her legacy and continue that. But as I said before, Letty and I had been supporting the Humane Society for many years. Yeah, thank you. And can you tell me a little bit more about Letty? I know we're here talking about Team Cat, Team Dog, but we're really here for all the animals. Can you tell me a little bit more about Letty? What team would she have chosen today? Team Dog. Oh. Yeah, we have two rescue dogs at home, Yoho and Daisy at home. Okay. Yes. So another one for Team Dog. I myself am Team Cat, but we love it nonetheless. Can you tell me so you're Team Dog as well? Yes, I'm Team Dog. Okay. Yes. I'm Team Dog as well, and I have two rescues, Charlie and Lola, and Letty taught them how to howl. And literally taught them how to howl. She would walk out the door and she would be howling, so all the dogs in the neighborhood are howling because that's how loud she was howling. But I gotta say, in my opinion, Letty was also Team Cat because she would feed the feral cats in the neighborhood. He would supply the food and she would feed them. She'd be out there, So I have feral cats in my area. Okay, so maybe not completely Team Dog. We thought you were Team Dog. You said Team Dog, but maybe you're a little Team Cat? Letty would ask me to buy the cat food, and I would go and buy the cat food, and she says, I need more cat food. And so I would be the one to go buy the cat food. So it looks like a little undercover Team Cat, maybe, of course. Is there anyone you'd like to maybe challenge today to maybe donate for Team Dog or Team Cat? Sure. I'm sure there's lots of financial advisors out there, insurance agents, and, people that love dogs and cats. Yes, I would like to challenge them. I'd like to challenge anyone that's at the nursing school at Texas Tech. Well, you heard it here. Some amazing stories of Letty, some amazing people, and amazing people at home donating as well. So, of course, you can donate by calling 915-444-1099. You can make that donation for Team Dog or Team Cat. We will take it. I'm Team Cat. Looks like you guys might be Team Cats as well, even though you didn't admit it at first. But we want to send things now over to the Fred Loya Phone Bank with Avery. What are the donations looking like?
And we're here at the phone bank, and the calls have been coming in throughout the day, but we need more of them. We need them. We want to be busy in here. We want to hear a lot of phone calls coming in because that means more dollars going towards these deserving cats and dogs. You can help these animals in a big way by donating a little bit or a lot, whatever you feel comfortable with. The main thing is making sure that these animals have good quality equipment, care, and support so that they can find their forever home. Again, thanks to Fred Loya for allowing us to use this area to set up our phone banks. And again, I don't think anybody wants to be sitting here just waiting. Yes, exactly. That's it. Call in. Let us know if you're team dog or team cat. I've actually heard from a couple of people in here that there's actually been both. You don't have to pick a team, I guess, if you don't want to. But if you do want El Paso to be a cat or a dog city, we need you to call in and tell us. And please support us with more of those donations. Like I said, we want to hear the phone banks ringing off the hook. I know we've still got time, so you can call throughout the day today. But we do hope to hear from you soon. And, of course, it's one of the wonderful aspects of this telethon is that we're in our 30th year, and we are helping out these animals. KVIA, very excited to be part of it. You've seen throughout the day today all the wonderful ways that the Humane Society of El Paso is helping out each of these individual animals. These dogs and cats do need your support. Please, please, please call in. The number's right there on your screen. Well, like I said, we want to hear a whole bunch of telephone rings. So please, whenever you have a chance, give us a ring. Oh, there we go. Please, thank you. More of that. Please, please, please. Keep the phones ringing. Like I said, we like to be busy here. So please, please, please keep tuned in here. Please keep ringing in. The number's right there. We're going to come back here in just a few minutes, have a conversation with a few of the folks here. Thank you so much for all your donations.
We developed our enrichment foster program as a means to get some of our longtime animals out. So these are animals that have spent, over 6 months in the shelter, and just spending a couple of weeks in the shelter is pretty rough. And so we wanted an opportunity for these guys to get out, get away from the stress, just have an opportunity to kind of stretch their legs and relax in a home. Folks that were interested in fostering these guys, just to take them for 2 weeks. We provide the food, all the equipment that they need, toys, pretty much anything to make them comfortable for that 2-week period, and then they can bring them back or extend out the period, just kind of depending on how the animal's doing in their home. But what we discovered is a lot of times people brought these animals in and kind of started falling in love. Goals for the program moving forward, I still want these animals to have an opportunity to get out of the shelter. Shelter stress is really tough for some animals to deal with, and so we see a lot of animals shut down in the shelter, and especially for 6 months. That's stress of not knowing who people are, visiting your kennel, stress of not knowing when food's coming, not knowing when they're going to find a family, stress of being isolated. There's a lot of stuff that goes into that, and so being able to get these animals out of the shelter for a little while just helps them kind of reset their brain. So we have a lot of success stories. So like I said, the enrichment foster program started as a purely temporary thing, but we have a lot of people fall in love with their animals. But my favorite is still Creed. He was our very first dog to go through the foster program, and it was just one of these things like, hey, can we keep him just a little bit longer? Can we keep him just a little bit longer? And eventually they ended up adopting him, and he's so happy now. And it's the kind of feel-good story that we all love here at the shelter. So if anyone is interested in participating in the enrichment foster program, there's no cost. All they have to do is come in, meet with me or some of our other associates, meet with some of these animals, and make sure that the dogs are going to be a good fit for your home, and then we provide everything you need to take care of them. If you're interested in advocating for these animals, all you have to do is share photos, share videos of them relaxing, chilling in your home. That way people can see that this animal is a pet. It's not just a dog locked in a shelter. Like, this is somebody's pet. We're just waiting for the right family.
We just moved from San Diego 2 years ago. I've always wanted a second dog, just never really had the space living in an apartment for all those years. And then that's when Creed came into the picture. I think what stuck out for us was the enrichment program. We weren't sure what House was going to do with another dog. She's very high energy, and sometimes that's good, sometimes it's bad. So the enrichment program was a really good process for us because it allowed us to kind of try out having another dog without like a long-term commitment. It was actually really nice. I've never fostered a dog before. It was our first time. I was very pleasantly surprised with the fact that how many things they provided to us. I didn't know that they were going to give us the food, the water, a bed. They gave us more toys than I think, we ever could have bought for him in one day. They gave us snacks. He had an allergy issue. We would bring him in for, to see like the technician and the vet. They covered any medications that they prescribed him and things like that. So it was a really good experience. He was very standoffish with my boyfriend. I think he has a hard time with men. And once he started kind of opening up with him, it kind of more sealed the deal. Like I told you when you guys got here, we don't have kids. It's just my boyfriend and I and our 2 dogs. So this is our wall of our dogs. I like to have them together. One of the pictures right there with my boyfriend and the one right there, that's actually the day that we got him. And a funny story about the red one, while we were fostering him, a very nice lady did some paintings of other dogs from the Humane Society who have been there for a very long time. And my dad was on like one of those apps about the neighborhood or something. And he was like, "Is this your dog?" And he showed it to me and I was like, "Oh my gosh, you're right, that is him." And so I contacted the lady and she said that she had painted them to raise money for the Humane Society. And it worked out because I was worried that someone might have already bought it. And she's like, "Oh no, it's still available." So I got to buy it and it was him. He does this thing that I've never seen a dog do, whereas like he'll just be like sitting down, but his tongue is just out. Like it's just hanging out of his mouth. I took a picture of it up there. You can't really see, it's kind of dark, but I get like 3 things. It's Creed, the band, Apollo Creed from Rocky, or Creed from The Office. But we're big Office fans, so we always say like Creed from The Office, I guess.
And that was a beautiful story with Creed. You can see that him and his family, really, you can see that they are wonderful all together. And I'm joined by Sam and Taylor now. And what are your roles here at the Humane Society?
I'm the volunteer and education coordinator here at the Humane Society of El Paso.
And I'm the medical services coordinator.
Thank you very much. And then here at this table, we can see there's all types of goodies, not for humans, these are for pets, although the peanut butter, it works for both. So what do we have here at this table?
Well, these are a variety of in-kind donations that community members can donate if they don't want to volunteer or they just don't have the monetary funds. These are easily accessible at any store. We've got dog and cat food, the canned kind and the dry food kind. We always need grain-free. Treats, we have meaty treats and some milk bones, some of those crunchies, lots of toys. The puppy training pads, those are important for our foster department. And we have some medical supplies that we also use on a daily basis that are easily accessible that you can get at any pet food store.
Yeah, and that's great. It's another option if you don't have the funds. If you do have some of these items laying around that you are willing to donate. And then what is the process for donations of the items here that we're seeing? What's the process here at the Humane Society?
So our process is simple. You can just bring them up, drop them off at our bench. We do have a sign outside. You can always call and ask if we accept anything, just to make sure that we accept things. We accept pretty much most of donations for medical and for just regular animals.
Excellent. And then we are hoping to raise $150,000. We can see that Team Cat right now, they have taken the lead, about 1,000 votes more than Team Dog, which is good news. And then we'll also be, speaking of Team Cat, we have a cat here. Who is this that we have right now?
This is Olaf. He's a little cuddle bug. As you can see, he's falling asleep right here. He loves being on TV. And he's one of our kittens that's available for adoption here at the shelter.
And then we do have the Mary Spears community program for the cats. So what can you tell me about that?
So our Mary Spears program is a trap, neuter, and release program for community cats. It's not for owned animals or anything like that. It's more like the feral cats, the community cats that are kind of roaming around your neighborhood, just to make sure that we can control population and get them vaccinated as well.
And then for the families that come here looking for a cat, what is some of the tips for them on what they're looking for in a cat?
Well, you definitely just want to spend time with the cat and get to know them, make sure that their personality will fit your family style. And it's really if you'd like a kitten or an adult. Kittens, of course, need a little bit more attention. They're rambunctious, and adults are a little bit more settled into their personalities. So when you're adopting an adult cat, you more so know what you're getting. Whereas a kitten, they could mellow out, they could get crazier, they could stay the same. Kittens, of course, are fun, but you know a lot more what you're getting when you get an adult cat.
And then is there any specific items here that the Humane Society of El Paso is looking for donations?
Any of probiotics or any of the medical supplements that can be gotten at any of the pet stores. Grain-free, we're always in need of grain-free treats and food for both cats and dogs because we have some animals on skin issues that really grain-free really helps with. But overall, we're always in need of any donation. So.
And then what are some of your favorite memories here at the Humane Society of El Paso with the animals?
Well, I definitely love working with my volunteers, and I really love when volunteers fall in love with animals and they end up adopting. That's probably my favorite part, is really fostering those relationships with my volunteers who foster relationships with animals. It's a great way to get to know them too, like before you adopt them. It's a great process, and it's very heartwarming.
Thank you very much, Sam and Taylor. Remember, Team Cat, and let's now take a look at the Mary Spears Community Cats program.
The Mary Spears Community Cat Program is a program to spay-neuter community cats. So we do spay-neuter them, we vaccinate them, and we clip the right ear, the tip, just to indicate that they're being spayed or neutered, vaccinated as well. The program is especially for community cats, those cats that live outside, that roam around freely. Those are the cats that participate in this program. The program is not for own cats or pets. Once they get done, they're vaccinated, they're spay-neuter, they're healthy, so they go back into the community and they live their lives. So TNR is trap, neuter, return. And return, that's the important part. It's not spay-neuter, release everywhere, anywhere you want to. Return to their outdoor homes. Mary Spears, she was an advocate of spay-neutering, and she especially loved the kittens. And she tried to help as many kittens as she could. 16 years ago, somebody gave me a kitten that was 2 weeks old. I still have her. She's going to be almost 16 years. And I bottle fed her. I took care of her. And after that, I was hooked. I wanted to help more kittens, and that's what I did. I participated with Sun City. I started with them, with animal services. I used to trap cats, bring them to animal services. They will fix them for us, and then we will release them. All the kittens, we try to find homes for them, and I had many, many fosters through, all the 16 years. So yes, that's a work that I love to do. You can get involved with TNR groups that we have in El Paso. 2 of the TNR groups we work with is El Paso TNR and Sun City Cats. You can also call us to make an appointment, and we can loan you the traps. We can teach you how to use the traps, and then you can bring the cats here.
Hello from the phone bank, and I just wanted to mention, it looks like, looking at the figures right now, Team Cat has pulled into a little bit of a lead. It's pretty close. Still plenty of time to donate, but they got a couple hundred points above Team Dog. So if you're Team Dog, need to keep those donations coming in. It's important because each of those dollars is going to the Humane Society of El Paso to support all the wonderful programs that all of us have been telling you about, and making sure that those animals have a great place to be while they search for their forever home. Now, here at the phone bank, we've got quite a few people that have been talking, fielding a lot of calls, but we want more. Like I said before, we don't want to be bored in here. We don't want to just sit around and stare at the phone. We want to hear those ringing bells. So please, 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 we're asking you, please, call in, donate. It's a worthy cause. It's the 30th year. It's a great time to donate. You've seen a lot of the work that they're already doing. Now imagine what they could do with just a little bit more, and making sure that they can support these programs into the future. I'm going to check real quick because the numbers are changing. Quick. It looks like we've now got Team Dog in the lead, close behind Team Cat. So you got to be careful. We'll see where things go in the next few hours as we go on with the telethon. So thank you so much for those who have donated, and please keep the phones ringing.
All right, well, here we are with our buddies. Everybody has their own little buddies, but this is mine. Her name is Mocha. Her and I have shared a special moment together earlier today. She's been in my arms for quite some time.
I have Tofu. Tofu's having a grand time right now.
I have Olaf. Such cute kitties. We're Team Cat over here, Michael. Team Cat.
Team Cat. Team Cat. Team Cat. We need those votes in. We are so close to 10,000 votes for Team Cat. Team Dog, though, they're even closer.
Still coming up, but I will say that we just got a $500 donation, which is why we're beating you guys now. But you know what? It has been a really tight race at this point. But as you can say, it doesn't, like I keep saying, it doesn't really matter who you're donating to. I mean, kind of prefer Team Dog, right? But of course, you know, as long as you donate here to the Humane Society of El Paso, we're really pushing. That's
Team
what we were pushing
Dog.
for right there.
Just passed.
But of course, more. What about 15? At 15, who wants to go ahead and increase this number to 15? Somebody. But, you know, we're really thankful that everybody has taken the time right now to kind of, you know, share a little bit of their donations with us and a lot of their time here to watch us today. We do want to get a grand total right now to see what we're at right now. If we can go ahead and pull that up.
There we have it.
Whoa.
$19,948.
Oh my gosh. Who's going to make it 20?
Team Cat.
Team Dog, I think. As we keep saying that whoever ends up winning Team Cat or Team Dog will get the Field of Dreams named after them. And I think Avery and I, it sounds pretty good, right?
You know,
Avery
Team Cat
and
made
Brianna.
a comeback earlier, and we will make another comeback. Not
It's
too
coming
far
pretty
off.
close, but you know what? I
It
just
is
think
very
it's gonna be a tight race until the end. I'm hopeful, but if we can, our ultimate goal here today is to be $150,000, and I'm sure we can get there with the support of everybody watching today. Of course, if you don't have that number for you is 915-444-1099. If you want to go ahead and give a call and kind of, you know, give your donations to the cats and dogs that need it the most.
Yeah, or you can text dog or cat to 915-615-2720. I think texting cat.
Yeah,
I think that would work.
That's the easier one to text, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. So make sure you call that number, 915-444-1099, or text dog or cat to 915-615-2720.
Yes, continue to give your donations, and we will continue to be here at the Humane Society of El Paso. Just, you know, keep on getting these calls and keep that number from going up. We want it to go all the way up to 150,000 here. But of course, we do want to send things over now to ABC 7 at 6.
Getting that perfect slice is satisfying, fulfilling, and rewarding too. But we don't do it for fun. We do it for fresh. Slice to order makes a sub above.
At Raising Cane's, we're huge football fans, but we're also fans of your local fundraisers and fun runs, small victories and big ideas. And yes, even the neighborhood animal shelter. I was getting to that. Plus over 30,000 other partners in the communities we serve. When you order our hand-battered chicken fingers, craveable cane sauce, and jugs of freshly made tea and lemonade to cheer on your home team, you're also supporting your hometown. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. One love.
This is the spirit of West Texas, where we savor every sip and every moment. A place where the stars align and the desert sings. A place where our taste for adventure is rivaled only by our taste in tequila. We are 100% Blue Agave Tequila, made in Jalisco, home in West Texas. We are El Perro Grande Tequila. Salud.
At Raising Cane's, we're huge football fans, but we're also fans of your local fundraisers and fun runs, small victories and big ideas. And yes, even the neighborhood animal shelter. I was getting to that. Plus over 30,000 other partners in the communities we serve. When you order our hand-battered chicken fingers, craveable cane sauce, and jugs of freshly made tea and lemonade to cheer on your home team, you're also supporting your hometown. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. One love.
Next on ABC 7 at 6 weekend, we're still under an ABC 7 First Alert, Katie.
We sure are, Rosemary. We broke a record today and we'll continue to break more records in the days ahead, but will we see any rain? I'll answer that coming up.
And today is our 30th annual Happiness Happens Here telethon for animals in need at the Humane Society of El Paso. How you can help the shelter and a live look.
And with just 2 days till the school year starts, EPISD is hearing from parents who showed concern for a potential decrease in PE days and the options that they have.
And a major closure causing some travel trouble for residents in the northwest part of the county was being worked on and when it'll be reopened. ABC 7 at 6 weekend starts now.
Live, where news comes first. From the Mesilla Valley and Las Cruces to El Paso and the borderland. This is ABC 7 at 6 Weekend.
Good afternoon and thank you so much for joining us for ABC 7 at 6 Weekend.
I'm Rosemary Montañez.
And I'm Sam Harris-Samowitz. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for all of you who have been watching the Humane Society Telethon that's been going on for 2 hours before this, but we do start with storm track weather because Rosemary and Katie, it is another scorching weekend.
The temperatures are getting dangerously hot, and we want to go to our storm track weather meteorologist, Katie Frazier, who's been tracking those temperature changes. Katie.
I know, yeah. Dangerous heat is expected. We're experiencing it right now, and we'll experience it over the next couple days as well. But we're actually tracking a couple pop-up storms across the region. Not very strong storms, but at least we have some. We have one thunderstorm right where that other thunderstorm was yesterday in eastern El Paso County. We have another one over the Anthony Gap. No lightning coming out of that one as of right now, but I do foresee a little bit of rain coming out of these storms. Nothing that's going to cause a lot of distractions or disruptions to your travel. More storms across southern Otero County, but we are experiencing dangerous heat. However, we're not the only ones. It's 106 right now in El Paso. The record already broken for today. 109 right now in Tucson, 115 in Phoenix. So I guess we could be glad we're not quite at that. But I'll talk about where our record was before we broke this new record and if we could expect extreme heat and how long. Well, we're going to expect extreme heat, but how long we're going to expect it coming up in a few minutes.
All right, thank you so much, Katie. And as we just mentioned, today is the 30th annual Happiness Happens Here Telethon. The Humane Society of El Paso and ABC7 are hosting it. The shelter provides life-saving care to homeless animals in our community.
And today's goal is to raise $150,000. Got to keep getting those donations in, and we wanted to send it back to the Telethon with ABC7's Brianna Perez. Brianna, how much money has been saved so far? Tell us what's going on over there.
Well, Rosemary, Sam, I've been here since 4 o'clock, so a couple hours now. But in that time, we have been able to raise just about $20,000, just a little bit over $20,000. Incredible, that amount of money that we've been able to get already, just a couple hours in. But we do want to show you, if you didn't already know, if you haven't been watching, I am Team Dog, it says on the back of my shirt. Michael and Sarah are also here, but they're Team Cat, so I am the only one Team Dog, Avery and myself. But I do want to show you right here, we have 10,000 votes for Team Dog, and of course, Team Cat still trailing behind us. So, you know, the dogs are up right now. If you guys want to keep on donating, please donate. This is the grand total that we're seeing at this moment, just a little bit over $20,000. And as you said, Sam, the ultimate goal, $150,000. I'm very confident that we can go ahead and get it there, but just keep please donating. Of course, that number 915-444-1099. Just one more time, 915-444-1099. We're really pushing and hoping that everyone go ahead and give us a call and send us some donations here to help these animals. As we've been saying all day long, it's not just about the shelter, it's about their medical services. It's about just, you know, kind of gathering all of the animals at the animal shelter and giving them a home for themselves. We do want to, again, reiterate, we also want to, you know, give a shout out to our sponsors here. We are Jersey Mike's. We do have West Star Bank, as well as Fred Loya. So, of course, just thank you to everybody that has been able to donate. And we will be here until 11 o'clock tonight. So if you haven't had a chance to donate, you can go ahead and call that number, 915-444-1099, and we'll be right here. But for now, sending it back to you.
Awesome stuff there, Brianna. Thank you so much. And thank you, all of you who are watching the telethon and donating to help all of those animals and the Humane Society of El Paso. Well, earlier today, parents and leaders from the El Paso Independent School District came together to have a dialogue on the possibility of elementary schools in the district having 4 PE days a week instead of 5. According to Israel Irobali, the EPISD Board of Trustees president, elementary schools in EPISD will have the option of choosing a 5-day-a-week PE schedule, which they will start with, and their second option will be to decide amongst their community to move the schedule to 4 PE days a week with a fine arts day as the 5th to finish out the school week. Parents will have the option to opt their children out of that fine arts day if that's what their school chooses and continue with a PE day 5 days a week. Both parents and the district spoke about the conversations that were had earlier this morning.
What we heard this morning does verify some areas that we need to continue to clarify. I think we've established that PE is definitely still a priority.
With my child needs physical activity. My child's on the go like 24/7. I know for a fact he needs physical activity.
And EPISD begins their school year on Monday, August 7th.
We can expect lots of traffic in West El Paso this weekend. ABC7's Carrie Mannix joins us live with what you can expect over the next few days. Hey, Carrie.
Hey, Rosemary. Well, I'm off of Picacho Hills, overlooking the interstate on the west side. That's where you may have noticed crews hard at work over the past year. This all in preparation for a project to widen the I-10. I'm going to take a step to the side so you can see some of that construction responsible for a lot of the traffic in this area over the past year. Now, what you should be seeing on your screen now is a look at the area where the project will take place. It starts at 6 a.m. tomorrow and lasts through Tuesday morning. Because of this, I-10 west from Red Road to Vinton will be closed. This is a map of the detour you'll have to take starting tomorrow. All westbound traffic will exit at Red Road. From there, it will continue on North Desert Boulevard and re-enter at I-10 past Vinton. TxDOT spokesperson Jennifer Wright says officials will guide traffic onto new routes.
Police officers will be stationed at major intersections to help keep traffic flowing during this closure. When the interstate reopens on Tuesday morning, through traffic will be on the new driving surface from Red to just north of Trans Mountain.
And Wright says the direct connector ramp from Trans Mountain will reopen, but not for about another month. Now, tonight on ABC7 at 10, I'll bring you thoughts from people that live in this area that I've been talking to all day about the project. But for now, reporting live from the west side, I'm Carrie Mannix, ABC7.
All right, Carrie, thank you so much. From our New Mexico mobile newsroom, a body was once again recovered from the steps of Mount Cristo Rey. Sunland Park Fire Department crews worked into the night to bring the body down from the mountain. Here are pictures that the recovery that the department provided. The victim was a man in his 30s. Fire officials says the call came around 8 o'clock last night as a medical emergency, but later turned into a complex body recovery. Last weekend, another body was also recovered from Mount Cristo Rey.
And on the border, a hearing date is now set to determine if these floating barriers Texas set up on the Rio Grande is legal. A federal judge set August 22nd for the hearing. The Justice Department is asking for a preliminary injunction and wants the barriers removed in Eagle Pass, a city that borders Mexico. Governor Greg Abbott says the barriers are part of the state's efforts to curb migration from the southern border. DOJ says Texas deployed the barriers without authorization and workers should remove them. Well, still ahead, starting next week, major changes are coming for Sun Metro.
A look at those upcoming changes that are being implemented and the new routes that will be available to you.
And El Pasoans taking advantage of shopping local. A look at today's downtown art and farmers market. And then Storm Track weather, we're still under that ABC7 first alert, Katie.
Man, it was a hot one today in El Paso. 109 was the new record set, beating the last record by 5 degrees. You want to stay tuned, though, because I have my weather playlist coming up.
This is ABC7 at 6 weekend,
where news comes first.
Welcome back to ABC 7 at 6 Weekend. I'm Sam Harris-Simowitz.
And I'm Rosemary Montañez. A new route has been added to Sun Metro services, but some route changes are coming as well. The new Route 58 at Montana and Turner will add services to William Beaumont Army Medical Center, but there will also be some route changes. The affected routes are Route 22 at Delta via 2nd Ward, which changes the boarding location at the Downtown Transit Center. Route 76 at Montwood Express, which is now deactivated, and Route 90. Park and Ride West Side to East Side Express, which is a minor route change. No bus stops will be impacted. Sun Metro says the service modifications focus on streamlining routes and schedules to better serve the community. The changes will come next Sunday, August 13th.
This morning, El Pasoans gathered for the Downtown Art and Farmers Market. Some were seen strolling around Union Plaza, enjoying drinks and checking out different local venues, all shopping local. The market offers original arts and crafts, food vendors, regionally grown products, and live entertainment from our local artists. Today's market also featured an ice cream workshop and even a water balloon fight, which you need in this heat. If you missed it today, the Farmers Market returns next Saturday at the Arts Festival Plaza.
We have a water balloon fight?
I would love it.
I know.
Well, speaking of those heat, the first alert remains for those dangerously hot temperatures, record-setting temperatures.
But what about those rain chances? We'll complete a storm track weather forecast coming up next.
Yeah.
So we And welcome back to ABC 7 at 6 Weekend. We want to give you a live look from our Charlotte Gate Attorney's mountain camera.
It is a scorching hot weekend across the borderland. It was saying in the corner it's 104 right now, but Katie, you said we broke a record today, and there might be more records broken on the horizon.
I was going to say there's a few clouds in that live shot. Take a look. Maybe there's some chances of rain, Katie. I hope so.
You're so positive, Rosemary.
I know. You have to be in the heat. You have to be.
Well, you're not wrong, Rosemary. We actually have a couple storms across El Paso County, even one in Doña Ana County, and some in Otero County as well. But I could tell you they are quite weak, not releasing heavy downpours, and they're sure to be lasting only about an hour or so. Those storms around El Paso County, but also some across southern Otero County as well. Once again, they're not going to last much longer. But for the next several days, we are going to be setting new records, at least for the next 3 days. These are my forecast highs, 109. That's what I've upgraded the high to for tomorrow, so definitely going to beat the record. And on Monday, 107, Tuesday, 104, but it does look like by the middle of next week, we should finally experience low 100s. But this week, I'm really excited for my weather playlist. This is one of my new favorite songs, Heaven's on Fire by Kiss. I never heard this song for some reason for most of my life, and then I heard it just about a week ago and I loved it, but I chose this one because the temperatures are just way too hot across the borderland. The second song I chose is Sunset Grill by Don Henley, that one because we'll probably have some nice sunsets over the next several days when we have those big beautiful clouds. Makes for a colorful sky. And then Lightning Strikes by Ozzy Osbourne, chose that one because we are hoping for better rain chances by next week. For the next several hours, you'll definitely want to cool down and relax, whether that's inside or outside. Look at how hot it's going to be by 7 o'clock. Still 99 degrees, keeping very low chances of rain. But I gotta say, maybe there should be a 10% chance of rain for the next 2 hours. So I'll make that adjustment on the forecast. But not really expecting anyone to see any rain anyways for tomorrow. Going to be the hottest day of the week, 109 as your forecast high in El Paso, with 107 in Las Cruces, 106 in Deming, 103 in Alamogordo. Quite terrible across the borderland. Definitely something we don't want to be experiencing. Do's and don'ts of extreme heat is you don't want to go outside midday. Really just try and avoid it as best as you can. Don't forget your sunscreen if you do have to go outside. And then please don't forget to hydrate either. That's one of the most important things to do. And don't ignore the symptoms that you are feeling. A lot of those symptoms like sweating, feeling clammy, headaches, or cramps, that could mean you're experiencing heat exhaustion and you need to take care of your body. Rain chances. We are actually going to see low rain chances for the next 7 days. Now, 10 to 20%, that's really nothing to get too excited about, but that at least means we could see a couple mountain storms every day, and then some of those could move into the lowlands. So maybe you'll get a storm once this week, or maybe you won't get any. You just have to cross your fingers for that. Your 7-day forecast sponsored by Mattress Firm looks like this. We're only keeping the first alert through Tuesday because that's when we're going to be experiencing the most extreme heat. After that, we'll finally return to the low 100s and keep that chance of rain in there.
Well, the locals are kind of enduring what I would call a storm right now, and probably one of the worst things that you could ever endure.
It's not a hot streak, though.
It's definitely not a hot streak. It's the opposite of a hot streak. And let me just tell you, things are getting a lot colder out there. I just witnessed one of the weirdest and worst sequences of things that could ever happen to a team, and you're about to see it on the other side. Stay with us.
Is it like a generic one, though? Like,
Huh?
I only see one. I only have a locomotives graphic of Pac-12.
Yeah, Sam's putting the other one in now. I forgot to put it in. You find it?
College sports in disarray, or is it?
Yeah, that one.
we need to dig ourselves out of this, and we need to get maybe at certain times when you're in this situation, maybe you need some luck, you know. But we need to compete well against a pretty good Miami side.
One game and one win changes everything, so that has to be the mentality. Not to go back to basics and just get a win no matter what, and that would change everything.
Yeah, El Paso Locomotive FC in desperate need of a win because after 7 games in a row winless, Los Locos' season has well and truly come to a halt. Could a first ever game against Miami be the thing to ignite the engine again? Game started at 5 p.m. and there was certainly one team that turned up to play, and let me tell you, it was not the Locos. 13th minute in Miami, after several chances, slot one off the chip boot of Joaquin Rivas. Locos looking disjointed all over the pitch. They bring on Yuma for his first minutes since May, and within minutes of him being back, he's called for a foul inside the box. Brian Clareheart gets shown yellow for his issue with it. That was his second yellow of the game, so he's sent from the match, and yeah, he certainly ain't happy about it. But to make matters worse, Rivas clutch in front of goal for the PK. That's a brace for him. Los Locos in a world of hurt right now as they stare down the barrel of 8 games in a row winless. Score at the half was Locos down 2-0. We'll have highlights at 10, and believe it or not, the Locos aren't the most hectic thing in disarray right now. That's because the college sports landscape is. In case you missed it, the Pac-12, a conference dating back to 1959, looks all but abolished. That's because at this stage, come 2024, just 4 teams will remain: Oregon State, Washington State, Stanford, and Cal. That comes after yesterday, Arizona, ASU, and Utah were accepted into the Big 12, joining Colorado, and Washington and Oregon joining the Big 10, following in the footsteps of UCLA and USC. So what does that mean for the future of the Pac-12 and these 4 teams? Well, they might all leave and join other conferences, which would see the Pac-12's demise. There's also the off chance they could find enough members to join and rebuild the Pac-12, or that they merge with another conference like the MAC or Mountain West. If the Pac-12 ceases to exist, that puts a spanner in the works for the Sun Bowl 2, who have had a team from the Pac-12 play in every game since 1995. The Sun Bowl is contracted with the ACC and the Pac-12 through 2025, but with no Pac-12, that changes things.
Obviously, we'll start looking at other conferences such as the Big 10, the Big 12. I think the SEC is full right now. But both of these conferences are getting new teams. I would imagine they're going to need new bowls as well. So, we're doing our homework, diligently doing our homework, and I think we'll land on our feet. And I think with our tradition, with our history, and everything we've done, I don't think we'll have a problem landing a team here from another Power 5 conference.
No matter what ends up happening with the Pac-12, we do know we will see a Pac-12 team take the field this year in the 90th Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl. And who knows, maybe, just maybe, it will be the last time we see a Pac-12 team grace the Sun Bowl. Well, pretty soon we'll see high school football teams grace the turf on Friday nights under the bright lights. In the lead up to kickoff, we're featuring a lot of the teams. Today, it's the Riverside Rangers. The lads from the Lower Valley returned 7 guys on both sides of the ball, including the entire offensive line from a team that went 9-2 last season and were upset by Big Spring in the first round of the playoffs. But that loss has driven the senior-led group in the offseason, and they know even without Division I player Angel Speedy Munoz at quarterback, they will once again be the team to beat in 4A here in El Paso.
Definitely some pressure 100%, but that's what's going to take you all the way, that pressure proving everyone wrong. But yeah, definitely some big shoes, but we gonna keep it going for that. We're gonna keep the fire going.
We feed off of a lot of our O-line. We're gonna run the ball a lot this year. We really are. Offensively, we'll still be as explosive we have been in the past, no doubt.
We need to go undefeated. I mean, it's not a big thing for us not to win, but it's to go undefeated, because that's been our challenge this past years. Is we've lost 1 game, and we want to go 10-0 this year.
The Rangers are ranked number 24 in Class 4A Division I by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Guide, and they begin their quest for an undefeated season on Friday, August 25th at East Letta. We, of course, will have all the highlights on the Borderland Blitz that night. That right there, you look at sports, and Katie, I know the look at weather. I could tell you it. Just hot. That's what we've got in store, right?
I know. I was actually able to hit the pool today, but the concrete around the pool was just burning on fire. I had to run to get on the diving board. But maybe you're going to be getting ready to go out tonight. If you are, make sure you dress accordingly. It'll still be hot over the next several hours. Don't expect much rain, but we'll hope that we'll see more rain in the coming days.
I want some pool action too.
I know.
Yeah. I don't
You
have
guys
one
don't
at
have a
my
pool?
apartment.
Sound very
no.
excited.
Well, I'm just going to say, if you're going to stay indoors, you might as well stick with ABC7 so you can catch the rest of the Humane
That's
Society
true.
Telethon, which is right after this, all the way through 11 p.m.
Yes, go give some money, help this shelter out. Go help the
Team
dogs
dogs.
and cats.
I mean, if you
Team
like
dog.
pets, I don't know.
Well, I had to be Team Cat. Me and Rachel did the 2 promo, and
Okay.
I was Team Cat, so I'm sticking with that because we
No.
got to have Team Cat representation now.
I'm Team Dog all the way. I have 4 dogs at home, so Team
That
Dog
is
all the
so
way.
many.
Yeah, I know, a little too much. Well, thank you so much for watching. Of course, the Humane Society Telethon is next, and we'll be back at 10 o'clock. Have a great day.
Welcomes you back to the 30th annual Happiness Happens Here Telethon. This telethon brings you 7 hours of live and local production that the Humane Society of El Paso hopes will move, entertain, and inspire you. The Humane Society needs your help in providing support for thousands of homeless dogs and cats in the El Paso area. You have the power to create happiness in the lives of homeless animals by making a pledge now. This hour is sponsored by Fred Loya Insurance, Jersey Mike's, Gin Path Services, EFO Media, and Weststar Bank, with volunteers from Jersey Mike's and Fred Loya at the Fred Loya Phone Bank. Now let's go live to the Humane Society of El Paso.
Thank you very much, Avery. Yeah, it's so important to call the number 915-444-1099, or you can text dog or cat to 915-615-2720. I'm Michael Courier, and we have Sarah Correa here with who's your guest that you're holding?
This is Jack. Obviously a cat, so I'm for Team Cat today. Me and Michael, Team Cat. Brianna's over there by herself, Team Dog.
I'm by myself, but I am not all alone. This is Espresso. He has a brother and sister. The sister's name is Mocha.
Oh.
So, we're Starbucks at. Oh my goodness.
And
but
the
he's
donations,
been such a cutie.
the donations keep coming through. We can see Team Cat has a minimal lead at 12,398. Team Dog at 12,155. So it is very, very close. It's very important for all these team
And those
cats.
numbers, as you can see, they're still going higher. They're still getting more. That team dog is really just starting to pick up, and we really wanted to just pass the team cat, guys, because right now I'm all by myself. If you don't feel bad for me, then I don't know what else I can say.
You have Avery.
And I have Espresso who keeps licking me, but he's so cute, guys. And it's just like, thank you so much for all of the donations that we've received so far. We do want to thank the sponsors that have helped us out today. That is West Star Bank, that is Jersey Mike's, and we're just very thankful for everybody that has, been able to help. Of course, the viewers. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for donating and continuing to call the phone bank to sponsor some of these little animals that need your help today.
Yeah, we want to thank all of those who are taking calls at the phone bank currently right now, taking all those calls for all these donations. It stays right here in El Paso for the Humane Society, for all the medical care that they need, and food and toys, all the important things for cats and dogs. So just make sure you call 915-444-1099. You see the number on your screen. You can text dog or cat to 915-615-2720. And Team Cat all the way, right, Sarah?
Yeah, Team Cat all the way. I think the Humane Society, though, we're really going for all animals at the Humane Society. The goal today is to raise $150,000. Of course, you see it just a couple hours in, and we're at about $30,000. So doing very good here. Of course, the night's not over yet. We all need to pick up our phones, maybe have some challenges. I challenge all cat lovers to make a donation. Any challenges, Michael?
All cats.
I challenge all of the dog owners that own poodles to go, because my dog is a poodle, and she's going to be very jealous when I get home in a little while here. But
hopefully she's not watching.
Hopefully she's not watching, but hopefully the ones that are donating and helping us out here just a little bit. But we do want to go ahead and send things over to Anton's adoption story. Just go ahead and take a look at this.
We have a great routine. So in the mornings, I'm the one that takes care of them usually, takes them outside, waters them, feeds them, and then before it gets too hot, we put the harnesses on, get ready, and go running together. They know exactly when I put my shorts on or my running shoes on. They know it's business time, so they get really excited. They get to the door and kind of pump at me like that with their paws, and then we get ready, we'll go running, and then come back and get them the water, and they make a mess outside, and we'll bring them in, and by then it's kind of nice because they run, they've used up all the energy, and then they're done for the day. You don't really need to do much with them other than let them rest. With Poppy, I was looking at the website for the different dogs that the Humane Society has, and I've always been obsessed with whippets, and I saw there was one dog that was half a whippet, and I went to have a look on my lunch break. And before I got to that dog, I came across Poppy's kennel, and she looked at me and she pretty much chose me. Unfortunately, at the time, I couldn't adopt her because she had a lump removed. She had surgery, so the vet had to clear her. So the vet hadn't cleared her for a whole month. So every day I would go and visit her, we'd bond, and then after a week, I realized I can't do that every day. So every second day I would be visiting her, and every other day I'd be calling. And a month went by. They realized that I really wanted her, but they didn't want me to do the paperwork until she was ready. I was at work with one of my colleagues, and the phone rang, and they said that she was ready. So I got into my car and I drove as quickly as I could, did the paperwork, and she's my best friend. Doing the right thing is always a good thing to do, giving a voice to animals that don't have a home. And what this Humane Society also does is prevent that circle of breeding. Every dog has to be neutered or spayed before they're adopted. Straight away they become a member of the house. They have a place, we have a place, we take care of them, they take care of us too. I'd say first of all go and visit, have a look. And see the kind of good things that the Humane Society does. Meet some of the residents, maybe adopt a dog or a cat yourself too.
Welcome back. We are wishing for people to donate, but we do want to show you some of the adoptions that we have at this moment. I am joined by Crystal and Jasmine here, who have Larry and Mo, and they're very active, as you can see, very active dogs right now, but they're just so adorable. And you were telling me that they came together.
Yeah, we actually got These two were sharing the same kennel at the pound and we brought them over. So Mo, right here, he's 4 years old. Larry is 2 years old, and they get along like two peas in a pod.
And how long have they been at the shelter for?
221 days. So they've been here quite a while. In fact, they're part of our enrichment foster program. So we do that to get the animals a little break from the shelter, just because it's so loud and it overwhelms their senses, just kind of like when we're walking through and we just want to cover our ears. It's nice for the dogs to get a break. So that's about 2 weeks to more if you're willing to have the dogs in your home for longer. Yeah. In fact, you can have them in your home together because they get along so well.
Oh my gosh. Well, it looks like Mo wanted to take the microphone from me just a little bit, but it's all right. What kind of family are they looking for, both of these dogs? I know they're a little bit older, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, so probably with older children, some teenagers that could probably walk them would be nice. The only thing you have to worry about is being able to respect their boundaries with dogs. As you see, his ears get a little bit low. That can sometimes mean they're uncomfortable depending on the rest of their body language. You can always come in and we have little pamphlets that'll help you learn more about dogs' body language.
Yeah, and so why is it important? I know we always want to go ahead and donate these dogs. I mean, not donate, adopt these dogs. How important is it? Do you want them to stay together, or are they okay separated? What do you guys think?
So these are not a bonded pair. They get along wonderful, but when they're separated, they still eat. Now, a bonded pair, we do require that they go home together. We actually have a couple of Chihuahuas that are a bonded pair, and the issue what happens is when you separate those, one of them will stop eating, and it's detrimental to their mental health. So in this case, that's not the case. Mo and Larry, they do fine without each other, but they just like each other, and they're so much alike that they just deserve to be together.
They're just best buddies.
They are. They really are.
And what are their favorite things to do? I see a bunch of toys here. Do they love toys?
Believe it or not, Larry here loves toys more. Although Mo is showing a lot more interest today, it's usually Larry. He loves to carry around his little toys with him.
Oh my goodness. So they're very active, but they're very playful. Do they like cuddles? That's a big one.
Yes. So they both really enjoy hugs. And as you saw earlier, thank you. As you saw earlier, they also will give you kisses, but they're pretty gentle about it. They're not overwhelming.
Yeah. No, and they're very beautiful, beautiful dogs. And there's so many more just like them here at the El Paso Humane Society of El Paso. So if you don't have a chance to donate, think about adoption, just because, these dogs need a home. They need their forever home. And, we always would like to, give them a little bit of, give them their family. But we do want to send things over now to Avery at the Fred Loya phone
between
bank.
you, and then just try to keep your faces towards the camera. And if you look at me, well, we're here at the Fred Loya phone bank right here with some of our call takers. The phone lines have been ringing off the hook today. We want more of those calls, though. We need more of those calls because every dollar you give helps out those animals, those cats and dogs that you've seen, and the wonderful programs that you've seen throughout the day today on the 30th Annual Telethon. I'm here with two of our call takers. Can I have you guys introduce yourselves?
Yes, my name is Brian Garcia.
And I'm Lyra Gonzalez.
Well, thank you so much. And you guys, you're both from the same company. Can you tell me a little bit about why you guys are here and volunteering tonight?
So we're here with Jersey Mike's, and Jersey Mike's is all about giving. That's really what the company is about, as a whole. So, we're just here to give and hope you guys are willing to do the same.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we're just here to not only support the people of El Paso, but we're also here to support the animals of El Paso, and that's why we're here taking calls today, and we hope you call and donate too.
Fantastic. And you guys are wearing Humane Society shirts. I love it. Can I ask you guys, though, this is very important, are you guys team dog or team cat? Because right now, the last time I checked, the numbers were very, very close. So first off, are you team dog and team cat, and which one do you want to win?
Me personally, I'm team dog, and I want team dog to win.
Fair.
I'm definitely team dog. I have a beautiful German Shepherd, so
oh my gosh,
she's my baby, so definitely team dog.
Fantastic. Can I ask, how did the dog come into your life? Have you always had dogs at home or that sort of thing?
Always. Since I was little, I've always had dogs. I've had a couple dogs from the shelter and a couple dogs that I found on the street and then taken in, so I love all my dogs.
Oh, phenomenal. Well, thank you so much for coming out to support this. And then can I ask you guys, we've been talking. Have you guys fielded any calls, and have they been for team dog or team cat?
Oh, I've gotten some calls, and all of them are team dog. So.
And there's a number going off again. I'll be interested to see which one that is. How about you, man?
I've gotten a couple, and they've all been team dog, if I'm being honest.
You know what's so funny is I've heard that from several people today, and I've also heard both, where people can't choose between cat and dog. Can I ask you something else? Just a little bit about, do you guys often do this kind of stuff with Jersey Mike's? I mean, going out and volunteering in the community?
Yes, Jersey Mike's, we have done this in the past. We did do a Special Olympics event at Bel Air High School, I think last year.
Fantastic. And for you, is volunteering, and obviously you're helping out animals in need. Is it good to help out the community?
Oh, yes, 100%. And at Jersey Mike's, we always have a month of giving, which is once a month, the month of March, and we support various places in El Paso. So we love giving, and we love supporting El Paso.
Well, fantastic. Well, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you being willing to talk with me a little bit. You heard the phone lines ringing. We want those phone lines to keep on going because it's just what these guys are here for. They're here to help, and that's what we want to do. It's the 30th annual telethon. KVIA, very proud to be a part of it. Please, folks, that number's right there on the screen. Keep calling. Please, please, please.
And we are back at the board. We can see more donations are coming through. We can see Team Cat at 12,841. Team Dog is at 13,099. So we need Team Cat. We need more votes and donations for Team Cat. And let's take a look now at a cat package where we can see really all the furry friends.
Welcome back to the Meow House here at the Humane Society of El Paso. And if you like tortoise cats, this one's for you. Say hello to Ponderosa. Tell us about Ponderosa here. Pondy's been curious about our camera.
Yes, she has. She's a 3-year-old domestic short-haired tortoiseshell. She's really playful, curious, likes her head scratches, likes to play with the wand toy, and does tolerate being picked up.
And Ponderosa is looking for her forever home. Come on by the Humane Society of El Paso and check out Ponderosa and all the cats here at the Meow House. Back to you.
Plenty of time.
And we are here with Sahara. She is my new one today. Guys, I don't think this is work anymore. At this point, I'm playing with too many puppies, and I kind of want to take them all home with me. But of course, maybe not all of them I can come home to me today. But I mean, keep donating because these little ones, they need your help.
And maybe some of the furry friends you see today can go home with you. All the animals we showcase here today are up for adoption. So if you maybe can't donate and maybe want to adopt, that's the perfect time to do so. We have Sahara up for adoption as well as Olaf. Olaf's my little friend.
Olaf has been by your side.
He's like part of the team now.
Sarah,
we should
I think it's time to take
is Olaf coming home with me? What about you, Michael?
I'll take Olaf.
Michael's
we do want to turn our attention here. As you can see, guys, Team Dog up on the lead. I don't know. I think it's been a kind of a game
it's
that
been
we've
a back
been
and
playing,
forth.
right?
Team Dog, they're getting quite the lead now. And you can see all those pictures down there. If you donate $50, you can have your furry friend up there on the screen as well.
And we've been seeing some crazy photos, some beautiful photos of these dogs. Michael was just trying to make copy one of the dogs here himself. I saw him smiling. But, as we've been saying, Team Dog on the lead. It's going to continue to go that way, guys.
No,
I don't think
Team
you're
Cat
coming that close.
Come right back. We need those donations for Team Cat. Yeah. I mean, look at Olaf. Show Olaf off. Look at him.
I might be here alone. Well, not really. Avery's, at the phone bank, but I might be here alone. But I'm still confident that we're going to get this number to where it needs to be. We want it at 17 before 7 o'clock, guys. If we can make that happen, please do. That would be awesome. Yeah. 17 and my side. I don't know.
Yeah, 17
Cat. All right,
it's definitely a little bit of a tug of war today. Team Cat's been in the lead, Team Dog's been in the lead, but definitely
it changes very quick.
It does.
Sometimes you think, they have such a big lead, but then you come right back and then you retake that lead. And if you have a pet that you have recently lost, we will have a memorial for them. We had one take place at 5. There will be another at 7 and at 9 tonight. If you donate $25 for that, you can see your furry friend on screen as you have recently lost them.
If you make a donation also of $100, you can also name a resident. So maybe you can't take one home, but maybe you can name one, like one of these little guys
Olaf.
here. Yeah, you name Olaf. Maybe do you have a name? Maybe you would like to name a cat or a dog?
I mean, I'll just go with my name.
Michael. What
and
about
then I'll
you?
take him home.
You know why, Michael? Because your name is not going to be on the Field of Dreams. Maybe that's why the one that wins, the dog or cat here, that the vote will be, their name will be on the Field of Dreams here. So right now, Avery and I looks pretty good on that sign. I don't know, guys. It might stay that way. You might want to start getting that sign ready, whoever's making those signs, because we're looking pretty good right now.
I still believe.
Yeah, I think me and
Olaf's
Michael.
going to bring us back again. Every single time we bring Olaf out, we see more and more donations make their way for Team
That's because you haven't seen Sahara here.
Sahara is the new edition that came out. I'm a little worried.
I would be too, but I'm worried for my arm. She's a little heavy.
That's a little rude.
No, not at all.
Team dog.
She's a growing pup. She's beautiful. Look at her.
Eyes.
Look at those eyes. How can you guys say no to those donations? We need your donations. Tell them.
Yes,
Michael has the luck with the cats. They've been talking on the microphone pretty often.
Checkers is very talkative. For Checkers, donate. You can call 915-444-1099. You see it right there on your screen, or you can text dog or cat to 915-615-2720. Super important, as all the donations, they stay right here in El Paso at the Humane Society for all the medical expenses and the food that all of these animals need, both cat and dogs.
And dog.
Yeah,
of
that's
course.
right.
And we also want to turn your attention to getting following us on social media. We have the Humane Society of El Paso on Facebook. If you can go ahead and follow us there, we'd love to have you guys follow us.
And then we can see more pictures coming through. Really some great pictures, even some with duos. You can see Richard just donated for Team Dog.
All right.
I like this one right here where you can see the cat in
I like this
in
one.
the bag.
Look at that one with the tongue out. It's
yeah.
beautiful. But we do want to, I love dogs, and I'm going to continue to love dogs, but it's time to see a little bit of the cats that they have here at the Humane Society of El Paso.
Team Cat.
Welcome to the Meow House here at the Humane Society of El Paso. I'm Mark Ross from ABC7. This is Braylon from the Humane Society. Braylon, who do you have there?
This is Berry Paw, and you have Fringe Whiskers. They are 8-week-old domestic short-hair kittens. They're siblings. You typically find them cuddling together in their kennel, sleeping a lot, very playful, likes to climb, and purr instantly when you pick them up.
Oh, yeah, they're both definite motorboats here. So.
Yes, they are. They don't really stop unless they're cuddling to sleep.
Do you want to cuddle with your sibling? Do you want to cuddle? Well, I'll let you do that in just a second here. We want to show you off to all the nice folks on TV there. Now,
and there was a big jump.
Both of these little folks are ready to go home with you to make your forever home their forever home. So come to the Humane Society of El Paso and check them out, would you? Fringe Whiskers
and Berry Paw.
Back to you.
Well, welcome back. I'm here with Deb Benedict, the Executive Director of the Humane Society of El Paso. You know, we're talking off camera. She told me she's Team Dog. I'm Team Cat, though, but she did say there's some excellent cats here.
Very cute cats here. Very cute.
Yeah, definitely. We love them all here. So regardless of who you favor, you can send in your donations. But Deb's here for a very special reason. We want to talk to her about the animal care here at the Humane Society of El Paso.
Well, you know, Sarah, every day we have about 200 animals that we're caring for until they find their forever homes. And it takes a lot of great working together to make that happen. We have a team that comes in first thing in the morning to clean out 200 individual kennels and cages for our dogs and for our cats. And that ensures that all of our animals are healthy and in a good place to live. We also have a fabulous group of animal care associates, and these folks help people match up with the right dog or cat. You know, not every dog is a good match, even though they're super cute. And every so often, it's really helpful to have someone talk it through with you to say, so where do you work? High energy, low energy, what's a good match? And so when you finally get to meet your dog or your cat, it's a good thing for you and it's a good thing for the animal. So we have people cleaning, we have people doing matchmaking, then we have a wonderful crew that helps our animals get socialized. You know, not everyone is just immediately set for living here. So we have a great cadre of people who take them for walks, get them used to being around other animals, as well as being around other humans. We have a fabulous medical team. You've met Sam earlier, and they work with kittens all the way up through adult animals, and that's really a huge effort on everyone's part. Healthcare is important to a prospective adoptive family. They want to make sure when that animal comes home that they're healthy and they're going to fit right into their family. And so it really depends on Sam and her team to watch them and nurture them through any illnesses or recovery from surgeries. And I know one of the most important things that we do, and we've talked about it before, is all of our animals who leave here have either been spayed or neutered before they go home. And that's to ensure that we help our community with making sure we don't contribute to animal homelessness or overpopulation. And all of our animals also have their vaccines. And that helps their health of our community. All of that takes a lot of working together. So the Humane Society works in a variety of different ways, including our front desk. For a lot of people, when they walk in, they see our front desk team and they go, oh, the folks who say hi, like the greeters, right? But actually, they answer up to 60,000 calls a year from people calling in needing information. They need information on what to do in the event that their animal's sick and they can't care for it. They call in asking where they can find low-cost medical care. What to do if they have a problem animal. So this team up here is super important.
Yeah, no, definitely a lot of important people behind the scenes as well. So for you at home, you know, Humane Society helps the community. Let's help them. Let's give that in return. Everything donated stays right here in the city. And of course, we are trying to, as you mentioned, slow down the risk of overcrowding, overpopulation, and those animals that end up homeless on the streets. And you do so by
making sure we don't contribute from the beginning. We make sure that they're all spayed, they're neutered, and they have their vaccines. So the families can go home and go, this is a good match.
That's right. And so anyone who is adopted from here today will get that same type of care. So I want to show you now a little bit more about what they do here when they spay and neuter those animals.
So the biggest important to spay and neuter your animal is the long-term effect that could happen as they get older. They're more prone to reproductive tumors and cancer is the biggest reason. It's also population control, especially with the cats. For spaying and neutering your animal, it more depends on the age, the health of the animal, and then your own private vet. Here at the Humane Society, we do as early as 8 weeks old. But we have a weight limit. It depends on the breed for puppies because in order to get a 4-pound Chihuahua, you're going to wait until they're about probably 6 months. So it is very important to vaccinate your animals to help prevent known diseases and viruses. Again, like with us, it is not completely 100%, but the more regular you get them vaccinated, the earlier you're able to start when they're kittens or puppies. The better chance they have of building that immunity as they become adults. The more you keep on track with it and keep on schedule with the vaccines, the better as well. Most of the time, a fully vaccinated puppy or kitten is going to be about 16 weeks when they're fully vaccinated. With puppies, because they're not always fully vaccinated, especially coming from a shelter environment as well, it's very important to socialize them, but socialize them in your home. Because the more you expose them being not fully vaccinated to the outside world, like going to pet stores or going to other stores or just going on a walk on the sidewalk or going to dog parks, yes, it's fun. You want to get them out. You want to socialize them that way. But you run more of a risk of them catching the viruses that we're trying to help prevent with the vaccines. Parvovirus is a big virus that it attacks puppies very quickly here in El Paso, and it's a very quick onset for the symptoms and the progression of the virus. Yes, we also recommend not going out to your backyard just yet until they've had all their fully vaccines. Just more because also it's the same as walking on the sidewalk because all of the contagions on the sidewalk are also in the air on your backyard.
Hi, we're back here at the phone bank, and we've had a lot of calls. We need more calls to come in. That number's at the bottom of the screen. Please call in. Those dollars really help support the organization. And to show you a little bit of what those dollars do and talk a little bit about the organization going on today to put the telethon on, I'm here with Robert. And Robert, can you tell me a little bit about yourself and what you do with the Humane Society?
Absolutely. My name is Robert Shammy. I'm the Director of Finance and Administration for the Humane Society. I have been with the agency for 2.5 years, and I'm basically the one responsible to make sure all of your money is spent properly.
Fantastic. Important on a day like today where people are calling in and each dollar is going towards all sorts of support. Can you talk to me a little bit about what those supports are?
Sure. It all starts with the intaking. When the animal is brought into us, surrendered to us, they go through a medical check to make sure everything is good. If they require any medical care, we take care of that. And then we go into the kennel care and the feeding and the adoptions and everything that goes along with taking care of these animals. Our biggest goal is to make sure these animals have a good, loving experience while they're with us so they can go to the forever homes.
Fantastic. And then can you tell me a little bit, obviously everybody's seen the phone banks, they've seen a little bit of what you guys do at the actual facility, but there's a whole wing of people that are working right now to make sure these calls and dollars are headed the right way. Can you tell me a little bit of what goes on behind the scenes?
Absolutely. In the next room here, we have a whole bunch of folks who come and they take this information that our phone bank gets and they call to make sure that it's a legitimate pledge, and then from there we process the credit cards and then we go from there.
Fantastic. Just wanted to say thank you to those folks. Thanks to everybody at the phone banks. Please keep calling. We need those dollars. Robert, thank you so much.
Thank you, Avery. Thank you, KVIA.
And we're going to send it over to my buddy Michael.
Thank you very much, Avery. Well, just in a matter of seconds, we saw Team Dog has taken back the lead once again at 14,477. Team Cat at 14,265. But the good news is there is a lot of time left to get those donations where you can call 915-444-1099 or text Dog or Cat at 915-615-2720.
And I just saw my mom actually give a donation, so no.
Was it to Team Cat or Team Dog?
Team Dog.
Oh, that's why I went up.
She's on my team. Guys, come on now.
Oh,
but
there we go, another one. They keep coming in. It's getting very close, very
as
very
you
close.
guys can see, we're very happy to have spent a couple of our afternoon with you guys, and unfortunately, we will have to be leaving, but the fun is not over. We will have Isabella Martinez will be coming in on Team Dog, so my team will be doing good, but I know you guys also have...
We have Stephanie Valle and Iris over here taking over for Team Cat. So those Team Cats are going to come on in. It's not over yet, as Brianna mentioned. You know, all day we've been pushing for donations. That's very important. The Humane Society wants to raise $150,000 for cats or dogs, of course. We're biased for Team Cat, but any donation matters and is very helpful. The Humane Society services over 4,000 animals per year, so very helpful donations.
And we do want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors. We do want to thank Jersey Mike's. We do want to thank Westar Bank. We do want to thank the Canes as well. Thank you guys so much for helping us today in the Humane Society of El Paso Telethon. And we do right now want to bring up the total that we have at this time before we go ahead and head out here. 28,000. Can you believe that? I think we can get it up to 30, guys. We got it. Instead of 15, I think we can get it up to 30.
They keep coming through. It's definitely working. And then also, there's still a lot of fun to be had. We're going to see how to make your own dog toys and also how to teach your dog how to spin.
Well, you know, my dog doesn't know how to spin, so I might have to go and give her a go.
So then maybe, hopefully, the dog is watching then at home.
Hopefully she's watching, but hopefully she doesn't get too jealous. But we want to thank you guys so much for watching. And of course, 915-444-1099. That's the number to call to go ahead and donate. Thank you guys so much for your time. And of course, one last time, the number?
That is 915-444-1099. You can call that or text Dog or Cat at 915-615-2720. Come on, Team Cat.
Team Cat all the way. It's not over yet, everyone.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
The savings keep adding up for Fred Loya customers in Texas. In recent months, people who switched from Geico, Allstate, and Progressive to Fred Loya Insurance saved over $1,700 a year. State Farm customers saved over $1,300 a year. Include the savings of Fred Loya customers from multiple states, and that's a combined savings of over $1.1 million a year. Start paying less for your car insurance. Call or visit fredloya.com. If you don't call, you don't save.
Canes, we're huge football fans, but we're also fans of your local fundraisers and fun runs, small victories and big ideas. And yes, even the neighborhood animal shelter. I was getting to that. Plus over 30,000 other partners in the communities we serve. When you order our hand-battered chicken fingers, craveable cane sauce, and jugs of freshly made tea and lemonade to cheer on your home team, you're also supporting your hometown. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, one love.
You're watching the Humane Society of El Paso's 30th annual Happiness Happens Here Telethon. You have the power to create happiness in the lives of homeless animals by making a pledge now. Tune in this hour to watch the resilient story of Lita, a bright and sassy dog who overcame illness and doubt, now living a full and loving life with her human Manny. Learn about the Humane Society of El Paso's program, meet adoptable dogs and cats, and more. This hour is sponsored by Fred Loya Insurance, Jersey Mike's, GenPath Services, EFO Media, Westar Bank, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers with volunteers from Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers at the Fred Loya Phone Bank. Now let's join our hosts.
Hi everyone, I'm Stephanie Valle. I'm here at the Humane Society for our annual telethon, and I'm joined. Go ahead, let's all introduce ourselves.
Hi everybody, I'm Isabela Martinez and I am taking over that team dog. Brianna did a great job, this whole time, getting us up there, and I think we're taking the lead, but now I'm here and we're going to do even better because I'm ready for this. And we have Edie that is also joining us today.
Hi, yes, Edie Garcia Barrod here. We're really excited. They did a great job. The night's not over. We highly encourage each and every one of you to continue to donate. Thank you so much for donating. For those of you who also continue to share on your social medias, and encouraging people to donate.
That's right. So you are watching the 30th annual Humane Society Telethon. Happiness Happens Here. We really need you to donate. So please, we have the number at the bottom of your screen. It is 915-444-1099. You can make a donation over the phone if you're more comfortable talking to someone, but you can also scan the QR codes if you're Team Cat or Team Dog. All you have to do is text cat or dog to 915-615, and Jerry, you're covering the number there, 2720, and there you go. So that's what you want to text to get Team Cat or Team Dog. So this is a little friendly competition that we have going on that, like you mentioned, Brianna and Sarah and Michael were running this at the beginning of the telethon, trying to raise money. Is El Paso a cat city or is it a dog town? We're going to find that out tonight. You're obviously Team Dog. I'm Team Cat today. I love dogs. I had 2 dogs, but I love playing with the kitties. What about you?
Both of them, actually. But for tonight, I'm Team Cat. So that's one thing that we were able to see. We love the way that the community has gathered together and support this. Anything helps. You're not alone. If you only donate $5, just say, you're not by yourself. We're in a community. Maybe 100 people also donated $5. So that starts to add up throughout the night. And so that's a really nice thing to see how strong of a community we have here in our borderland.
Exactly. Our goal is to raise $150,000. Sounds like a lot of money, but as we've been seeing throughout the afternoon, all the money goes a long way to making sure that these dogs and cats are cared for at the shelter for however long they need to stay here. We're talking about blankets. We're talking about simple electricity to keep the building running. Yes, the vaccines. Sometimes they come in sick. Sometimes they need to be treated for things. Food. Anything that you can think of, they have to pay for it, and that's when we are asking you for help. And again, we want to thank our sponsors, Raising Cane's. We also have GenPath, Fred Loya, Jersey Mike's, EFO Media as well. So thank you for all of your sponsorship today.
Definitely. And we know that we have your viewers that are out there, that continue to support us and they are with us. And we see, your names popping up. We love seeing that. And we have, when you call in, you can make sure to say Team Dog or Team Cat. I mean, Team Dog. But, definitely make sure you make that known to see where our city stands and what team we are at. And we're also seeing that the votes keep coming up and, the pictures of all these little furry friends that we can have. And adoption is also an option that we can have today. And you can take some more initiative, you can donate, but you can also adopt and take a furry friend back home. You have that member, I have my dog back at home and he's in Miami and I'm sure he's watching today. He might get a little jealous throughout the night, but I know that he's supporting me because, these are his friends, his national friends that he has over here. And, he's there to support them as well. And for now, we're going to see how you can volunteer and you can also help and join in the Humane Society at summer camp.
Are you ready?
My favorite part was right now because like we had water fights and all that stuff, and we're gonna have like a pizza party. Okay. My favorite part of camp was tie-dye and water war. Looking at the dogs. Yeah, me too. I liked playing with all the dogs. My favorite part was playing with all the cats. My favorite part of summer camp was getting to see all the farm animals.
Three, 5, 7, back, to the front, down. Here we go. 5, 6. Good job.
I think we'll be okay. All right, we're gonna go on to the next one. Does anybody know what's in here? What about you? Yeah. It is a snake. Nate, why don't you tell them about the snake?
This one right now is is going to be the exact same size. They're actually going to be different. Just cut them.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us and for keeping up and staying with us here. And today we're at our pet parade, and joining me is Francis with Rudy, and we're here to get to know a little bit more of Rudy. He's been here for a while. He qualifies for the enrichment program they were mentioning. Yes. Can you give us a little bit of insight about that?
Yes, the foster enrichment program, meaning you can foster him for a couple weeks, let him get out of the shelter environment and everything, kind of decompress. So you can actually see his personality and everything. The shelter kind of hones in and kind of suppresses that personality just because of all the stimulus. So get him out, let him be a dog, and let him have fun.
Definitely. And what can people expect, from Rudy? What type of personality does he have? He's very friendly and he's learning a bunch of tricks.
Oh, he is. He's super goofy and he loves water. He is a water dog. He's very adventurous. He'd be good in an active home as well. So he loves all of that.
Definitely. And how old is Rudy?
He's about 6 years old, so he's a little older, but you can still teach an old dog new tricks.
Oh, definitely. I mean, right now I went and he responded and they got excited. He's learning. He's old, but he's ready to go and meet some new friends and family and be part of your home and maybe just try it out. And we also are joined by Braylon and Brisa, who I know is getting very excited and jealous. No worries, we're here. She loves that attention. Can you tell us a little bit more about Brisa, please?
Yeah, she's been here for just over a year, about a few weeks ago. She loves attention, as you see. She could get a belly rub all day long. Like, if you just rub her belly, she's in heaven. She is 2 years old. She is a pit bull terrier mix. She'd probably do best in the house as the only pet. She is a little territorial over her people and prefers it to be just her on the bed. She's a very good dog, loves playing, loves the pool, and is a huge fan of pup cups. She will tear them apart, yeah.
And so is she available for adoption now?
Yes, she's available for adoption and the Enrichment foster program. So you could also take her into your house for about 2 weeks or more if you want to keep her forever. She's great. So
She is great. I mean, just being with both of them this few times, I mean, I was here for a minute and they were both just very welcoming and just giving me that love that, you know, you need. Being with dogs just brings you that happiness. It gives you that kind of company that sometimes you didn't know you need, and you can test it out. You have that enrichment program and then you can see, oh, you know what? I love these dogs, and they become your best friends. I mean, I have my dog at home, and now I'm going to introduce him to these friends that he now has. And we remind you that the Pet Parade is sponsored by the PRSBB Architects, and we are going to toss now to the Field of Dreams, where the package will run.
I'm here at the Field of Dreams at the Humane Society of El Paso for the 30th annual telethon with KVIA ABC 7. We're hoping to raise $150,000. And this is where dogs interact and play, and how ironic would it be if it was named after Team Cat. That's what we're hoping for today. Team Cat, as whoever is on Team Cat, including myself, we will have our name listed here at the Field of Dreams. So it's very exciting, and it'd be very ironic. I don't know if the dogs would like it too much, but I'm sure the cats would really appreciate it. So get those that money donated so we can get the votes in for the cats.
And welcome back to the Meow House here at the Humane Society of El Paso. And the cat that's basically between me and Crystal, this is Fox. Fox is a handful, obviously. Crystal, tell us about Fox.
He is a 14-week-old domestic short-haired black tabby. Really loves pets, as you can see. Definitely likes to climb, loves the hugs. Definitely a big cuddle bug for sure.
He was actually swimming for us when Crystal was holding him just a second ago.
Yes.
I don't see. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, we're trying to breaststroke this time. So
there we go.
Anyway, if you would like to make Fox a part of your family, come on by the Humane Society of El Paso's Meow House and see Fox or any of the kitties that are waiting to be adopted into a forever home. Back to you.
Avery here at the Fred Loya Phone Bank. Thank you to Fred Loya for allowing us to be here and field these calls. But thank you so much to all of you who have donated. Please keep the phones ringing. We want to hear that. We want people to be busy. The number's right there on your screen. Please dial it. I'm here with my good friend, fellow reporter Liloba. Thank you so much for showing up. It's good to see you.
Pleasure, Avery. I'm so happy to be here tonight. So happy to be here tonight at the Humane Society Telethon. I'm going to be taking over from Avery. He's been here doing a tremendous job over the past few hours. And you know what? Usually I'm adverse to phones. Right now, I kind of want to hear them. So El Paso, let's do this. Let's do this for our animals. They need us. You know, the theme for this year's telethon is happiness happens here. And I have to tell you, it does feel pretty happy. Guys, can I get a woohoo? We happy to be here, woohoo! See, we have some incredibly happy volunteers who are waiting for your calls. So go ahead, make those pledges. The number is on your screen. Let's hear it for I'm Team Animals, but all the animals. I'm not going to tell you which one. I donate to all of them. But let's get those calls coming in. Let's do what we can to support El Paso's animals.
And let's take a look real quick. It looks like right now Team Dog is in the lead, followed by Team Cat, but there's still plenty of time to catch up. So I'll be interested to see Liloba. I'll be watching to see who wins. Thank you so much. I know you'll do a great job. It's so nice to see you.
Yeah, absolutely, Avery. You know, we're at 14,000 right now for Team Cats, about 15 for Team Dogs. You know, we have a really, really steep goal here, El Paso, 150,000. We have quite a ways to go, so let's get those pledges coming in. I'll send it back to the Humane Society for now.
So we're still here at the Humane Society of El Paso. One thing that's really great to remind y'all that the Humane Society of El Paso is a private nonprofit organization. They do not receive any funding from any state or government. So they rely on you, the viewers at home right now to donate. Thank you for each and every one of you who continue to donate. And just in case you feel like maybe you can't right now, the great thing is that we live in a time that we're all connected. Great thing with social media. So go ahead and reach out to your family members. They don't have to just be part of the borderline. It could be anywhere in the United States where they can go ahead and call or text. Just in case you're wondering, how do we get these dogs here or cats here, the photos? If you donate more than $50, you're able to go ahead and show off your animal here. Go ahead and text or call the 915-444 1099. That's for the calls. And for the text is 915-615-2720. As you can see here, we have Team Cat. It's a little bit behind. So if you're able to, go ahead and start donating. Even if you're a Team Dog, donate a little bit more just to keep it even so the cats can go ahead and move forward. Because what about some friendly competition right here? One thing that I love to hear is how the community has gathered together for a time of need, because every single cat and dog right here in this shelter is depending on you. These medical needs. One thing that we're trying to raise is $150,000, and we're getting pretty close as we continue throughout the day. And right now we're going to go ahead and just go over to the medical service stories.
The purpose of medical services for the Humane Society of El Paso is maintaining the health and well-being of the animals while they're in our care. If we didn't have any medical services on site, we wouldn't be able to spay neuter animals before they get adopted. We wouldn't be able to do any vaccinations. Animals will be going out potentially being sick or injured, because depending on how they came into the Humane Society being impounded, it is easily to get illness here or intestinal parasites because of the environment of the shelter. All staff is able to, they notice anybody illnesses so that we were able to catch things faster. Everybody keeps an eye on the animals with their daily routine as they're feeding, as they're letting them out to use the bathroom, or taking them on walks, and then they alert medical staff if anything alerting needs to be happen, like if a dog is limping or if they notice any fleas or ticks. And then from there, medical staff will assess the animal further so that we can fully prepare and get treatment started and have them checked by the vet. When animals are adopted from the Humane Society, they get a copy of their vaccination record. So they'll get a copy that they were either heartworm tested for dogs and what the result of that was, and any vaccines or boosters that we have a history of or that we gave personally here at the shelter. We do not provide any medical services to the public. We are only able to provide medical care for the animals that are in our possession, in our care. So when an animal comes in to be surrendered, they will go through our intake process. They need to go through a behavioral assessment. They also need to go, for dogs, they need to do a heartworm snap test. For cats, they also need to do the behavioral test, but they also get a feline leukemia and feline AIDS test. Unfortunately, at this time, we don't have the housing to house feline leukemia or feline AIDS cats. So those ones would be the ones that we would unfortunately need to deny at this time. They also, if we don't have any record of that they have any vaccines yet, we will give them all the appropriate vaccines for their age. They will get their dewormer, and then they would also get their heartworm preventative at that time, as well as a flea and tick preventative. Donations to the medical services, puppy pads, newspaper, blankets, stuff like that we need for in the rooms. Instead of buying that ourselves, we can allot that to better medication to be able to provide more care for the animal. If for any reason we need to deny an animal, whether it be for behavioral or for feline leukemia or feline AIDS, we do have a list of resources that we would provide at that time.
Hi, we're here with Rosanna. Rosanna has been a manager at PetSmart for more than 10 years. Rosanna, talk to us a little bit about what does PetSmart have?
Well, we're a locally owned and operated company since 1947. Our main goal is to provide the community with high-quality pet food and high-quality products locally made as well.
And so why are they important with the Humane Society of El Paso? What's the relationship?
We work with the Humane Society for years. This is actually one of our favorite events to work with, but we also donate a lot of dog food throughout the year. And we also provide a coupon booklet that people can use when they adopt a dog through the Humane Society or a cat that they can use in our stores.
So why have you felt the need to donate to the Humane Society of El Paso?
Well, they do so much for the community. Us at PetSmart are pets lovers as well, so we love the fact that they have feral programs that work with the community. We do it as well. We rent out our cat traps at our locations to facilitate for the people that want to help the community with that service. Also because they pretty much help the community control the population of strays. So.
You know, what I liked about this is that you were telling me that it's not your first time here at the Humane Society of El Paso helping them out with the telethon. Talk to us about your relationship in the past with the telethon.
In the past, I've done answering phones. It's really nice to see how the community comes together just to help this wonderful association that does so much for the community. I like hearing the stories that people tell us through the phone. Some are pretty sad, but it's nice to hear that the pets that they adopt end up having a very great life.
And one thing that we're all curious about, are you team cat or team dog?
I am team dog, but I love cats as well. But today, it's team dog.
One thing that we like about being here at the Humane Society of El Paso is that we have great sponsors that have been able to support us throughout the years. And we have Rosanna here that has continued to help out with the telethon. Rosanna, what is something that you like to see most during the telethon?
I like the puppies that they bring out most of the time. In the past, when they bring out the phones, they would bring out puppies and we can hold them while we were talking to people. So that was pretty nice to see all the doggies and then eventually see them in our stores because they got adopted. So that's pretty cool.
And one thing that we do like is that we see the longevity for 10 years working at PetSbarn. So what has kept you working there?
It's such a great work environment. We have a great owner that pretty much supports us as employees. And it's just, I like it that it's local. It helps the local economy. And honestly, that we have our own food that we make here in El Paso. It's just amazing.
What are the benefits when it comes to PetSbarns and the own food that they make?
Well, you get it fresh direct from factory. And we also have the ability of bringing our prices down, which right now it's really difficult for a lot of people to purchase food. So us having our own locally made food allows people to have great quality food for a lower budget.
And I know that we have a lot of non-monetary donations too. So go ahead and go to PetSbarn and continue to support that company. And also let's go with Stephanie and Isabella.
Thank you so much, Edie. So Isabella, you and I are finally happy and we're calm because we found our little furry friends here. This is Checkers, and we've been showing Checkers quite a bit during the Humane Society Telethon. She was with Mark, and you could hear her in all of the
She's a loud one.
Super loud. But the minute I got her, she was so quiet, didn't want to say anything, didn't even want to come in my arms, but now she's okay. And you have an adorable one.
Yes, this is Atacama, and she is one of the cutest little pups ever. She's so soft. I was just telling Stephanie, I'm like, wow, this is adorable. And she's just here licking me and giving me some kisses. It's amazing. And she was actually named after some deserts. So they were found in the desert. So her and her siblings were named after deserts around. So it's really cute name, Atacama. So you can take this pup home, and we encourage you. You can also donate to help keep Atacama and Checkers in place and check with all their vaccines, with all the medical care, with all the food.
Right.
Your donation means a lot for their lives. It really just helps them, and they're just
and they're getting a little squirmy, and I understand because we're I'm gonna have to put you down, Checkers. I'm sorry. Here, go down.
It's okay.
There we go.
And we're definitely,
Okay, I think I got her now.
There you go.
So,
she's just excited.
Poor thing. So it's a little warm. It takes a lot to care for these animals. They need a lot of TLC, and we're just trying to get as much donation money as possible. We are Team Cat over here.
Oh my gosh, you're taking the lead.
Team Cat is winning
No.
because the little kitties like Checkers. And so again, we just want you all to step it up here, Checkers. You just wander off. You're gonna be fine.
Looking at the camera now, but we're now gonna go over to the adoption story of Lita and see where her life is now.
I had actually been wanting to adopt a second poochster because I had lost my previous one 2 years before. I had had him for 20 years. And so I gave myself some time.
With a challenging past, the dog's illness upon adoption was left uncertain about her survival.
I honestly did not know if girl here was going to make it. You could tell that she'd been through an ordeal. And then as I asked and inquired, found out that she had been found in the desert. I remember talking to her and I said, you know what, girl? I don't know what you went through. But I knew that I couldn't raise my voice at her. I would not raise my voice at her. We would have conversations. But she's actually been pretty good.
Manny explains that life has been transformative since adopting her.
It's been joy. It has been unbelievable joy. She gives as much, if not more, than what we give her. She likes to wrestle a lot. Very particular about what toys she plays with. She is very persnickety with that.
Manny's honest adoption advice highlights its immense benefits for both animals and adopters.
You've got to love animals. and they require a lot of time and a lot of TLC. They're going to do is they're going to give you much more than we give them. A lot, much more than that. It is worthwhile. The rewards are multifold. They're a blessing. She knows, and they will know when you, as the caregiver, are needing some TLC. For all that you give them, it's something that they will appreciate.
Manny recalls this incredible experience at the Humane Society of El Paso.
I was so impressed. They were very forthright about everything about her condition, where she was at in the journey. Once a week, I had someone from the society would come in to check on her. That was so impressive. That was just a high level of care. That says a lot about the service of the society. If you've got room in your home and in your heart to take money and do so. But if not, help, donate, sponsor.
Lita was on the verge of not making it when Manny got her. You could never imagine it now. She's confident. You could hardly tell of what she went through. And the good thing is that with pure determination and will, not just from Lita to make it, but for Manny not to give up on her, she's living a great life. This is Iris Garcia Barron with ABC 7.
All right. So again, really want to push the number 915-444-1099. You can call and make a donation. Or if you just want to text, you can text donation. Just text dog or cat to 915-615-2720. And you can go through the process very easily on your phone. We're trying to raise a lot of money, but right now I'm talking to Taylor Quintana, the Education and Volunteer Coordinator of the Humane Society of El Paso, about the need not just for money, but for people, for volunteers. Tell us how many volunteers you usually need a day.
Hi, thank you. So on a daily basis, we do utilize between 3 and 10 volunteers. Weekends are busier. We do have a need for volunteers on weekends, but I'd also like to call out those people who don't work during the week. Come and walk our dogs. It's a great time filler for retired people. If you guys don't have anything to do, come spend some time with some animals. Military families as well who can't adopt animals, come and volunteer with us. We do utilize a lot of volunteers on a daily basis.
So you mentioned walking dogs. What other kinds of opportunities do volunteers have to participate here at the shelter?
So we have a lot of opportunities here at the shelter. Aside from walking dogs, there's a lot of animal enrichment, which includes critter sitting, which is spending time with the animals, the cats and the dogs. And we also need day-to-day help, such as maintenance and landscaping, the not so cool stuff. But we have stuff that is not at the shelter as well. So we always need help at our retail stores caring for our retail cats. We have offsite adoptions on every side of town, almost every weekend. We're always looking for volunteers to help us with offsite adoptions as well.
So who qualifies to be a volunteer?
Anyone between the ages of 10 and 15 would need an adult with them at all times, but they're more than welcome to come in. 16 and 17-year-olds just need a parent's permission. And of course, anyone over the age of 18 is welcome. And once you're oriented, you get to make your own schedule. I try to be as flexible as possible because the dogs just really need us back there helping them.
And I would imagine it's also beneficial for the people who are volunteering. As we know, like just taking part in the community can help, but even just simply petting a dog or petting a cat and getting that affection and that mutual benefit of having that kind of interaction, I'd imagine, right?
Oh, science backs. It is proven that mental health and animals are directly tied together. People who own animals are generally happier, and it really does brighten the lives of the humans as much as it does the animals.
Wonderful, Taylor. Thank you so much. And I saw a donation come in. Again, we're trying to find out if El Paso is team cat or team dog, a dog town or a cat city. And speaking of cats, let's take a look at this story.
And here we are in the Meow House at the Humane Society of El Paso. Braylon from the Humane Society is here. And this is Shadow. Tell us about Shadow.
Shadow can be very talkative. He has the most gorgeous yellow eyes. He is super food motivated. He clears his bowl out kind of immediately. And he just loves his head scratches and to have a person.
Shadow needs to be a part of your home. So come on by the Humane Society of El Paso and check out Shadow or any of the great cats that are here in the Meow House. Back to you.
I'm here at the phone bank for the 30th Annual Humane Society Telethon. I can hear you. I can tell you there's some phones here ringing behind me. There's some happy chatter, which is what we want. We want those phones ringing. The phone number is right on your screen. We need those pledges. El Paso, call in. Let's do what we can to help the animals at the Humane Society. I'd have to say it's been about maybe 30 minutes or so since you've seen me, and I'm happy to report that the donations are coming in. Let's take a look over here. You can see we have about $16,000 that we've raised so far for Team Cat, about $17,000 for Team Dog. Me, personally, I'm just Team Animal. El Paso, we do have a steep goal to reach $150,000 and not that much time to do it, so let's get those phone calls coming in. I would like to take a moment here and to just kind of give a shout out to some of the people who've called in here to make those donations that we need so much. Guadalupe Zarate, $100 in memory of Buddy. And then Rita Martinez, she pledged $50,000, and she challenges all Texas Tech employees to donate. So Texas Tech employees, there you go, a challenge there for you by Rita Martinez. I also would like to call out Ann McEnroe, who donated $500 in memory of Robert McEnroe. And then Carlos Zuniga, $100 in memory of Peaches, who passed away earlier this year. You know, the Humane Society, they're a nonprofit, so they rely on our donations, they rely on our help to house those animals, to feed those animals. We've all been out there in these brutal triple-digit temperatures. When it's hot for us, it's hot for the animals. The Humane Society could use all the help it could get to keep those animals living in comfortable conditions. Number, again, right on your screen. Pick up the phone, make that call. We sure could use your help. I'll send it back to the Humane Society.
Hi, welcome back. Well, let's see where we're at right now. So Team Cat seems like we're a little bit behind from 16,891. Team Dog, I think we could do better. I'm pretty sure we could start evening it out just so we can have some really good competition going on. One of the things that we would like to touch on is that when it comes to some of the dogs that make it here to the Humane Society, they do come sick. Not all of them, but some of them. And so just for example, when it comes to parvo, it costs the Humane Society of El Paso $20 to conduct the test. So right now we'd like to focus on that. Grab your phone, text, call 915-444-1099 and donate $20 and just let them know that you're either Team Dog or Team Cat, but let them know it's for that parvo test. And you can go ahead and text to 915-615-2720. One thing that's good to know is that we're trying to raise $150,000 today. But one of the things that I found out when it comes just to medical, last year they spent over $400,000 for medical. And that's something that the Humane Society of El Paso fronts. But thanks to you, the viewers at home, one thing that I love is that I'm from this border town, this borderland, and we have Chaparral, we have Anthony, we have El Paso, we have Juarez, we're all one. We have all these communities come together in a time of need, which is right now. This time of need, the dogs need you, the cats need you. They can't come over here. They can't say like, hey, something hurts me. They depend on the Humane Society of El Paso to conduct these tests and to go ahead and let them know, hey, I need help. And thanks to you, we're able to help them. Let's go ahead and toss it over to the training segment.
Hi, my name is Kim Lambert. I'm the Animal Care Supervisor at the Humane Society of El Paso, and this is Frankie. Frankie's going to help me learn, it's going to help me teach you guys how to do some clicker training. So Frankie's a little shy of the camera here. Let's see if we can get her resituated. So for clicker training, this is one of the best ways to utilize positive reinforcement training to teach your dog how to do cool tricks, whether it's just a regular sit, down, or something cool like maybe spin.
Step one, I'm going to show you how to teach your dog how to spin. Gather your materials. All you're going to need is a clicker, which is available at any retail pet store, some tasty treats, preferably something your dog really likes. You can use a treat pouch, like one of these fancy ones I got at the store, or you can use a Ziploc bag. Of course, you're going to need a dog, and just a few minutes between each one of these segments.
All right, it is time for our pet parade. This pet parade is sponsored by the Humane Society of El Paso Board of Directors. I am joined by Sam, and we also have Otis, who is So adorable, very active, and I love how he's set up and his ears perked up. He is beautiful. I love this. Tell me about this dog.
He's a 2-year-old Chihuahua heeler mix. He's been here for 43 days. He wants a family. He wants kids, maybe other dogs and cats. But other than that, he's a great dog, very athletic. He is a jumper. So there's just that.
The captain of the high jump team here at the Humane Society.
Yes, I am. Other than that, he just wants a lap to just rest on and be loved all day.
Oh, and so did you say how old Otis is?
He's 2 years old.
Okay, so obviously he's been here for a month and a half. We really want him to find a home right now. So again, how can people go about finding out if they're the right match for Otis?
They're more than welcome to come in and do meet and greets with our pets. We have rooms special for that, especially since he would be able to get out of our patio area. We have an indoor room in here. He has a brother named Marley that you can also meet with. That is so sweet. But yeah, just come on in. There's information about him on the website, and say you want to meet with Otis, and we'll get you in with Otis.
Wonderful. Otis is adorable, ready for adoption here at the Humane Society. We have another special puppy over here. This is OJ, and I was telling you, Taylor, that I saw OJ on your Instagram page, and I almost cried because he is all bathed and ready for his TV appearance. Tell me about OJ.
Yes, he was very excited to be on TV today. So he's a 5-year-old Chihuahua. He's been here at the shelter for a whole 32 days, which we have no idea why. He's great with all other dogs. He's great with cats, great with small children. Just super playful, super much a cuddle bug. He's not shy at all. He just runs up to people for love and attention. He loves to play, but then he also is very much a couch potato and will definitely fall asleep in your lap.
He's so adorable, and he has these huge ears that are almost the size of his face here. But you're right, he's very active, and I am so surprised to see that he's here because I would imagine that the small dogs usually get adopted pretty quickly.
Yeah, because they're good for most apartments and houses, don't have any restrictions on these smaller dogs. So we're all pretty confused on why he's still here, since he gets along with just about any living creature, furry or not furry. So yeah.
He actually was hanging out with Otis earlier. They were having a great time. Didn't seem to be upset about sharing any of the space at all. So hopefully if you want to adopt OJ or you want to adopt Otis, then you come on down to the Humane Society when they're open, so that way you can find out if they are the perfect match for you and your family. And now we want to send things over to Isabella. She is with Lawrence Juarez with Raising Cane's.
Thank you, Stephanie. That's right. And we're still here, and we're still here supporting the team dog. Remember that? I mean, the cats and the dogs, we love them all, but we're a team dog here. And joining me today is Raising Cane Lawrence Juarez, who comes to represent and tell us a little bit, why are you guys here? What makes you be a part of the Humane Society annual telethon?
Well, there's plenty of things, right? So first off, fun fact, Raising Cane's was named after a dog. Todd Graves, our founder, had a yellow lab. His name was Kane. So how can we not be involved in something like this? We love our furry friends. So absolutely. In any way that we can help the Humane Society, we're all over it. 8 years strong, and we plan on going many more years.
That's amazing. And your contribution, it just means so much. But how are you contributing? I want to know if you're my team or the other team.
Well, here's the thing, Isabella. I felt like I was team dog, but I've been looking at a beautiful kitten named Diamond, and I don't know. I think I'm team cat.
Are you taking them home? Maybe you're thinking of...
I gotta talk to my wife, maybe.
I told my roommate, you know what? I might be coming back with something new. I mean, and what do you say, makes Raising Cane so important? There's so many people behind the scenes, essential workers, people that really make this company shine. Who are they?
Well, here's the thing. Raising Cane's absolutely lives the dream. They take care of us. Todd Graves leads by example. He's completely involved in his community in Louisiana and in Dallas. And it's our job as Raising Cane's leaders to make sure that we're involved in our community. So we live it.
Definitely. And thank you so much for volunteering today and, donating, and everyone out there back home, thank you for calling. We remind you to call to 915-444-1099 or text 915-615-27220. And, you can join us, me and Lawrence, we're here supporting the annual telethon and making this dream happen, making the lives of these pets livable and really something that they can continue and pursue, and you can help out in so many ways. And we can also say there are essential workers here at the Humane Society and people that are necessary and make the things happen. So let's toss and see what the Kennel Care Associate is like in a day in a life in their day.
The Humane Society of El Paso is a nonprofit animal adoption agency focused on finding forever homes for homeless animals. To provide a safe and healthy environment for the animals, the Kennel Care Associates, also known as KCAs, work daily to clean and sanitize animal kennels. The KCAs start their day at one of the dog kennel facilities or in the meow house. They begin by moving the animals to one side of the kennel and closing off the interior for the animal's safety. With proper protection gear, the KCAs then begin the process of hosing out and sanitizing the kennel. It is a thorough, in-depth process that takes approximately 3 hours to complete. Sanitizing the kennels allows the Humane Society to reduce the risk of disease and illness while keeping the animal's temporary home a clean environment. KCAs meticulously clean the animal's enclosures, removing any waste, dirt, or potential hazards. After the kennel is sanitized, the KCAs will then place a crate or a bed into the kennel along with a fresh bowl of water. The animals are then released to the sanitized area of the kennel as the KCAs repeat the process on the outside portion. During this time, the animal care team will feed the animals their breakfast. Meanwhile, in the cat house, KCAs work to sanitize cat condos and refresh the litter. This allows the cat to remain comfortable in a clean condo. Following morning kennel sanitizing, KCAs focus on assisting with the loads and loads of laundry, removing waste throughout the day, handing out treats, organizing and dispersing non-monetary donations, and keeping the shelter clean and inviting for potential adopters. The KCAs are the unsung heroes of the Humane Society of El Paso. A difficult part of their role is to assist the public with end-of-life care for animals that are terminally ill, elderly, or have passed. KCAs understand this is a difficult time for families as animals become a part of their owner's life and do what they can to provide a respectful end-of-life appointment. As the KCA's day comes to an end, they ensure that all of the animals are comfortable and have a clean environment to call home. They leave for the day knowing that their work creates opportunities for our furry friends to find their forever homes.
We're here at Fred Loya Insurance, which is home to the phone bank for the Humane Society at Telethon. Thank you so much, Fred Loya, for having us for this very important evening. We're so proud to be here as part of the fundraiser for the Humane Society. I'm joined by Tanya, who works for the Humane Society. Tanya, we just watched that piece there about kennel workers at the Humane Society. You know, they're a small cog in a very big machine. Can you talk to me about the importance of the work that they do and the work that all the volunteers do at the Humane Society?
Yes, most definitely. So being a kennel care associate is just making sure that the kennels are clean throughout the day, throughout the shift that we have our employees there, keeping everything sanitized and having our pets with a clean and fresh bed at night. And in the mornings as well, we always make sure that everything looks nice for when adopters do come in and take a look at them.
So what do, you in particular, at the Humane Society?
Yes, so I am a customer service supervisor, so I do process adoptions and make sure that our pets do go to good homes.
I'm curious about what makes you most proud about what you do at the Humane Society.
I think just being able to provide help, either it be in adopting, cleaning, just whatever our organization provides. I'm just always very proud of being part of it and helping them out.
I'm wondering if you could also share a story with our viewers here who are hoping will call. We want to hear those phones ringing. Just a special memory that you have working at the Humane Society.
Yes, as far as from meeting great people that share the same dreams as me, from being able to foster and also adopt some of the pets and just to provide them a home, it just feels amazing.
Why is that important for people to adopt animals from the Humane Society?
I think it's important just because we do have a lot of pets, so just adopting, providing them a place to stay and some love and comfort gives us hope that other pets that do come in would also find that.
And we do need those donations for those other pets that do come in. So if you're watching at home, if you have a moment, do call in. The number is on your screen. We could use those donations. For now, I'll send it back to the Humane Society.
All right. Thank you so much, Lilba. So we're here at the Humane Society shelter. We are holding some of the few pets, of the many pets that are up for adoption. And of course, all these pets need homes, but in the meantime, they need help, and you can help financially. All you have to do is donate. Just call 915-444-1099. You can speak to a call taker at the Fred Loya call center. You can also text if you don't maybe want to talk to somebody. You can text dog or cat to 915 915-615-2720. And it's so cool. They have the QR codes here on the screen here. They have them on your television screen, and we are playing Team Dog and Team Cat. So let's see who's winning right now. What are we doing?
I think I'm taking the lead, guys. I'm sorry. Me and OJ and our ear. Look at his ears. I mean, I know you're calling Team Dog because of these ears. They're the cutest thing ever, and he's so lovable, and he's the cutest thing. And so remember, when you call, you do mention what team you're at, and you can also be featured. Look at these pictures over here, and you can have your pet at home. If you donate $25, you can honor a pet who has passed, and we will have that in a memorial segment coming up. Or you can also give $50 or more online via text, and you can submit a picture of your own dog and have that, we can have those featured pups in our screen and cats.
Absolutely. One thing is that we continue to push to donate $20 for the parvo test. A friendly reminder is that when they get tested, you give the dog a chance to save their lives. Well, actually, the one thing that was really interesting is when we were over here filming, I saw a dog that came over here that had parvo, and great news is that it's in recovery and the dog made it. And so thanks to each and every one of you that are at home right now calling. We highly, highly encourage you. We challenge you, pick up that phone call. Let your family know that we are right here. And we're taking donations right now.
Exactly. We're hoping to raise $150,000. That's a fraction of what they need to actually run the shelter every year. So please donate. And we want to see where we are right now. We've been on since 4 asking for donations. Let's look at the tote. 35,326. Thank you so much, El Paso, but we still have a long ways to go. Hopefully you can still donate. 915-444-1099. You can also, if you're online, issue a challenge. Oops, we lost a kitty. You can issue a challenge to your friends, and you can issue a challenge to people in the community. So usually we'll challenge people who donated last year to donate again this year and maybe add $5 to your donation from last year. Maybe
Definitely.
You can.
So we're trying to get that 150,000 goal today, and I know we're going to make it. We have some time, encourage your friends, encourage your family back at home, and donate to these kitties, to these pets all around here these furry friends that need your help.
So now we want to send things over to a really cool video on how to train your dog to do a spin.
Step 2. Clicker is a great tool of communication. It's quick, it sounds the same no matter who uses it, and it will let the dog know that they did something right. Pair the clicker with giving your dog a treat so they learn that it's a good sound. Click and give your dog a treat about 20 times. Eventually your dog should hear the click and look for the treat. That means they learned what it is.
I'm currently the Executive Director for Community en Acción, a local nonprofit organization, and then I serve on the board, on various boards, one of them being the Humane Society.
Ana tells us what attracted her to Brigida.
What caught her eye was how calm she is, and I have to admit I was afraid of her when I saw her because she's part pit bull.
Overcoming pit bull stigma, Ana found her dog to be a truly good and lovable companion.
She's just very good with kids. We decided to bring her home. And I mean, as soon as she walked in, it's almost like she walked into her own home. Like she made herself at home.
Ana praises the benefits in adopting an older dog.
They're almost like grateful to be that someone gave them that second chance. A lot of people surrender their pets, and they're already used to being in a home. They're already potty trained. My husband, he's a big believer that we have to rescue older dogs and honestly bring one home. When we brought her home, I kind of felt like really bad because I realized how desperately she wanted to be in home. And it's hard to believe the dogs that are in a shelter for so long, because I'm telling you, she was just ecstatic. I encourage people to adopt, because when you adopt, not only do you help an animal, you make space for another animal to come in and possibly meet a family, and it's kept us active.
Ana shares her experience as a board member, highlighting her journey.
It's been such a joy to be on the board. It's one of the easiest boards because the organization, just the staff that I've met, we have an opportunity at every board meeting to meet somebody, and meeting those who create the off-site events, those who make clean the kennels or walk the pets, and just the love that they have for the animals, and the amount of work that goes into running the organization. All we see is the animal. We never see the veterinarian, the cremation, the buildings themselves, the offsite. So I think it's an incredibly worthwhile organization.
So if you're looking to adopt, we highly recommend you to go for an older dog. They historically take a little bit longer to adopt, but why not give them a second chance? She's great, she's calm, and she still does her job. When we got here, she came and greeted us at the door, so we highly recommend you to get one of these.
This is Iris Garcia Barron, ABC 7.
It is so wonderful to hear those stories of dogs finding that forever home because, you know, all the attention usually goes to the younger kitties and the puppies finding homes, but a lot of the dogs here are older, and dogs of all ages need that love and they need a home too.
Definitely, Brigita is an example to one of those senior dogs that, you know, need that home. They need that love, that for their life, that they have so much more to offer, and they're even learning tricks. They're joyful, they're excited, and they're even going to be more excited if they have that new home. And if you can help them out and just, you know, keep donating. We encourage you to donate. Either it's Team Cat, Team Dog. I mean, we're going for Team Dog, but Stephanie here, look at that cute little cat. I mean, I can't believe it. It's just Tofu is just...
Tofu, and Tofu saw something behind me, and I don't want to lose my microphone or the cat. I'm going to use the microphone to hold the cat.
And we're here, I mean, look, I mean, Team Dog is taking the lead, 18,294 and 17,286. I mean,
yes,
that's big.
Yeah, you know, cats are very popular in the United States, but El Paso has always been Team Dog. But let's see, Team Cat, if we can rouse up some more support. Please call 915-444-1099. You can also text dog or cat 915-615-2720. Made it really easy this year with that QR code that you can scan. I actually donated earlier today. It was super easy. I scanned the QR code, went right through the website, just typed in my information. Super easy. And you're able to donate. You're able to post a picture if you post a certain amount of money. And you can also challenge a friend. And we always encourage people to challenge because then you feel a little bit of pressure to donate, right?
Definitely. I'm challenging people at home. You know, I'm sending that little text to my friends and family. And I'm telling you guys, please donate. Please help us. The Humane Society really needs your help. And out there is Iris with Kim Lambert. She will be telling us a little more on some insight in the Humane Society.
I'm here with Kim. Kim, what's your role here at the Humane Society of El Paso?
I'm the animal care supervisor.
Okay, and I see that you have a friendly little furry animal right here next to us. It looks like you were telling me that he's a senior dog. What are the benefits of actually adopting a senior dog?
I think there's so many benefits to adopting a senior dog. Seniors tend to be a little bit more on the calm side. They tend to be maybe a little bit more socialized with people and kids as well. But they tend to be so much more calm and relaxed. I think they're actually easier to train than puppies.
And so a lot of times when it comes to senior animals, do you happen to know if they get adopted faster or do they stay here a little bit longer at the Humane Society of El Paso?
I find that the senior dogs tend to have a slightly longer stay at the Humane Society. I mean, everybody wants puppies and it's really hard to resist that charm, but I think some of the senior dogs have a little bit of regalness to them.
So when it comes to someone that's adopting, who do you think that this friendly little furry animal right here, since it is a senior dog, will fit right in?
I think they're great options for a lot of different folks, but a lot of times seniors are great for seniors. But I think they make fantastic family dogs. A lot of our animals are actually owner surrenders, so they are familiar with kind of a family household. So they're really good for anybody looking for a good companion animal.
And we do see that he's really calm. Can you tell us a little bit more about his personality because he is up for adoption?
Yes, this is OJ, and he's 5 years old, so not quite a senior, but he is a pretty awesome dog. Super calm, super loving, and he's got ears that are big enough to hear your heartbeat.
Right now, we're going to go ahead and toss over to the memorial segment.
And we're here again at the phone bank. Our thanks again to Fred Loya for having us for this very important evening. I wanted to introduce you to some of our volunteers here. They kind of caught my eye because look at these visors that they're wearing. One love, I have to say, kind of captures the mood here tonight, happiness and love. You guys, what are your names?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Jacqueline Martinez.
And I'm Brianna Urueta. You guys could have been, it's Saturday night, you could have been anywhere in El Paso. Why was it important for you to be here tonight?
Well, for me, I just personally, like, for example, if I see like a cat or a dog on the street, I like give it food, you know? Like, even though I can't house an animal of my own, I just feel like it's important to give an animal a home, because they're just animals, like they don't know any better. And I just wanted to, like, because I can't donate much money, you know, because I'm like a college student, but like I just wanted to help out any way I can. So
that's wonderful. And you?
I just think it's really great for everyone to be helping animals who are in need of medical help, food. You know, food is already rash nowadays, so just us helping them really helps them out.
And I think what's important also for people to know is that, you know, the Humane Society is a nonprofit, so it relies on all of these donations to keep the lights on, to keep the AC on. It's hot outside. If it's hot for us, you know, it's hot for the animals. Why do you think it's important? If you could donate, why would you be compelled to do so? And why do you think it's important for people to do that as well?
I just feel like it's important, well, obviously, to buy any food, any shelter. Also, I feel like by people donating, it motivates other people to donate. And then obviously it all compiles together and it helps give animals a home, you know?
I feel like it gives a lot of hope, like just to animals, to people, to society.
Well, you guys are an inspiration, and we're so happy that you were able to be here tonight. Thank you so much. El Paso, you still have time. We have quite a ways to go, $150,000. That's our goal tonight, but I know we can do it. I just want to take a moment, though, to just kind of recognize some of our donors who called in tonight, some of our generous donors. Thank you so much to Kim Howard, who donated $250 in memory of Taco. And Deborah Kirby, $25 on behalf of Christy and David Pitchford's Pets. And also our thanks to Joel Utoff, who donated $50 in memory of Murphy. Thank you so much to all of our generous donors. You still have time, El Paso. The number's on your screen. Do call in. I'll send it back to the Humane Society for now.
Fostering is just really important because it gives the community another way to help out. Fostering gives you that opportunity to help out a little bit, and you know, if everybody does a little bit, it goes a long way.
The medical foster to adopt program is more animals are selected by the medical team based on what their condition is. So not every animal in the shelter will be a medical foster to adopt, because if they don't have a medical treatment that needs to be treated, they're not going to be eligible for the program. So with our medical foster to adopt program, the duration of the fostering will depend on what their animal is being treated for. So if somebody comes to check her out and they want to do the foster to adopt program, it just depends on where in their treatment they're at.
Fostering provides nurturing to the babies. It's not just the feeding, but it's the socializing in a home, getting to know other animals, home setting, especially for the puppies. They start learning how to potty train. It's also important to your family. Your kids learn how to handle the animals. And then you can also, if you're thinking about adopting, you can then see what it entails to take care of an animal for your kids, for your family. And it tells you whether you're prepared to do that by fostering. You know, it's not permanent. You bring if it doesn't work, you bring the babies back to us, and that's it.
It's important, please foster.
Step 3, use your treats as a lure. Spin is a complex behavior, and we can't just ask a dog to do it right away. We have to do it in parts. Hold a treat and use it to get your dog to turn their head to the side. Once they do that, click and give them a reward. Do this for about 2 minutes between each of our segments. So what we're looking for is because she's not
getting that perfect slice is satisfying, fulfilling, and rewarding too. But we don't do it for fun. We do it for fresh. Slice to order makes a sub above.
The savings keep adding up for Fred Loya customers in Texas. In recent months, people who switched from Geico, Allstate, and Progressive to Fred Loya Insurance saved over $1,700 a year. State Farm customers saved over $1,300 a year. Include the savings of Fred Loya customers from multiple states, and that's a combined savings of over $1.1 million a year. Start paying less for your car insurance. Call or visit fredloya.com. If you don't call, you don't save.
Raising Cane's, we're huge football fans, but we're also fans of your local fundraisers and fun runs, small victories and big ideas. And yes, even the neighborhood animal shelter. I was getting to that. Plus over 30,000 other partners in the communities we serve. When you order our hand-battered chicken fingers, craveable cane sauce, and jugs of freshly made tea and lemonade to cheer on your home team, you're also supporting your hometown. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. One love.
The Humane Society of El Paso welcomes you back to the 30th annual Happiness Happens Here Telethon. The Humane Society needs your help in providing support for thousands of homeless dogs and cats in the El Paso area. Thank you for making us part of your evening and your commitment to the Humane Society of El Paso. The competition is heating up. Is El Paso Team Dog or Team Cat? Support your team and homeless animals by making a pledge now. This hour is sponsored by Fred Loya Insurance, Jersey Mike's, GenPath Services, EFO Media, and Westar Bank, with volunteers from GenPath Services at the Fred Loya Phone Bank. Let's join our hosts.
For watching the Humane Society Telethon. Happiness happens here. Right now, Isabella, we are really just trying to get the smallest donations, $5, just $5 right now.
$5 can just supply a heartworm vaccine for those little dogs, you know,
Right,
6 months and older, the test to make sure that they are okay. You know, they have that behind, and you know that is specifically is important if you're thinking of adopting. You know, they come with that test, they come with that care previously, and it really helps. $5, just a small amount, just gets you so far.
Right, and if everybody were to donate $5, imagine how many tests they would be able to supply here at the Humane Society, because so much work and so much money is needed to run this shelter every day, every month, every year. We are only asking for a portion of what they need to fund the shelter annually, because they need to care for these pets until they find their home. And Tofu clearly thinks my fingers are food. So anyway, but this is Tofu. He's available for donation here. I'm Team Cat today. You're Team Dog.
And I'm Team Dog, and we're here, and we continue to see these numbers going up. And today, I mean, at 8 o'clock right now, we're taking the lead, and we're happy to take the lead. But you know, keep donating, keep helping. We're reaching an 150,000 goal, and we're at 37,000 up. $590. We're going up, and thank you, Rosemary Elga, for donating for Team Dog.
All right, wonderful. So make sure that you call that number 915-444-1099. Make your donation now. You can speak to somebody. All of the volunteers are standing by at the Fred Loya Call Center over on the east side. They are so happy to be there because they all support the mission of the Humane Society. You can also text dog or cat to 915-615-2720. If you scan the QR code, you could do the same thing. Very easy to donate. And you know, if you donate even $50, say you want to donate a little more than just $5, you can enter your dog or cat into the little pet parade that we have at the bottom of the screen here throughout the show.
Definitely. So, you know, even that $5 donation makes that difference in that pet's life. So we're going to go ahead and see Iris over there, that she's with those pets, and give it a little intro in their pet parade.
We'd like to thank Phantom Vets for sponsoring and helping the Humane Society of El Paso. One of the great things that we found out is they're actually challenging other car clubs to also get involved with the Humane Society of El Paso. And I'm here with Crystal. Crystal, tell us about this little guy.
This is Ronald. He's a 1-year-old. He's a cattle dog mix. He's a little shy at first, but with some time, patience, understanding, you'll learn to gain his trust. And he's super chill. He's one of the most friendly dogs we have here. He has a lot of friends, and he's a dog, so he's a dog's dog.
So that's good to know. So for those of you folks who are watching at home, just in case you do have other dogs, it seems like this little guy here is able to mix really well with them.
And he's also good with cats too. So that's a plus.
And how long has he been here?
221 days.
Okay, so I did hear that from the Humane Society of El Paso, if there are dogs that have been here more than 6 months, they're considered long-term residents. And so one thing that we would like to push is he's up for adoption right now. So for those of you folks looking at him, he's extremely friendly, as you can see here with other dogs. And what do you think, where would he fit in with the family?
Definitely maybe with somebody who already has dogs. Cats probably a given too. Kids maybe a little bit older that can respect his boundaries, his space, and understand that it might take a little time for him to warm up to them. Just any loving home, and really just somebody who's going to be willing to love him, give him some time, patience, and yeah.
You can see he is a little bit shy, but the good thing is that it sounds like he's going to start warming up. We also have right here with Sam. Sam, tell us about the little guy that you have here.
This is Bubba. He's a 1-year-old Shepherd mix, and he's been at our facility for 192 days.
They do look alike. Are they related?
They're brothers. This is Bubba and Snow.
And so I know that sometimes the Humane Society of El Paso likes to keep animals together at times. Do you happen to know if we're pushing to have them together?
They don't have to be taken together. Right now they are separated. If they had to go home into a home separately, that would be fine as well. We just want them adopted.
One thing that we have noticed too is that I have a dog at home, and we're not sure exactly if you're able to bring another dog because they have like companions. The good thing is that you can tell they get along, especially since they're related. And where do you think they would fit?
So Bubba is a little shy. He takes a little while to warm up. So probably a home with older kids. He's also not good with cats, so another home with other dogs. Someone who's just going to have the patience and understanding that he needs a little bit of time and extra TLC to break out of that shell.
That's one thing that I love about here is that they're really transparent about the animals. As she said here, the dog does not get along with cats, but the good thing is that they do get along with each other and other dogs. And I also have Jasmine over here. Jasmine, talk to us a little bit about your dog.
So Snow, as we mentioned, is Bubba's brother. He's a year old, and he's been here the same amount of time.
And so where do you think Snow would fit in?
Between Bubba and Snow, Snow is actually more outgoing, and he loves squeaky toys. He'd fit in with a family with kids that are about 8 years old or higher, just because they have more of the impulse control and they can understand the dog's body language if they're taught, whereas younger kids struggle with that.
You know, it's a lot of times I was hearing here with some of the Humane Society staff is to say that puppies do get adopted a little bit faster, but look at them. These are great dogs. They're good sized dogs. What do you think are the benefits of donated, of course, but what are the benefits of going in if you have like a larger dog?
They're playful. I mean, look at them right now. They're just trying to play with each other, even though they're supposed to be behaving. Larger dogs, what I love about them is just if you have smaller kids, sometimes they tend to step on their feet, and they're a little bit harder to injure. They also kind of, a lot of people just love them because they're just so lovable. They're big. You can cuddle with them versus the little dogs. If I roll over, I have a little tiny dog, I'm going to hurt it. And with these guys, if they're sleeping on your bed and you roll over, they're fine. They're probably cuddling closer to you than what you want.
Well, here you guys have it. They are up for adoption. Just go ahead and also call. Don't forget to call and also donate. And right now, we're going to go ahead and toss it over to a training video.
Step 4. Now that your dog is turning their head to the side, withhold giving them a reward until they put their head closer to their back end. From the top, they should look like the letter C. Your dog might nibble at your fingers a little bit during this, and as long as it's not too hard, don't let them have that treat. If they are biting a little harder than you'd like, just go ahead and stop, reset, and try again. Go ahead and practice this a few minutes between our next segment. Yes! Good!
I'm joined now by Sam, who is the medical services coordinator here at the Humane Society. So first of all, what kind of services do you often provide here at the shelter?
So we provide services for our animals that are here at the shelter for vaccines that are up to date, alteration surgeries for spay and neuter. We do sometimes also have alternative surgeries like eye removals, dentals, and amputations if the animals are in need of it. We also do medications, different treatments for distemper and parvo. We do treat ringworm as well, just to name a few of the variety of the things that we do.
How many procedures do you think you perform a day?
So we do surgeries for our shelter animals and our foster animals 2 days a week, and we average around 20 to 25 a day.
So there was a situation that involved a dog that came in here named Skid, had been hit by a car. Can you tell us a little bit about his story?
So Skid, I don't know the origin of how Skid came over at Animal Services, but when he came to us, you could see that the bone was exposed on his back left leg. There was some infection starting to develop on that leg. He also had multiple skid marks on the other leg and both of his front legs. So we were able to treat him. The vet determined that the amputation for that left hind leg would have been the best option for Skid, and he thrived with it, which is great, because usually with amputations, it usually takes him a little bit time to get used to it, but he thrived with not having that leg anymore. So
is that a worst case scenario that you've seen here, or does something come about where you have to take more dire action?
It just depends on how they come into us. With him, that's the worst case I've seen for an amputation. Usually it's like a bone break. We've had a bullet, which was our bullet wound dog who had some shrapnel in his knee. But otherwise, it just depends on the animal itself too, because sometimes amputation is not always the best, or the beneficial for them, but sometimes it is.
All right, Sam, thank you for your dedication to these animals, making sure that they are staying healthy and also getting them ready for adoption again. Thank you so much for that. And now we would like to take a look at Maverick, aka Skid's adoption story.
It really does not slow him down whatsoever. Sometimes I forget that he doesn't have a back leg. So it's Maverick. When did I get him? I got him October last year. Yeah, it's been fun. We go hiking, bike riding, and running. Mostly the biking has been big. I was just looking because my behavioral health guy was like, hey, I think maybe a pet would be a good idea. So I went and I was just looking, and of course I was crying. And then once I pulled myself back together, I went back in. There was a dog, and it was him. I was like, I just want to look, I just want to see. And then I left with him. I was told that he got hit by a car and actually came in as a euthanize. And then because of his good personality, they gave him a chance instead of just cut the leg off. When I wash dishes, he brings me the ball. He's got me trained because I'll kick the ball for him when I'm washing the dishes. He barks at cars that pass us. Other than that, I mean, he's just goofy in general. The furthest I've taken him on a run was 11 miles. Yeah, no, the energy is there. Not to pity them, because he doesn't know any different. Didn't have all four for very long, so no, just not to pity them, not to treat them differently. He still enjoys being active. He gets around good, just like any other dog. Yeah, that's the one thing, that's the other consideration I think people should take into, is the energy level needs to match your pets. Because I am also very high energy. The leg. Yeah, no, he absolutely, he loves it. He loves people. Can you sit? I was gonna say now he was gonna be all amped up. Okay, good. Can you wave? Can you speak?
I'm joined by Robert Shammy, who's the Director of Finance and Admin here at the Humane Society. Robert, thank you for being with us tonight. How long have you been at the Humane Society?
I've been with them 2.5 years now.
Mm-hmm. And I'm curious about what you wish people knew about the Humane Society.
I'd say the biggest thing people should know is all the hard work our staff and volunteers do behind the scenes. It takes more to take care of these animals from the time they come in, cleaning their kennels and making sure they're happy and healthy. That's one thing I don't think the public gets to see enough of.
What are you most proud of about the Humane Society, about working at the Humane Society?
What makes me most proud is when I hear the customer service reps say, "Will you please bring Fluffy to the front? He's going home." That just, it melts my heart to hear that. So I'm very happy and very proud when we can find a good home for one of our pets.
Biggest question of the night: team dog or team cat?
Oh, team dog. I have dogs my whole life. So
Yeah, talk to me about that. You'll have your own personal adoption story with the Humane Society. What can you tell us about it?
Yes, I had only been there about 5 weeks, and I walked in one morning, and there was this little ball of fur that had just been brought in, had some medical issues. I saw him, fell in love with him immediately. I called my wife and I said, "Guess what? We're adopting another." And he's been with us ever since. His name is Lucky, and my other dog, Elliot. They love each other. They're best buds. They play, they run. So I'm real happy to have been able to find Lucky.
That's so wonderful that even as a staff member, you find a way to pay it forward as well. And, speaking of paying it forward, there might be somebody watching at home, Robert, thinking, well, I don't have $50. I don't have $25 to donate. Can you talk about just even the smallest amount of money, how big of a difference it makes?
Well, even something, and people will say as small as $5, helps get with the injections that they need, some of the other tests that need to be done when they come into us. And if they come in with an illness, we have to continue to test them to make sure they're healthy before they go out. So there's no such thing as a small donation. We take everything from 1 penny all the way up to $1 million. So there's nothing too small.
And if anybody's watching thinking that, they have $1 million to spare, we'll take it.
Absolutely, we will take it.
We will take it. $5, $1 million, whatever you have, we will take it. The number's on your screen. Go ahead and make those calls. We want to hear the phones ringing. For now, I'll send it back to the Humane Society.
Well, welcome back to the Humane Society of El Paso's Meow House. This youngster here was the loudest one in the room when I walked in today. And now, all of a sudden, look at this. Quiet, but purring like a motorboat. Tell us about this little lady here.
So this little lady is named Checkers. As he said, she's very talkative. But once you get her in your arms, she's kind of exactly where she needs to be. Very comfortable, quiets down a little bit. She's very playful. She'll climb all over her kennel until she can get a person to come pick her up. She is 10 weeks old and a domestic short hair.
And right now, she is making biscuits like you wouldn't believe. She is one happy camper, and she is looking for her forever home. And I guarantee you, the minute you see her, she will talk to you forever. Come see Checkers here at the Humane Society of El Paso. Back to you.
Step 5. All that's left to do is get the dog to finish their spin. Lure your dog with a treat until they're all the way around facing you again. Once your dog gets the spin, reward them with a couple extra pieces and a really good pet. We're still not done though. They might need a little bit of practice before they really get it down. Is that right? She gets that click and reward. Frankie's a smart girl.
And I think we should all definitely know how to train your pup by now. You can, have that spin, and I know I'm going to take that back home, back to Miami for my pup, for Archie. He's going to be spinning around, and I know he's spinning around and making those donations today. But joining me, I have Anita from Gin Path Services, who's a big sponsor today in our event. And tell me, why do you sponsor the event? What draws you to the Humane Society of El Paso?
Well, I started as a foster originally, and then we have a small local laboratory that we do, and part of our business is cervical cancer prevention, trying to make sure women get their annual PAP and get screened. And this is somewhat similar because what we do is prevention. If people would just spay and neuter their pets, we wouldn't have such an issue with having to do things just like this, right?
Definitely. And I mean, a big thing today we're seeing is when you're making that donation, you're either team dog or team cat, and you've been doing this for many years now. What team are you in this year? Maybe does that vary some years?
Never. It's always team dog. I love all animals, but I'm definitely a team dog all the way.
And how is your participation personal to the Humane Society of El Paso? What do you do here?
I have fostered close to probably 250 puppies from the Humane Society. So I'm the crazy lady that takes the entire litter. So in fact, we just remodeled our laboratory and we dedicated a room to be a foster room. So I'm able to take them and take them to work. And I think every employee has at least adopted one of my fosters. So
and how can you, so we can donate today, but we can also encourage people to foster, to help out. That's a way of volunteering. Right. What's one tip you would give people that are thinking of fostering and just bringing those pups home?
A lot of people tell me they couldn't do it because it's so difficult to let them go at the end, which it is. It's really sad, but knowing that they're going to go to a good home and they're going to get adopted, we still have hundreds waiting for help. So if you can just at least foster a little bit, it's also a good experience for teens, young adults to foster, make sure they're all on the same page, because it's so difficult just to take care of, the little puppies and stuff. So I foster them till they're 8 weeks, then they come back at a fixed, and then they get adopted. So
thank you so much for that contribution, and just for helping out every day, that's something that you can do and contribute to the Humane Society of El Paso, that they have so many opportunities, whether it's volunteering, whether it's adopting, whether it's donating today and helping us reach that 150,000 goal. Anita, thank you so much for joining us today and for giving us that little insight of how your connection is with the Humane Society and how others can actually be personal today. We're going to toss over to the medical foster program and more information about them.
The Medical Foster to Adopt program was started to try and give our dogs that need long-term treatment a chance to get out of the shelter, a better chance of getting adopted while they are less stressed in the shelter environment while they go through their treatment. So usually the animals that qualify in our Medical Foster to Adopt program is more of our heartworm dogs that are going through their heartworm treatment. That's usually about 1 to 3 months that's long to do. We do have some long-term skin issue dogs that would benefit for being out of the shelter. As for Enrichment, to just to name a couple that qualify for, it's more the long-term but not contagious diseases that we deal with. So the goal for getting them out of the shelter for during their treatment is more the stress, especially with our heartworm positive dogs like Romy here. Their treatment is pretty intense especially once they get to the injection part of their treatment. Here at the shelter, it's very high stress with all the dogs barking, with everybody walking by. So it can be really stressful on them, on top of their treatment they're already going through. Any of the animals that qualify for the Medical Foster to Adopt program will have a sign on their kennel stating that they are on that program. So because the diseases are contagious, it is honestly up to the potential adopter. We do highly encourage the dog-to-dog, if they have another dog at home, just to make sure that they're going to be compatible. For the cost of the families, there would be nothing except for you guys would be providing the food, because then ultimately in the long run the goal is for that you guys will be adopting them at the end of the treatment. It's a bit different than the enrichment program and the regular foster program we have for the neonates under 6 weeks, just because with these programs our intention is to have them adopted at the end of their treatment once they're cleared from the vet. So in the Foster to Adopt program, if they do get sick during that fostering time, they would need to bring them back here for us to do treatment. But once the animal is adopted, if they get sick, then they would need to take it to their own private vet.
All right, so I'm here with Deb, who is the Executive Director of the Humane Society. How do you think we're doing so far?
I think we're doing really well. If you look at the board, we've got great competition going on with Team Dog and Team Cat. I think our cat people are maybe sleeping at the wheel right now. They're a little bit behind, so I know you're out there, so get on the stick, call in, give all of us on Team Dog a run for the money.
All right, so there you go. You are challenged. If you have a cat, you need to make a donation right now. Go ahead and call 915-444-1099 or text dog or cat to 915-615-2720. So, Deb, obviously we talk a lot about the donations. We push for the donations. Tell us about why these donations are so vital to the mission of the Humane Society.
You know, our society is maintained by thousands of people who range from truly young school-age kids who take up collections at their birthdays and bring them in their cans, to some of our seniors who every month send in their checks for $10, $5 or $10. We are supported by our community because they all love animals. And it's beyond they love animals. They know that if we're caring for these cats, dogs, puppies, kittens until we find a forever home, that includes making sure they have a solid roof over their head that doesn't leak, or we have air conditioning right now when it's 110 outside, which is huge. It affects all of our animals just as much as it does us. It includes our medical care, which runs over $400,000 a year. Food, remember, if we had this many dogs in our backyard, our food bills would just be astronomical. So the money comes in. And I think one of the things that it's hard for our community to remember sometimes, or perhaps they don't know, is we don't get funding from the city, or we don't get money from the state. We are supported by the goodness of the people of our community reaching into their hearts, reaching into their pockets, and sending in what they can.
Amazing.
It's a huge difference.
It really does. And it makes a huge difference for the animals that live here. How many animals are here maybe on an annual basis? How many animals are here weekly?
You know, we serve almost 4,000 animals every year. And on a daily basis, we're usually full. So that tends to be 150 animals, 150 dogs, and another 50 cats. That can go up or down a little bit depending on if we have litters of puppies or kittens. Our foster program, oftentimes when you walk into their office, has their playpens set up, and we have either mamas with their litters, or we have orphaned animals. And so right now, because it's the summer, it is indeed the season where we have lots of litters that are being abandoned and cared for here.
So we just really need your support because, of course, we always talk about spaying, neutering these animals so that way we don't have this issue of overcrowding, but that is a service that is provided as well.
One of the things that's really important to the Humane Society is that every animal that leaves is spayed or neutered. And the reason is twofold. One is it's our efforts to ensure that every animal that leaves here is not going to have an unwanted litter, which ends up becoming an abandoned litter. And we all know that El Paso has a huge homeless animal situation. We see them running on the streets or running in the desert, and that's truly inhumane. So by spaying and neutering, that eliminates overpopulation and homelessness. The shots also contribute to the well-being of our community because it cuts down on illnesses among our dogs and among our cats.
So there is another program that is offered here. It's a different type of foster program. Talk a little bit about it's called Enrichment Fostering.
Right. We have a wonderful staff member, Kim Lambert, who I think has been interviewed several times already this evening, who came up with a phenomenal idea about what can we do for our large dogs. Most of them are larger dogs who've been here for some time. How can we get them out of the shelter into a home environment so that prospective adoptive families can get to know them, and that our animals can actually get to know what it's like to live outside of a shelter. And so she set up this wonderful enrichment foster program. And just like any prospective adoptive family, if you want to be a foster family, you're vetted. What can you do? What size animal? Do you have a backyard, space, all that kind of good stuff? Yeah. And then you get to meet a prospective animal to see if it's a good match. And if it is, the dogs go home with you. And we have so many animals who go home and they don't get turned back in at the end of their 2-week stay because the humans fall in love with them and adopt them. And then there are other families who say, we had a great time being a foster family. You know, one of the great jobs for our military families is they're not going to be here for a long time. And so adopting an animal is not an option for them. We have military families who this is a perfect job for them. They love animals. They love big animals because they can go running, right, for PT. And so they take them home.
So we want to hear more about the Enrichment Fostering Program. Let's watch a video right now.
The first thing to do when you want to volunteer is to visit our website. Our website is www.hselpaso.org/volunteer. We'll get you right to that volunteer page. You would follow the step-by-step instructions application. Then you will view a presentation with some how-to videos, and then you will take a quiz. We like to do a knowledge check, make sure that you are understanding the things that you've just viewed. And at the end of the quiz, you'll get a link to orientation. So you're going to sign up for an orientation, and once you're oriented and you've been through the process, you can start volunteering right away. Volunteers do a little bit of everything. So you could be expected to help care for the animals. Lots of dog walking and enrichment, critter sitting is a big thing here. We like to spend time with our animals, get them used to being with other humans. We have lots of other opportunities. Here at the shelter, it's not just animal care. We do have opportunities for community engagement. We have offsite adoption events. We're always looking for volunteers for our offsite adoptions. Those are really fun. We have our Mary Spears program, so people who are looking for clinic experience can help with our Mary Spears TNR program. That's a great place for somebody to get some clinic experience if they're interested in becoming a veterinarian or working in the medical field. Volunteers are very important to our organization because they are doing jobs that we just can't possibly do with the volunteers' help. We could get almost every dog out on a walk every day. They help us to do things and see things that we may not be able to see. When volunteering, you are going to be gaining skills that you can use in the real world. Yeah, we appreciate that our volunteers would like to work specifically with animals, but we do ask everyone to be prepared to do a little bit of everything. But it's important to note that the daily routine of the shelter changes, and it's all based on time of day, need, and necessity.
The El Paso Humane Society offers a program called the Mary Spear Cat Spay and Neuter Program. This program invites the community to bring any stray or feral cats in the neighborhood to get spayed, neutered, and vaccinated.
We loan you the traps, we show you how to use them, and then we give you an appointment. You just come in the morning, drop the cats off, and then in the afternoon you come and pick them up. We show you how to take care of them for 24 or 48 hours after surgery. And then that's it.
The Mary Spear program has been in place for the last 7 years and sees, in average, 4,000 cats each year. Patty Hack, the Foster Department and Cat Program Coordinator, encourages the community to use this program to not only keep the stray and feral cat population down, but to also help the community.
Then you help the cat not to get pregnant, or a male cat is good for the male cats. They don't spray it anymore around. There's no fights. They're not chasing the female cats. So it helps the animals and it helps the community as well.
Hack says the program is quick, safe, and keeps our neighborhood cats happy and healthy, free of rabies or any other diseases.
It's really important because, I mean, we cannot take all the cats that are out there. You know, it's impossible for us to house all of the cats out there.
These services are free of charge, and people can bring up to 3 cats at a time. Once those cats are treated, you can bring in an additional 3 cats after making an appointment. Krista Mack, ABC 7.
And we're here at the Pet Parade, and thank you, Deb Benedict, for sponsoring this parade. And joining me are some friends, furry friends that are hyper and excited to be here and show themselves off today because they're ready to find their forever home. And can you tell me a little bit more, Francis? We have Tornado over here. Tornado, I mean, you could definitely tell that type of personality he has. Can you tell us what family he could be possibly welcome to?
An active home would definitely benefit him, like being able to run, go on hikes, just be out and active in an environment. He's just so curious and just loves people. He's actually good with other dogs as well. So if you're looking for another buddy, he'd do great with them. And Stinker's one of his good friends.
So those best buddies are here together. They're happy to be here and show themselves off. How old is Tornado?
He's 2 years old, so he's young, and he'd benefit from some good training as well. It'll benefit his mind and get him to settle down a little bit.
Definitely. I mean, he's ready for a walk. He's ready to have some fun. And if families have kids, we're recommending maybe older kids.
Older kids, just because with his energy, those little kids, he could accidentally bump them and knock them down, and we don't want that, and so the older kids could definitely do better, and they could play with him a lot more too and be involved with him.
We need that young energy in our household. We need that friend, to keep us going outside on those hikes and, keeping that energy up. But also here I have Crystal joining me with Stinker. Stinker's a little more shy, a little more reserved, but can you tell us a little bit more about Stinker?
He is 1 year old. He's been here for 284 days. He is shy, but in time can be your best friend. He loves treats. He's really smart and just really sweet.
And how long have we had Stinker around and over here? Is he qualified for the enrichment foster program?
Yes, he does qualify. He's been here over 6 months now, so he does qualify. So if you are interested, you can definitely foster him in your home, give him a break from the shelter, and kind of like help his socialization with people. And he's also really friendly with the dogs too.
Oh, perfect. So these two dogs, I mean, if you have other dogs at home, you can have them join and they can be your friend, but also your dog's friend, and give them company, bring you that life and that joy that you need at your home. And, you know, look at them. They're just so responsive, so much fun to be with. They're just excited to show themselves off. And we continue to see all these donations and all these volunteer activities and help that you can do at the Humane Society of El Paso. And next up, we'll have how to make dog toys and how you can really help your dog out and give them that entertainment they need at home.
So we're gonna be making both of these. Okay. First, you need to take one sock, then you fit 3 tennis balls into it. Okay, and then once you're done, you tie a knot close to the bottom of your sock. Well, bottom of the top of the 2 part. And then you put 2 extra socks over this toy because I'm pretty sure that dog would rip through this if it was just 1 layer. Make sure the knots of both of your socks are close to the edge of the thing so you can tie the knots closer to the bottom. And then that's it. For the water bottle toy, you just take an empty plastic bottle with a cap on top and put it in a sock. And then tie it close to the water bottle. And then you put 1 more sock over it for security. It's like a crinkle toy. Dog just loves that sound for some reason. And make another knot. And there it is. Water bottle toy.
Just take some old shirts so they can be different colors, and you just try and braid it so I like making it more tight, but you can leave it looser at the end so it's something for them to mess with. Just some old shirts that may eat the skins of tennis balls. It was much safer. We learned from the Humane Society website how to make some of these toys, and there were a couple others, like I think the braided through the tennis ball.
Donate to the Humane Society.
All right, so we are actually joined by a very special guest. Well, 2 special guests. We have Lena, and this is my niece, Lena, and we also have OJ here. So, Lena, I wanted to ask you, tell me about OJ. Is he soft?
Yeah, I think he's really cute.
Yeah. And what would you tell someone who's thinking of adopting a dog and getting OJ a home? What would you tell them about taking OJ home?
I would tell them that's a really good idea. So like he can get someone to take care of him and get more love.
Oh, that's so wonderful. He's been so good with you, Lena. So there are so many dogs, so many cats here that need a home. And OJ is just one example of so many of the animals. And Isabel, we were talking earlier that OJ, oh, there he goes. OJ has been at the shelter for over a month. Can you believe that? That sweet dog.
It's his ears, Stephanie. It's something about those ears. They're just like, I'm attached. I mean, I was just talking to Michael during break where it's just like, it's OJ, his ears. We're just like, oh, he's the cutest thing. And Lena, I have a question for you. I mean, I think you're joining me today. Are you team dog?
I'm team dog.
Oh, no, we're not taking the lead right now, but please, we encourage you to continue donating, you know, team dog, team cat, whichever you are. We need that help from you guys at home. You can call 915-444-1099 and donate, or text dog or cat 915-615-2720. You can really just make that difference in the Humane Society of El Paso.
Yeah. One of the good things is that we also have social media. Always remember that you can make an impact at home. If you already donated, go ahead and grab that phone, take a photo, record. We're on KBIA right now, the telethon. Let your friends know, hey, I've already donated. Go ahead and you donate. I like the fact that we're so connected now with social media, and people that, if you're not from this borderline, it's okay. You can be anywhere in the United States where we can get donations here to help for such a great cause for the cats and dogs.
Absolutely. And cats and dogs, we're trying to find out if El Paso is a cat city or a dog town. And right now, it looks like, I got to step out of the way here, but it looks like Team Cat is leading by just a few thousand votes. So please keep those votes coming, because we're trying to, no offense, Isabella, but we're trying to win for Team Cat over here, because, you know, there's always bragging rights on the line, and we are just trying to make sure that all of these animals are recognized.
That's for sure, but I think me and Brianna really want to brag. I'm sorry, guys, but I'm Team Dog, and I'm still Team Dog, and so are we, right, Lena? We're going to be jumping around if we win. And we're going to be running around with the dogs over there in the Humane Society of El Paso. And we continue to encourage you to donate. Please, we have that 150,000 goal. And we were talking about challenges. You mentioned social media. Challenge a friend. Donate, you know. You can get the people going, keep the movement going. Share this annual telethon we make every year to make that difference here at the Humane Society of El Paso.
Yeah, you know, we've talked about all of the things that they do here at the shelter. They care for about 150 dogs, about 50 cats every single day. 4,000 animals go through the shelter annually. They need the money to buy food. They need blankets. They need to have the water utilities because they need to wash those blankets, to bathe the cats and dogs. They have to have electricity. I mean, we're talking big and small, everyday medical procedures. They do heartworm tests. So we're talking about, if it's a $5 donation to pay for a heartworm test, or you can pay for a parvo test, but any single donation, every little donation that you give is used wisely here at the Humane Society. They definitely need the money to make sure that these animals that come in that did not have a home have a place to stay where they are cared for until they find that forever home.
You know, talking about challenges, I challenge you right now. The highest donation is $3,000. One of the things that we have is, if Team Cat, since we're on Team Cat side right now, if they win, we go ahead and have the Field of Dreams named after us. But I challenge you at home, if Team Cat wins, I'll go ahead and step aside. You don't have, they won't use my name. We'll use the number one donator. Right now it's $3,000. If you beat that donation, and if Team Cat wins, the Field of Dreams for a whole year will be named after you, and also the winning team for Team Cat.
All right, so there's the challenge there. So open up your pocketbooks. We need those donations to come in, because, you know, we are at 8:44. We're going to be on ABC 7 for another little over 2 hours, and we are really trying to get close to our goal of $150,000. So won't you help us do that? Please call the number there on your screen, 915-444-1099. You can scan the QR code on your screen if you are Team Cat or Team Dog. You can also text dog or cat to 915-615-2720. Make those donations, and it's great if you do it either online or if you do it through the phone. If you do it online, I know for sure that they ask you if you want to issue a challenge to somebody, if you'd like to submit a photo of your pet that you are wanting to honor, or you are wanting to pay tribute to, or you're doing this donation in memory of them. So many ways that you can pay a tribute to the animals in the shelter, an animal in your home. So many things that need to be done here with your donations, and you can help us out today.
Definitely. And we have safety coming up. That's something very important. How to take care of your dog, how to take care of your cat. You know, there's so many measures to really think about and consider and just be knowledgeable about. So check it out.
Well, we're responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of the facilities. And this is an industrial facility, so it is routine that things break and have to be repaired. So we keep up with that, along with trying to plan for routine maintenance, along with major things that any other facility would need. Well, in the last year, we've improved our lighting. We've changed a couple of air conditioner, and then we've done a couple of roofs. And then the buildings that we replaced the roofs in had duct issues because the roofs were leaking, causing rust in the ducts. And it's a trickle-down effect. If you don't repair the major item, then the items underneath them start falling apart, and it's one thing after another. Well, if we can't use the kennels or we can't use the facilities itself, different facilities, even basic things like the restrooms. If the restrooms don't work and our customers come in, it's rather inconvenient for them. So those type of things all need to be up to standard at all times. So it's just routine stuff. And like I said, this is an industrial facility, so the items that are in here, they wear out, so they have to be replaced.
We're here at the phone bank at Fred Lawyer, where the phones are ringing off the hook. That's exactly what we want. You know, in the time that I've been here at the phone bank, I've noticed every hour or so there are new volunteers coming in. And I want you to take a look at the folks we have here, these lovely folks who are volunteering their time here tonight. These folks are from Gin Path. You can see them decked out in their blue shirts. Let's hear it for Gin Path, guys. Let's give it a woohoo! Woohoo! These are folks who are so happy to be here tonight. The theme, of course, for this telethon is happiness happens here. We're also happy to be here tonight, doing what we can for the Humane Society, pledging whatever we can for these animals. And you know, if you happen to be watching at home and you're thinking, I don't know, maybe I don't have enough money, you know, how much is enough to pledge? Every little bit counts. Just to give you some perspective, just a $5 donation covers a heartworm test for dogs 6 months or older. It's just $5, and you're able to make that much of a difference. Now, I do want to take a moment and acknowledge some of our generous donors. Arlene Sench, who's donated $50 on behalf of her grandmother, Ann Lee Sench. We have Rosemary Elgia, who's donated $50 on behalf of Lola, Luna, and sister. And Don Wilson, who's donated $100 in memory of Captain. And now, El Paso, you know we do have ourselves little friendly rivalry here, whether you're team cat or team dog. You can see here the numbers are ticking up. That's exactly what we want to see. We want to see those numbers growing so that we can provide for these animals. And because we do have ourselves a rivalry here, we have some folks who have a few challenges. Joe Christine Pignon donated $50. And challenges all ADP associates to donate as well. ADP, there you go, you have your challenge. And here we have Rita Martinez, donated $50, challenges all Texas Tech employees to donate. Texas Tech, there you go. And then finally, we have George Del Rio, donated $50, wants to challenge all veterans to donate. The number's on your screen, El Paso. Let's get those calls coming in. Let's do what we can for these animals. I'll send it back to the Humane Society.
All right, so thank you so much, Iloba. So we have been really pushing Team Dog, Team Cat. If you are just sitting back watching the Humane Society Telethon, because some people do, because who doesn't want to see cute animals on their television screen? Well, if you are enjoying any of those little kitties and puppies, you need to donate. You need to show your support by donating right now, 915-444-1099. Give us a call, or you can text dog or cat at 915-615-2720. It's made super easy this year.
I mean, And we hear about all these stories, you know, the dogs, like, their lives get saved. You know, that Blue story is just like,
Yes.
you're traveling and you're coming all the way from New York. First thing you want is that company, you know. Dogs and cats just bring that love and that excitement to your family, that company you might not know you need, but you do need it. It's just so nice to have, and just can, by helping out today at the Humane Society of El Paso Telethon, we can just make a difference in their lives of these pets.
Exactly. We're already making a difference. Let's take a look right here. We have Team Cat with 23,196. Oh, we just got another donation for Team Dog. Team Dog is up just a bit by about 400 votes. So we really need Team Cat to step it up. We need to have this competition healthy and ongoing throughout the night.
Definitely. So let's check out Blue's story. As I was mentioning, you might be moving down here. You might think you need some extra company. So let's see why they adopted Blue and what they're doing with Blue here in El Paso.
We moved here from Brooklyn. I'm an immigration attorney, and we moved here so that I could do border work specifically. And then within 3 days of moving here, we were feeling a little lonely and wanted company.
Jennifer explains what attracted her to Blue.
Yeah, and he had these big eyes. And when we saw the eyes, I was like, man, that's the one.
Blue is an Australian kettle dog with a very unique personality.
He has a very affectionate and calm and introverted energy, and I loved like that he was a bit shy but was still kind of like begging for us to scratch him through the the wire fence. And yeah, so I don't know, at that moment I fell in love.
Erin goes over some of the concerns we may have when adopting a new furry family member.
I was nervous, like, was I going to be able to look after him okay, because I'm at home with him all the time. I was like, am I going to be up for this? Am I going to make a mistake? Is there something going to happen that I don't know how to manage? But we figured it all out. He's been so sweet. So when I'm on my work calls or I'm at my laptop, he's just there, like on my feet or lying under my desk or behind me.
Bluey waits by the garage door every day when I get home from work. It's just wonderful. I can't imagine. I almost feel like if I moved here just for Bluey, it would be worth it. Yeah, I can't imagine us not having him.
This is Jennifer and Erin's exceptional adoption experience.
It was a very easy adoption process. There was a lot of information. The volunteers were super friendly. So when we went the day before, I think we mentioned, we asked a lot of questions just to make sure we knew him and that like what he liked would be good for our lifestyle. It was really important to us. It was just such an easy process, and it was clear everybody loved the animals. They're adapting to you at the same time. And if you're just like want company and want to feel kind of like valued in life in a way that is going to be long-term, then I think adopting a dog is really special. He flirted with a lady dog 2 weeks ago. That was really exciting. We'd never seen him do that. He was just kind of flipping his head and like trying to make moves on her. That was amazing to observe. He did try to hurt us. Of course, he's a blue heeler. So in the first couple of weeks, he was definitely nipping a little bit to be like, okay, guys, I want you to move this way. I highly recommend you to go to the Humane Society of El Paso. You just don't know what you could find. I'm trying to convince my family to get one of these guys, and what do you know? Just go to the Humane Society of El Paso. You might actually find one of them. Look how smart they are. Good. You know, I'm the one that has the treats. That's why he's over here.
Iris Garcia Barron, ABC 7.
Welcome back to the Meow House here at the Humane Society of El Paso. And if we've already seen Checkers on TV, that's Checkers in the background that's adding some commentary here to these three gorgeous white kitty cats that are all looking for their forever home. This is Tofu.
Yes.
We have Olaf.
And Casper.
And tell us about all three of these. Are these siblings?
Yes, they are siblings. They are 17-week-old domestic long-hair kittens. They are very playful. They absolutely love people. Typically, if you walk through the cat house, they'll be trying to paw at you through our kennels, and huge fans of all the attention.
And you know what? If you have room in your home for all three of these gorgeous kitties, I would suggest you adopt all three of them together, because since they are siblings, it makes it a lot easier. Speaking from experience, I have three siblings at home myself, and it makes for a lot easier time because they have each other to play with. Now, of course, the house looks like a mess because they're siblings and they're running around like crazy, but hey, adopt all three of these kittens together here at the Humane Society of El Paso. Back to you.
I'm here with Vanessa. Vanessa, let's go and talk about some non-monetary values. What do we have here?
So even if you're not able to donate financially, totally okay. All of the items that you see on this table, pretty much we're always in need of these items. So you can purchase them at your local, Walmart or whatever it is that you choose to shop. But I mean, we've got treats, we've got food, we've got toys here. We've got peanut butter that we're always in need of, canned food, all that good stuff. But even if you can't even, find some of this stuff at your store, you can always donate your time. So if you'd like to sign up to be a volunteer, you can always go to our website. That's hselpaso.org. Then you can also find a wish list for our Amazon wish list. So if you go to our website and click on ways to give, there is an Amazon wish list on there that you can find everything that we regularly use and are always in need of.
Vanessa, what about our schools and corporates? How are they able to give back to the Humane Society of El Paso?
So on their own time, and I think that's another really cool thing that we love to do here. We also have group volunteers. Whenever, a company wants to donate their time, they usually find a really good date for them to come in. And they're always willing to help out with whatever it is that we need. And so our volunteer coordinator, Taylor Quintana, is amazing. So you can always reach out to her at hselpaso.org, and you can find her contact info there and, set up a date to come in.
Vanessa, I'm so glad that we're talking about some non-monetary values, especially because some of us folks were not able to donate at the moment. But at the house, what about blankets? I know that I was hearing that the washer and dryer is always constantly working here.
Yes, and so in fact, recently we were in need of a washer and dryer, and somebody, gladly donated in honor of their dog, and so we were really happy about that.
Well, thank you, Vanessa. We're going to go ahead and toss it to our first love story. This is a heartfelt story, so be prepared. Take out your tissues because you are going to feel this one.
Funnily enough, I think the first animal that I ever worked with, I fostered for the Humane Society a very long time ago when I was a volunteer. So I started off as a volunteer, and I found dumped cats and I fostered them through the Humane Society, and it was very difficult returning them. I did get a little attached, but they all found homes and I was very pleased, and after that I was hooked. I found a cat off the street. His name is Jax. I used to be an avid dog lover, strictly dog lover, and I think this cat just kind of changed my perspective on cats. I mean, he's just amazing. And so, I'm just ever since then I've been heavily involved in saving animals and any way I can.
I've always loved animals. I cannot tell you the first animal. I have pictures of me being 2 or 3 carrying around a puppy. When my mother would say goodbye to everybody at a party, I would say goodbye to any of the strays. So it wasn't one particular animal, but as I got older and adopted my own animals, I just felt more in love with them. They all deserve a good home. They all deserve a little bit of love, and I'm thrilled to be able to get them that.
That's going to be my dog that I currently have. She is 11 years old. She's a rescue. Her name is Hershey. I did rescue her for one of my uncle's friends, and ever since I had her, I've just been in love with helping animals, and rescuing her led me to rescue my second pet that I have right now. So yeah.
Her name is Cheddar. I loved her so much. She was a boxer mix and she was about 2 years old. I really loved her so much. She was, at first she was really scared of me. She barked at me and then she would run away from me. But then she became really attached to me. I took her for a pup cup. I took her to the park. I bought her treats. I also took her for a sleepover at my house where I really wanted to adopt her, which unfortunately I wasn't able to. But I love her so much. And Cheddar, if you're seeing this, I love you and I miss you. She will forever be my baby. And yes, I miss her so much.
there was this little puppy named Buddy at the dog stop. That is a boarding facility back in Florida that I used to work at. And he would just light up the room every time he came in. He'd get so excited. He'd run straight up to me and everything. And that was actually the first time I'd ever worked with animals. And I was like, yeah, like I like this. And so I stayed.
All right, so we are getting to the top of the 9 o'clock hour. We've been here for hours now asking for your generous donations, and we want to take a look at the tote board and how much you have helped us raise so far.
Wow.
There you go, $48,225. And another donation for Team Cat. All right, so there we go. We just need a little bit more. Thank you so much, but please urge your friends to contribute. If you have a little more to give, please do. And we're going to be back with much more of the Humane Society Telethon.
This is the spirit of West Texas, where we savor every sip and every moment. A place where the stars align and the desert sings. A place where our taste for adventure is rivaled only by our taste in tequila. We are 100% Blue Agave Tequila. Made in Jalisco, home in West Texas. We are El Perro Grande Tequila. Salud.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion, obviously, because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
The savings keep adding up for Fred Loya customers in Texas. In recent months, people who switched from Geico, Allstate, and Progressive to Fred Loya Insurance saved over $1,700 a year. State Farm customers saved over $1,300 a year. Include the savings of Fred Loya customers from multiple states, and that's a combined savings of over $1.1 million a year. Start paying less for your car insurance. Call or visit fredloya.com. If you don't call, you don't save.
You're watching the Humane Society of El Paso's 30th annual Happiness Happens Here Telethon. Each year, the Humane Society of El Paso spends more than $400,000 on medical care for the vulnerable animals that the organization cares for. Your donation makes these vital services possible. Thank you. This hour is sponsored by Fred Loya Insurance, Jersey Mike's, GenPath Services, EFO Media, West Star Bank, and Mark Worley, with volunteers from the Junior Women's Club of El Paso at the Fred Loya Phone Bank. Let's join our hosts.
Welcome back to the Humane Society Telethon. Happiness Happens Here. I'm Stephanie Valle. We are doing a pet parade. It is sponsored by International Bar, and we have some beautiful dogs in the pet parade. First, we want to start with Belle. And Sam, tell me about Belle.
This is Belle. She's a 1-year-old Shepherd mix, and she's currently been at the shelter for 32 days.
Okay, so Belle is looking for a home. Tell us, if we're trying to find the perfect home for Belle, what would that be?
She is great with everyone pretty much. She loves hugs and pets. She's a sweetheart. So a home with children, other dogs. She also does great in the pool. She loves to play for hours and get wet. She's just a overall happy girl looking for a good home.
Yes, and you said something key, Sam. Sorry to cut you off there, but you said something key that, other dogs, because sometimes people have a dog and they're looking to get another pet into their life. And you have Penny here, and you said she plays well with other dogs. That's important.
She does. She does great with other dogs. You can always bring your pet in to do a meet and greet with them just to make sure that everything goes good, and then she would be able to go home with them.
Okay, wonderful. So that was Belle, and we also have Penny, who is I'm going to just step right around. Sorry there, Penny. So Taylor, tell me about Penny. Otherwise, seems very calm right now.
Yeah, so they're a lot like long lost sisters. So they're both, shepherd mixes. She's also about 1-year-old, so they're both very young. She also loves to play in the water. She's good with a lot of people. She's a little bit shy at first, so she does take a little bit of warming up. So maybe older kids, or if you want to introduce your younger kids, maybe just, someone on the calmer side. She can be with other dogs, so we would suggest a dog intro just to kind of get her foot in the water, because she can be a little bit awkward at first. But yeah.
Great. And so dogs like this, I would imagine, definitely need to have a lot of activity. So that's something that if you're considering adopting them, you want to make sure that you have the time to do that. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely. Since they are so young, they still have that puppy mentality. They definitely have a lot of energy to get out. So if you need somebody to accompany you on your evening runs or anything like that, either of these would be really great choices.
Wonderful. So definitely want to consider Belle and Penny. They're about a year old and they're here at the Humane Society. And oh, did you have something else you wanted to add? She wants to be in this shot because she wants to make sure that someone watching at home right now sees that she is available for adoption. So again, Sam Taylor, thank you so much. And Belle, thank you. And are you going to flip my cards over for me? I appreciate that. Wonderful. So we want to talk also about off-site adoptions, because you don't just have to come here to the Humane Society. You can go to the other spots that they have off-site.
Off-site adoptions is mainly with PetSmart and Petco too. I bring 4 or 5 dogs. I usually try and bring at least one adult dog, and we sit out there from 10 a.m. to 3 virtually every time, and we try to get as many adopted off-site as possible. For more exposure, like for example on the west side, they don't like to drive all the way over here to the shelter, so we'll bring dogs over there and they get to adopt from there. I do off-site adoptions at various locations around the city, one of them being Harley-Davidson, and that's actually one of our highest success rate places. I get a lot of adult dogs adopted there. For off-site adoption events, I only bring puppies and adult dogs, and then the cats are in the retail locations. As the coordinator of the off-site adoption events, I try and get as many volunteers to go as possible so I can check in on them throughout the day, but I don't have to stay. My associate also will run them herself, and if I don't have the volunteers available, then me and my associate run them. They talk to the community and inform them about the Humane Society, about the dog that they're potentially interested in, and allow people to spend time with the dog they may be adopting. When it comes to puppies, I check when they were spayed or neutered. I check their health logs, their vaccines, things like that. And as long as they are cleared by medical staff, I can bring them. And for adult dogs, I usually try and have ones that really like other dogs. They were really fun and energetic, and we bring friendly ones. Last weekend, actually, we got a 6-year-old dog adopted to a young couple. They absolutely fell in love with her the first second they met her and stayed for probably an hour just hanging out with her. And then they were about to leave, but we had other people coming to check her out. And I was like, hey, like, she's not going to be here tomorrow. And they immediately didn't even think about it. It was like, okay, we want her. And she went home to such a great home.
Say hello to McConaughey. All right, all right, all right. McConaughey is here at the Humane Society of El Paso's Meow House looking for a forever home. Tell us about McConaughey.
She is a 10-week-old domestic short-hair. A few things about her is she loves freeze-dried chicken treats.
Especially chicken.
Especially chicken. She runs extremely fast. Anytime we're trying to clean the kennel, she darts out pretty fast. The feather wands, she's a huge fan of and will play with 4 hours on end in our playroom.
And we just woke McConaughey up, unfortunately, so she's still kind of sleepy, but she is looking for a forever home, just like all the other cats here at the Meow House. Come on by the Humane Society of El Paso and find 1 or 2 or 12 to take home for your family. Back to you.
We're back here at the phone bank at Fred Loya. I want you to listen to this. Listen to all this activity that's going on here. You hear that? That's all the volunteers taking in all the calls from our generous donors this evening, raising funds for the Humane Society, doing what we can to make sure that this organization can continue to provide for these pets, to house them, to feed them, to keep them cool in these triple-digit temperatures. Take a look again. These are volunteers from the Junior Women's Club of El Paso. You can see the spirit here. Look at these masks that they're wearing. This is really, team. I won't ask, but I think I can pretty much guess. She's probably team dog. She's probably team cat. Friendly rivalry. Team cat. There we go. We got another team cat. Friendly rivalry we have going on here. I want to take one more look at our board, see how we're doing. Oh, there we go. We're about 50,000 now. We have about 100,000 to go. 24,000 for Team Cat, about 24 for Team Cat, 25 for Team Dogs. El Paso, the numbers on your screen. Let's keep those calls coming. We've already gotten a lot of really generous donors. Cynthia Santovina donated $40 on behalf of Barbaro and Medina Spirit, 2 beloved Kentucky Derby champions. We also have Maribel Vilalva donated $50 in honor of Manny and Lita. And we thank you as well to Southwestern Mill Distributors. They also donated $250. If you want to get, all you have to do if you want to make a donation on behalf of an animal is donate just $25. That will get you a donation in honor of a lovely pet. And when you have, maybe one that you've lost. El Paso, again, we have a long way to go. $100,000 we need to get between now and 11 o'clock. So let's get those phones ringing. For now, let's take a look at what goes into kennel care at the Humane Society.
Kennel care is a very important job because we want pets to be happy and healthy, and that starts with disease control. Kennel care job is important because it drastically reduces the chances of illness spreading. In addition, when dealing with the end of life, owners need someone with empathy and compassion to handle their pet with dignity, and that's what kennel care associates provide. The facility functions as a whole because of kennel care associates. Without them, crews can get overwhelmed and their own schedules can get delayed. The dogs and the cats are also on schedule, and it's because of kennel care associates and that there's some consistency in the schedule. And it is because of kennel care that there's some consistency in everyone's routine that ensures that the dogs and cats get fed on time at a reasonable hour. So we do start at 8 in the morning. We do come in and bring the dogs outside to do their business. And then when we do the business, we do end up cleaning the inside of the kennels, just to sanitize it and everything. And then once we're done cleaning the inside, we do have the dogs come out inside so that they can be fed by the animal care associates. Once they're done being fed by the animal care associates, we do come outside and clean the outside kennels as well. For cats, they are a similar process to clean as well. They just have different compartments. My favorite part of my job is when a lot of older dogs that have been here for a while get adopted out, because a lot of people do overlook them a lot. So seeing them leave, going home to a nice family makes me really happy.
Well, we're responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of the facilities, and this is an industrial facility, so it is routine that things break and have to be repaired. So we keep up with that, along with trying to plan for routine maintenance, along with major things that any other facility would need. Well, in the last year, we've improved our lighting. We've changed a couple of air conditioner, and then we've done a couple of roofs. And then the buildings that we replaced the roofs in had duct issues because the roofs were leaking, causing rust in the ducts. And it's a trickle-down effect. If you don't repair the major item, then the items underneath them start falling apart, and it's one thing after another. Well, if we can't use the kennels or we can't use the facilities itself, different facilities, even basic things like the restrooms. If the restrooms don't work and our customers come in, it's rather inconvenient for them. So those type of things all need to be up to standard at all times. So it's just routine stuff. And like I said, this is an industrial facility, so the items that are in here, they wear out, so they have to be replaced.
All right, we are back here. We are pushing Team Cat versus Team Dog. So you're usually Team Cat with me, but you're holding a dog today. But either way, it doesn't matter. It all goes to the Humane Society.
Absolutely, Stephanie. That's the great thing, is that every single donation goes to help a great cause, cats and dogs. And like we were saying earlier, just imagine a medical bill of over $400,000. But today we're looking to raise $150,000. We're getting close, so now it's a sense of urgency. Go ahead and let your family know. Go text your friends, text your family members. It doesn't matter where they live. We're in a border town, but the great thing is that we are very united. We're strong in this borderland. We're not just El Paso. We're El Paso, Juarez, Anthony, Chaparral, Las Cruces. And I love how we always get together, especially in a time of need. The need right now, the dogs need you, the cats need you.
Yes, exactly. And you were mentioning that it's a united borderland. People can donate even if they don't live here. And in fact, we had a donation from a former anchor reporter at Channel 7, Mauricio Casillas. He is in Washington, D.C. right now, and he was seeing the posts on social media, and he made a donation all the way from across the country in Washington, D.C. So thank you to Mauricio for supporting the Humane Society, the mission that it means so much to people. He worked on the telethon, and what the work that the Humane Society does, it means so much to our community, and it resonates with people even after they leave. So with Mauricio donating, I'd like to issue a challenge to anyone who maybe is not from El Paso, maybe they have relocated here to El Paso, or maybe they have moved away and they're seeing the posts on social media. Please make a donation. All you have to do is go to our social media pages. I've been posting stuff. You've been posting stuff. Everyone has been posting. You can also text your friends to call 915-444-1099 or text dog or cat to 915-615-2720. All those donations really make a huge difference. We're seeing it right here because Team Dog is ahead. They've been getting more donations in the last few minutes. So they're up against Team Cat right now about 2,000, almost like 1,500 votes.
Yes, absolutely. And so a good thing is a sense of urgency. If you are Team Cat, let's go. Even if you're Team Dog, let's go ahead and even the playing field right now. Everything remains the same. The largest donation, the Field of Dreams, if Team Cat wins, will go under your name as well. So let's go ahead and toss it over, Stephanie, to the professional development.
I think the professional development that I'm most proud of is getting involved in cross-training and having all of the departments kind of learn a little bit about each other's role. I think it's fun for them. I know it's fun for me too. It's really exciting for me to kind of like see them have fun and learn how to do something new, do something different outside of their regular responsibilities.
Our executive director, Deb Benedict, basically approached me and kind of asked me if I wanted to be a guinea pig for the Best Friends Executive Leadership Certification. It's a whole lot of words for basically a 6-month program to kind of develop my leadership skills.
Sometimes it really kind of helps on an understaffed day that we have somebody who kind of can fill in on that role. I think it really helps build a bond with each team. I think it really helps with communication. I think it really helps them appreciate each other's role and just how everything all comes together. And I think ultimately it kind of builds a desire to want to move up within the company, and we're always really happy about that.
So we talked about how to be a resilient leader for both for yourself, for your team, how to develop those resiliency I guess traits in your team. That way people don't burn out. Compassion fatigue is really, really common in animal welfare, and so it's important for your team to be very, very resilient in order to take care of these animals.
I think it's because this isn't just a job to most people. I mean, we're dealing with animals, we're dealing with animal lovers. So I think something that kind of keeps us all grounded and connected is that we all have that desire to want to better these animals' lives.
These professional development courses have helped me immensely. I have never considered myself much of a leader, and being able to take these courses and kind of bolster those skills or teach me that it's not about making your weaknesses strong, but acknowledging that I have my own strengths and those are valuable no matter where I'm at. The information has been valuable. Being able to share that, disseminate that with my staff has been great as well. It's all knowledge that people kind of know on the surface, but being able to dig into the nitty-gritty has been great, and I think it's valuable for everybody.
I mean, I know it's a little cliche to say that we're a family, but I mean, there really is a connection and a bond between all of the staff here. I mean, they, even long after hours, everybody's hanging out. They can't seem to get enough of each other. Everyone is they're really bonded.
That's right, and we're here with a special guest. Patty, thank you so much for joining us. And can you tell us a little bit about your role here at the Humane Society?
I'm the foster coordinator and also the community cats coordinator.
Perfect. And what does that entail? So foster program, it's something that people can, take advantage of, volunteer their time, their home. What does the foster program entail?
So the foster program, you take kittens, like this one, for example, or puppies, and take them to your home, foster them, care for them for about 2 weeks, up to 8 weeks, and then you bring them back to the shelter to get adopted.
Awesome. So that's only 8 weeks that they have to have them for.
That's the maximum that you can keep them, unless they get sick or something like that, and you still want to foster them through the meds and whatever, then it's a little bit longer. But normally 8 weeks is tops, and then you bring them back to the shelter.
And once some people might be thinking about the foster program, is there any qualifications, anything you think that would really mean you're ready to be a foster parent?
Yes, all you need is some space in your home and some time to care for the babies. It's okay if you work, because in the mornings you can feed them, get them ready, and then you go to work. When you come back, you just take care of them again. So that's fine. I mean, some people say, well, I work, I can't really take care of them. But it's easy. I mean, like this baby here, it's easy to take care of. Even if you work, you can do it.
Perfect. And I encourage everyone to come out here, foster program. There's just so many ways to volunteer your time, your home. People are just really just looking ways to help and make a difference. Just right out your home. And what are one tip, and why is it that you do this, the foster program, to help these these dogs and cats out?
Okay, so the babies, the shelter environment is not good for babies because, they can get sick easily. They also need some more care than the typical dog or cat that we have here, an adult cat or dog. So if you take them home, you're going to help them grow healthier. And then you're also going to help us help more babies, because she is right now in a kennel. If you take her, then I can bring another baby, or maybe even 3 or 4, and keep them in the kennel. Then somebody comes and gets those, and like that. So just by helping one little baby, you can help up to 6.
Definitely. So you can pay it forward. Just that time just makes that difference for those to come. It's just in the moment, and in the future you can help. It's just a one-time thing that you might do, and maybe you even consider keeping the pet at home. You can definitely just have that company.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. If you fall in love with it, then you just keep it, just adopt it.
Definitely. And now, the importance of friend groups, importance of the pups and the cats having people around them is very vital to the pups and the dog and the cats. So we'll take a look at that.
This is the Field of Dreams. The purpose is to fulfill all their dreams. Just let them run around, have fun, get exercise, play fetch, have the pool out, let them run around. The goals of friend groups would be to help socialize. I feel like the majority of people have other dogs in their home, so it helps them to socialize with other dogs. Also to help enrichment, help them just be a dog and run around and have fun, let loose, and just helps also their mental stimulation as well. We find friend groups by doing a dog-to-dog introduction, have them on leashes, and kind of let them sniff around, let them communicate the way dogs do. Sometimes it might take a little bit for them to get used to each other. Sometimes they are best friends right away. They'll go ahead and initial a play bow. That's universal signal for let's play. There are some dogs that have more friend groups than others. They're more social. They get along with almost just about every dog. And others that have only maybe 1 or 2 friends. And that's the reason it being is just sometimes dogs are a little picky about who they hang out with. I just think it's important for them to have friends, because I feel like they, in a way, are free, like free from the distractions of other dogs, free from the routine, free from the fact that they're in a shelter, and just kind of like able to just be a dog. It does bring like great happiness to see dogs play, especially when they haven't been around a dog or haven't been with other dogs, and they kind of open up slowly but surely. You just see that dog blossom into, being more confident, and it allows them to be open to people too, to be more adoptable. I feel like that's a big reward in my part, just to see them just open.
Mark Worley passed away late last month. He was an accomplished athlete, educator, and friend to many. Mark grew up in Springfield, Missouri. He competed in several sports and became a star baseball player. In 1965, he accepted a baseball scholarship from the University of Arizona in Tucson, where he lettered for 4 years. After graduating in 1969, he served 4 years as a first lieutenant in the United States Army. Mark later played professional baseball in Mexico before becoming a special educator for El Paso Independent School District. Mark Worley, was a general supporter of the Humane Society of El Paso, and he was a passionate person about trapping community cats in order to neuter and return them. Mark created the Mark Worley Trust to continue to help homeless cats after his passing. The Trust will annually support feline programs at the Humane Society of El Paso for many years to come. The Humane Society of El Paso thanks the late Mr. Worley and his loved ones for supporting our feline friends. Thank you, and I'll send it back to the Humane Society.
Heartworm is a microscopic little worm that dogs and cats can get from mosquitoes. It is transmitted from mosquito directly to the animal. They usually prefer dogs over cats, but cats are known to get it as well. It migrates in through the vessels and the veins, and it works its way into the heart, is where they mainly like to live. When an animal tests positive for heartworm disease, it just means that they have an active infection with the heartworm. It varies between the side effects. Some dogs, you won't even know that they have it. Some dogs, they've had it, the infection for long enough being undetected, and they have signs such as fatigue. They have a coughing because it's developed into the chest. That's the two biggest signs that you'll notice. This is little Romy. She came into us and we tested her. She did very well with her behavioral test, but she did test positive on our heartworm test. So we immediately started an antibiotic treatment for 1 month. With the treatment that we do here at the shelter, we do a set of 3 injections. So after that first injection, she gets 1 month of observation and kind of rest and relaxation. When the end of that first month of observation is done, they will get their second and third set of injections. Those are usually done over 2 consecutive days. And then after that third injection, she will have another month of observation to make sure no new symptoms arise. At the end of that last month of observation, she will be able to have her check with the vet to make sure everything is healing well, her heart and lungs sound good, and to be cleared to be altered if they're not already altered. Normally, once the infection is treated with the heartworm disease, it takes about 6 months to a year before they'll test negative on a heartworm snap test. So heartworm is preventable. There are multiple products out now. There's also an injection as well for heartworm treatment. Usually it's a monthly treatment. It's a little treat that they get. It's got a dewormer. Most of them have a dewormer in it for the most common intestinal parasites. So heartworm disease is not contagious to other animals, to humans. It cannot be transferred through the blood to other animals either.
My foster program is to do with neonatals and with kittens and puppies, pregnant or nursing dogs and cats. Fostering helps a lot because that's the only way we can save kittens and puppies. When somebody calls to say that they're found a litter of kittens outside, the only way we can bring them in is if we have a foster home. So if we do not have someone that is willing to take those babies, we cannot help them. They cannot come here, especially if they're neonatals. They need care 24 hours. We cannot provide that. So those babies, if we do not have a foster home, they're doomed. The neonatals are puppies and kittens from newborns to 4 weeks. The goal of fostering is to save as many puppies and kittens as we possibly can. When you foster, you normally will take minimum 2 animals, but up to 4 or 5 if it's a litter. So that means you're saving 6 animals. And by saving 6 animals, you probably double or triple that because you letting us use the kennel again so we can save another litter. So that's, that makes it double what you saving. They can call us. They can come to the Humane Society. We can talk to them about. They can go to our website, visit programs, go to foster, and all the information is there. All the contact information is there. And the application link is there, so you can just fill out your application right away. So yeah, those are different ways you can get involved. You do not have to buy anything. Every little thing that you need to take care of the babies, we provide to you. You do not have to take care of the puppies or kittens for longer than 8 weeks. Once they turn 8 weeks, you bring them back to us so we can put them up for adoption. If you only have 2 weeks to spare, we can help. You can help us a lot with those 2 weeks. 1 week, even 1 week. People just come and say, I have 1 week to spare. Can I help you? Sure. You can take a baby for 1 week. That's better than them staying here all the time. So it is a commitment that you're helping us with, but if you have an emergency, if you suddenly get sick, you need to bring him back, there's no problem. We will take him back, no problem at all. So yes, it depends how old the babies are, is how long you're gonna take care of them, but maximum, it'll be 2 months.
Just a little walkthrough with the clinic.
So with the clinic, we will pull the animals the day of surgery. We will have them put place signs on their kennels the night before, so that way it prevents the staff from feeding them overnight food for puppies and again in the morning. So that way when they come in for surgery in the morning, they're not fed, they're fasted, so it's safer for them to receive the alteration surgery. We'll then pull them into our holding kennels, and then once the vet is here, we will bring them in to prep them for surgery and then transport them over to our surgery suite.
Okay, one thing is that we are still taking donations, and we're giving you guys a sense of urgency to donate. The reason being is, like, what happens if we come up a little bit short with these donations?
It just means that we have to go a little bit more into our budget, which kind of takes away a little bit more of the amount of treatments that we can do, the amount of animals that we can pull in to the shelter, and the amount of specialties that we're able to take care of.
I know a lot happens here, especially with surgeries that you're mentioning. When it comes to surgeries, roughly around how many surgeries per week are performed here at the Humane Society?
So for Humane Society animals, including our foster puppies and kittens, we range about 40 to 50 a week. But then on top of that, we also do the Mary Spears, trap, neuter, return animals, and we do around 100 a week for them.
So it definitely looks like our veterinarians we're keeping them really busy here. And I do see that behind us, we do have a lot of medicines. Can you talk to us a little bit about the medicines and what exactly are these animals needing?
So what we're mainly needed for, just depending on what treatment it is, but a lot of the probiotics, we go through a lot of those here, especially with the gastrointestinal parasites, which are really common in a shelter environment. A lot of pain medications. We also help with like hip and joint supplements. We get a lot of older age. Sometimes we're in the kennel for long term, like Brisa that we had seen earlier today. Their joints get a little bit stiff, so having some hip and joint supplements to help them with that, it alleviates and benefits them.
You know, one of the things is when we adopt from the Humane Society of El Paso, sometimes we have concerns like, oh, what if the dog's sick? Like, a lot of times we don't want to donate, but this is a great thing because when someone comes to adopt, let's just say they're during the foster time, out of their pocket, they don't have to pay. They actually bring the animal back here, and the Humane Society of El Paso fronts that cost.
Yes. So even if the animals do get sick in the foster care, the foster is not responsible for treating that. Well, they may treat the animal in their home, but they're not responsible for paying for any medication, any of those vet visits, the rechecks with the vet. They all come back to us. We supply the treatment, and if they're comfortable with treating the illness in the home, then we'll give them that treatment to do, and we will explain how to give that treatment as well.
And one of the things here with the Humane Society of El Paso, we have noticed that a lot of, like, when it comes to the Mary Spear program, I was actually here when that was happening. I saw an abundance of cats coming in. When someone comes and ends up adopting an animal, like, what do you see? Are they going to be already spayed and neutered? Are they going to have, like, be microchipped already?
So any of our animals that are altered, they're going to be spayed or neutered. They're going to have all of their up-to-date vaccines. They'll be microchipped, and any preventatives that we have. Every cat gets a dewormer vaccine or preventative, and then every dog gets the heartworm preventative and dewormer and flea and tick preventative while they're here.
Okay, and let's just say like a dog does come with parvo, for example. Do we actually go the extra mile here to go ahead and give them medication and see them all the way through for them to get better?
We do. We actually have a specific room that we treat just parvo puppies in. Parvo dogs as well, but older dogs are not as common as puppies are to get parvo, but they go through a strict regimen of medication and supplements and just a really hard supportive care to trying to get them back to health.
Yes, absolutely. We have a sense of urgency to donate here. Tell us, why is it so? I know you've been talking about the medical, but let us know, why is it so important for them to donate? Because one of the things that I love here is that all of the proceeds go to the Humane Society, to the actual cause. That's incredible.
Yeah, every dollar spent comes back to us. It helps us take care of the animals, whether it's enrichment, whether it's getting them altered, treating them for anything that we find while they're here, just all over general. It stays with the Humane Society. So.
And that's one thing that's really great here. Just always remember, like, just pick up that phone and dial. Also, make sure and text. Let your friends know, your family member. Thank you so much, Samantha. We love the fact that you're so well versed, especially when it comes to medicals. It's so important to donate. You save lives for dogs and cats that are not even born yet. More than likely, if they end up here, thanks to you at home, you're donated. Let's go ahead and toss it to the medical story.
If you've ever adopted a dog or a cat, you may not have thought about all the medical care the animal has already gotten from the shelter, paid for beforehand by the shelter, and nearly all the animals that come through here need some form of that.
Does it taste good? I know.
Samantha Gamble is the medical services coordinator at the Humane Society of El Paso. She says the first thing she has to do when an animal comes through is determining what care it needs. A wrong diagnosis could cause problems for the rest of the animals in the shelter.
If we have somebody that comes in that we don't know is sick, that goes into the vet kennels, we found it's like they show symptoms the next day, usually we'll quarantine them.
But they can take care of it.
We're really diligent with all of the staff around, including medical, especially medical, to make sure we catch every symptom that we can.
Aside from parvo, giardia, and other parasitic and bacterial infections, the most common care is vaccinations and spay and neuter operations.
In each of our fridges we keep a hold of also the testing supplies.
According to Director Deb Benedict, the vaccinations and operations are subsidized by grants and donations, which is the only thing the Humane Society relies on to stay afloat. They say donating not only goods like probiotics and pet supplements, but also your time is how you can help the Humane Society.
We have a place for everyone. You can come in as an individual for a few hours. You can come in as a regular to donate time walking our animals. We have some fabulous seniors who come.
Now, if you'd like to volunteer, you can visit hselpaso.org and then click on Ways You Can Help. There you can fill out a form. For now, reporting from Northeast El Paso, I'm Jason McNabb, ABC 7.
Unfortunately, we had to interrupt the kitty puddle to bring these three out for you to see. So please introduce yourselves, if you will.
So that is Mia, this is Mora, and this is Anubis. They are 10-week-old domestic short hairs and are usually in a giant kitty puddle, as he said, when you come in. They love to sleep. They are very playful, however, and they love chin scratches.
And they're all siblings, yes?
Yes.
Okay, well, here's another group that really and truly needs to be adopted together so they can all hang out and enjoy their new forever home. So come on by the Humane Society of El Paso and say hello to Anubis,
Mora, and Mia.
And Mia. Back to you.
You're so sweet.
We're here at the bank where the phones are ringing off the hook. Just what we want. We want activity. We want those phones ringing. We want these volunteers here, these lovely volunteers chattering away, getting those donations coming in. And I want you to take a look right here. What team do you think they're on? You think team horse, team? Nah, obviously. You think so, team horse? Team horse, team cow? There you go, El Paso. I'm told, let's take a look here, actually. Let's come back around here and take a look at this board that you're looking at right here. In spite of what you're seeing here, 28 for Team Cat, 28,000, 31,000 for Team Dog. I'm told we're actually at about $90,000 to our goal of 150. El Paso, we can do it. Let the numbers on your screen. Let's pick up those phones and get those donations coming in for the Humane Society. Now, if you're wondering, if you donate money to the Humane Society, what do they do with it? What does it actually provide? Well, the Humane Society, it goes through about $80 worth of food every day for the cats and dogs. So you can imagine how much money that adds up to be. Now, every day, these animals depend on the Humane Society, and the Humane Society depends on you. I'll tell you a little story. The other day at work on Friday, my co-worker, John McMinn, came in with his little pet, his dog, Larry. As soon as he walked into the room, everybody was smiling. Even the pitches of our voices changed because Larry just uplifted us all so much. That's what animals do for us, and we have an opportunity to give back to them, to make sure that their lives are comfortable, to make sure that they have food to eat, they have a warm place to sleep. And, if you're sitting at home wondering, how much is enough? How little is too little? Whether it's $10 or $100, we're grateful. That money goes a long way. And if you can't donate, think about volunteering. Now, in this next video, we will show you how to get started on what could be an amazing and incredibly rewarding journey for you.
The first thing to do when you want to volunteer is to visit our website. Our website is www.hselpaso.org/volunteer. We'll get you right to that volunteer page. You would follow the step-by-step instructions. Application. Then you will view a presentation with some how-to videos, and then you will take a quiz. We like to do a knowledge check, make sure that you are understanding the things that you've just viewed. And at the end of the quiz, you'll get a link to orientation. So you're going to sign up for an orientation, and once you're oriented and you've been through the process, you can start volunteering right away. Volunteers do a little bit of everything. So you could be expected to help care for the animals. Lots of dog walking and enrichment, critter sitting is a big thing here. We like to spend time with our animals, get them used to being with other humans. We have lots of other opportunities. Here at the shelter, it's not just animal care. We do have opportunities for community engagement. We have offsite adoption events. We're always looking for volunteers for our offsite adoptions. Those are really fun. We have our Mary Spears program, so people who are looking for clinic experience can help with our Mary Spears TNR program. That's a great place for somebody to get some clinic experience if they're interested in becoming a veterinarian or working in the medical field. Volunteers are very important to our organization because they are doing jobs that we just can't possibly do. With the volunteers' help, we could get almost every dog out on a walk every day. They help us to do things and see things that we may not be able to see. When volunteering, you are going to be gaining skills that you can use in the real world. Yeah, we appreciate that our volunteers would like to work specifically with animals, but we do ask everyone to be prepared to do a little bit of everything. But it's important to note that the daily routine of the shelter changes, and it's all based on time of day, need, and necessity.
I want to introduce you to some of our volunteers who took time out of their Saturday night to be here today for this incredibly important cause. I'm going to introduce you to, what's your name?
I'm Regina.
Regina, and you're with?
We're with the Junior Women's Club of El Paso. The bunch of us all came out tonight.
Woohoo, guys, woohoo, Women's Club of El Paso. Fantastic. You guys are busy taking those calls. That's exactly what we want. Why was it important for you to be here tonight?
You know, we did this a couple years ago, and we saw how important it is for people to help out. I mean, the Humane Society employees can't all be here, right? To do it, someone's got to help out, and it's so important to help the animals. I mean, that's what they're doing, is helping the city of El Paso. And I personally I'm on Team Cat. That's my little cat pin. But I personally have adopted cats from the Humane Society, and they do so much for the city.
That's fantastic. And you know, these donations, no matter how little, they go so far, right?
It doesn't matter what the amount is. We're taking them. We've got the little, they ask if you're team cat or team dog, but it's so good for the community, and it's so much fun, and we're all having, we're trying to beat each other and answering the phone calls. So we want more people to call in and help out, right? It goes a long way.
Absolutely. El Paso, you still have time. We still have No, a little bit. Yeah, we have a ways to go. We have about $100,000. Call in. You can do it. We can meet that goal. We can exceed that goal. The number is on your screen. Pick up the phone and make that call. I'll send it back to the team. Team, what about you?
Team dog.
Team dog.
No, team cat.
I'll send it back to the Humane Society.
All right, so thank you so much, Lobo. So we are talking now about animals that come into the shelter. They need a lot of medical attention, and they are able to be rehabilitated and then sent out and find their forever home. And that's just some of the miracles, if you will, that they perform here at the Humane Society with your help, with your donations. So please make a donation. The number is on the bottom of your screen. You can call, you can text, and it's really great to see what they do here at the shelter.
Absolutely. One thing right now, we were talking to Samantha, and she was talking a little bit more about the whole like medical. I was so surprised. On average, weekly, it looks like they're averaging around 100 operations per day. And we're just talking about operations. A lot of them are like spay or neuter. But what about the animals that come in really sick? I mean, it would be great if the animals will all come in healthy and then the same day they get, adopted or fostered. But unfortunately, there are some long-term little guys here too, little like animals. And one of the things that I've noticed is that the Humane Society of El Paso does an excellent job with the medication, with the surgeries, and we highly, highly, highly encourage you guys to please donate. We urge you. We're getting close to the hour.
Yeah, it's very true. We are getting close to the 10 o'clock hour. We're going to take a break for ABC 7 weekend at 10. So we're really urging you. If you've been watching the telethon tonight, you're kind of thinking, well, maybe I can donate a little bit. I'm just not sure. All we're asking for is at least $5, because $5 can pay for a heartworm test. And heartworm is so detrimental to animals. It can be deadly for cats and dogs if they get it. So when they come into the shelter here, they have to test them. They have to make sure that they're going to be healthy, that what kind of treatment they're going to need, so they can be adopted. So even $5 can provide a little bit of care. They do parvo tests. They do that. It takes about $20 to do a parvo test. And parvo, again, something that is so dangerous for dogs. So they do all of those things to take care of the animals here so that they can be adopted and that they can find a home instead of being here at the shelter. But in the meantime, they are here. They need your support. So please call 915-444-1099. You can scan the QR codes at the corner of your screen if you're team cat, if you like cats, if you're a team dog, maybe you've had dogs all your life. Please make that donation. And we were talking about those animals. Let's see a story now about sickly survivors.
Medical counsel dogs or cats aren't really any different than any other dog or cat we have. They just have a little bit of a medical history. Their quality of life is the same as everybody else's as well. Maybe their exercise is limited, but other than that, they're still playful, they're still loving, they're still animals. I wouldn't say that medical consult dogs or cats are hard to work with. They may require a little more patience, a little more time, a little more understanding, but I don't think that they're very difficult. Yes, definitely I would like the public to open their minds. Let them understand that it's nothing scary. Just understand the animal more. I hope that they would be more open their hearts to them. I feel like there's so many good dogs and cats with medical consults that just get overlooked because they have an MC label on them. And I think just the public sees that as something scary, but it definitely really isn't. It's quite the opposite. With Cavalier, I remember the adoption. He was meeting with him. He was very, very happy to be with him. And we were talking about the medical consult. He had distemper. He was a distemper survivor. And he also had a little tick, which kind of made him, a little goofy. But he loved that about him. And he started like dancing with him as like the little twitch. So I thought that was very sweet. I thought that was very understanding, and I'm just glad that he found a home. So there's some dogs here that have an MC, and it just doesn't stop them from being goofy, being a dog, being silly, running around. It just doesn't faze them. And I feel like once people see that, it will change their whole mindset and just be a positive experience for them.
So I'm here with Jasmine. Jasmine, tell us, who do we have here?
We have Dorito. He's about 5 years old.
So you were telling me that earlier right now that it's an interesting adoption, a story, and it looks like they unfortunately returned Dorito. Can you tell us a little bit more what happened?
So when Dorito first came in, I was talking to a volunteer, and she remembers Dorito very vividly. She says Dorito was so scared, especially of men. And so one day, he was lucky, he got adopted, and he's actually come back. And there are some things that we've noticed. He's more confident, less afraid. He is no longer afraid of men. In fact, men can get close to him and pet him, and he's just, happy to get some loving. He is 5 years old. He's a little bit of a mild, relaxed dog. He does well with other dogs. And I just want to send a shout out to the person that returned him. Now, usually people don't come back with the animals. They just leave them on the street, and we'll find them at animal services when we're lucky. So this person who couldn't home him anymore came back to us and brought him back and surrendered him, gave us a profile about him, told us a little bit about how he lives outside of the shelter. And I know it's a really hard decision when we decide to buy an animal, and we know it's for a lifetime. But when those things kind of change, I really love when they do the responsible thing and bring him back to us and help us find him a home. And I know that our volunteer, Susan, who was telling me about him, was just thrilled to see him again. A little bit sad, but happy to see how confident he's gotten.
Jasmine, one of the things is we know that there is a home out there for him. Where do you think he would best fit?
He does well with other dogs. So I would say if you have a dog that needs a friend, and your dog is a little bit on the older side, Dorito would be great. He does need a little bit of patience, but he blossoms so beautifully. So I would say he is a little on the shy side, and he gets distracted. As you can see, he's kind of looking around. But within a family home would be fine with another pet.
Thank you, Jasmine. And he's up for adoption, Dorito. He's really friendly. And we're going to go ahead and toss to one of Humane Society's own. We have here Courtney, and we're going to hear McQueen's story.
I work at the Humane Society of El Paso as the communications coordinator, and that's where we met McQueen. It just so happened to be McQueen's 1 year at the shelter, and I realized that, and me and one of my coworkers were like, well, we need to do something special for him. So we took him on a little field trip and got him a hamburger and a little pup ice cream, and there was just something about him. He has really big puppy eyes that made me keep wanting to come back to his kennel every day and go visit him. And William had visited me at work one day. It was right before our Canine Classic event. He was helping me get stuff. And McQueen was running in one of the fields. And he's very shy, especially with men. And he ran right up to William through the fence to greet him. And it was just kind of like a, aww. And he looks like our other dogs, so they're kind of a matching set. So those things all work together. We fostered him first through the Enrichment foster program, so we could see if we could handle 2 dogs, because it's a pretty big change. And we wanted to make sure he got along with Poppy, our other dog, and I think they immediately clicked for the most part in a brother-sister relationship. And after 2 weeks, we realized that we can't picture our life without him, and so we adopted him and made it official.
McQueen has the more comfortable he gets, the more pushy he gets, we'll put it that way. And I have straight up seen him, all 4 paws in the air, jump and body slam Poppy in the backyard, and she just takes it like a champ and then immediately returns the favor. So it's entertaining to watch.
One of the funniest things I think he does is every morning, because he sleeps in his crate, and he comes out of his crate and he does like his big stretch, and he takes his face and just sticks it into the carpeting and like slides it, and then he wants to feel the carpeting. He really likes soft things. So the first time he actually jumped on, he's allowed on the furniture, and the first time he jumped on the love seat, I think it had been a week after we got him, and he like melted into the cushions and just had to feel it on his face.
So the benefits of having a dog, Obviously with the Army, you're away a lot. It gives that solid environment when you come home, something to look forward to. Having both of them around, it's always a really good experience when you walk through the door at the end of the day and they just come running towards you. It's a big commitment, it's a big thought process. It's not something you just do off of a whim. It's understanding that you are taking a living thing's life into your hands and the responsibilities that go with that.
Here at the phone bank, we wanted to take an opportunity and speak with a member of the Fred Loya team because, of course, this is their facility that they donated, and they actually also donated time to make this setup that you see here possible. I want to introduce you to, what's your name?
Stephanie.
And Stephanie, what do you do here at Fred Loya?
I am a customer service representative.
Why was it personally important for you to be here tonight?
Well, I personally love animals. I have a dog myself. So I just think it's good to support and come out and take donations for them just so they can have a better future.
Absolutely. And there are so many places in the community where, you know, Fred Loya could be of service. Why do you think it's important as a company to support the Humane Society?
I just think it's important to show our community that, that we could support the little strays out there and just, you know, show the community that there's still love for animals out there.
Biggest question of the night, team dog or team cat?
Team dog. Well, both, but I have a dog, so team dog.
All the animals, right?
All the animals.
Yeah, we'll take all the donations we can get to help out all of the animals. And we're just so grateful for all of our volunteers who are here tonight. They could be anywhere else, and they've chosen to be here tonight supporting the Humane Society and doing whatever they can to help support these animals. We want to show you another video now coming up. This one is showcasing some really incredible stories of resilience. But before that, please do remember to follow the Humane Society on social media. There's so many ways that you could help out and be of service. Do whatever you can to help these animals. Stephanie, I'll send it to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Liloba. Okay, so we are coming to the top of the 10 o'clock hour, really trying to get your donations in. And I want to talk with Kim Lambert, who is the animal care supervisor, just about the importance of getting these donations in real quickly. Just like, how important is this?
This is absolutely one of the most important things we have going on. These animals can't speak for themselves, so we have to be able to support them. And in order to support them, we need support from the community. So it's absolutely one of the best things that we can do.
And something that you all do here to support these animals is have the Enrichment foster program. Talk about that.
I think it's a fantastic program, not just because it was my idea, but no, it's a wonderful program geared towards those animals who've had a long tenure at the Humane Society. We give them an opportunity to get out of the shelter for a little bit of time, and if somebody happens to fall in love with them, it's perfect because they're already in their household. All they have to do is come in and fill out that paperwork.
Yeah, it's wonderful. You can start off as a volunteer and then realize that, hey, maybe I want to take this pet home forever.
Absolutely. I think a lot of volunteers do fall in love with our animals, and it's perfect because you're already spending time with them. You already know that this animal is just the center of all of your love, so why not?
Amazing, Kim. Thank you for bringing this program, and of course, this is a program that is available for you to take part in. If you are interested in maybe becoming a pet parent, or if you just want to try it out, you want to help out the animals here at the shelter, you can do that. You don't have to donate, but we always are encouraging you to donate as well. And now I want to send it over to Isabel and Edis.
Thank you, Stephanie. So one of the great things right now is that after the 10 o'clock newscast, we're going to go ahead and honor those pets that you lost. So it's a memorial service that we're having. It only takes $25, and you're going to be able to actually feature your animal if you do donate. And that's one thing that I know a lot of times when it comes to animals, that's like your furry family member.
Exactly. All right. So, again, we are just really in this last hour of the telethon urging you to donate. In the years past, the minute that we go off the air and we get onto the newscast, we hear those phone calls die down, the donations start to slow down. We really are urging you to get this number, write it down, put it in your phone, make that donation. We need to carry on through the rest of the hour. And again, we'll be here until 11 o'clock. So please donate if you haven't already.
Definitely. And that donation is so easy, so quick. You can check out those QR codes in the top corner of your TVs, and you can see the total. We've raised $64,126. We're keeping it up, but it still have more to come. You know, we have that 150,000 goal where we can help these pets, these dogs and these cats. Look at this cutie. I mean, I can't look at these two beautiful dogs and a cat. Like,
These are just some of the faces, some of the cute faces that you're helping here at the shelter. We're going to be back, and of course, stay tuned. We will be here throughout the evening, but we'll be back for ABC 7 at 10.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
The savings keep adding up for Fred Loya customers in Texas. In recent months, people who switched from Geico, Allstate, and Progressive to Fred Loya Insurance saved over $1,700 a year. State Farm customers saved over $1,300 a year. Include the savings of Fred Loya customers from multiple states, and that's a combined savings of over $1.1 million a year. Start paying less for your car insurance. Call or visit fredloya.com. If you don't call, you don't save.
Did you know the #1 way to protect a loved one is by having an estate plan? Yet the process can seem expensive, overwhelming, and inaccessible for many. That's why we've partnered with Free Will, a free tool that helps you write a will from the comfort of your home. Thousands of people use this trusted resource daily to get peace of mind about their future and support organizations like ours at no immediate cost to you. Complete your will in as little as 20 minutes today. Did you know the #1 way to protect a loved one is by having an estate plan? Yet the process can seem expensive, overwhelming, and inaccessible for many. That's why we've partnered with Free. Did you know the
screen. It is already 10 p.m., but it is still 97 degrees.
That's right, and that's why our ABC 7 first alert is still in effect for those scorching hot temperatures. We want to go straight to our storm track meteorologist, Katie Frazier, who's been tracking these changing conditions. Not so much changing, but they've been staying around all week long. What's going on, Katie?
Man, it is hot. It is hot, hot, hot. And today we actually set a new record, 2 new records, because it is now the hottest temperature ever recorded in the month of August. Today, that's what we saw. 109 today was a new record set. Definitely beat out the old record by 5 degrees from back in 2020. So El Paso, we know it was hot, but over in Las Cruces, it was quite hot as well. 104 was the temperature today. That was a new record as well. Old record was back from 1977. Lasted a long time, but we just blew it out of the water. Now, you might be wondering, how many triples have we seen so far this year? Well, this is all the numbers coming from the El Paso International Airport. Right now, we're sitting at 4th place, likely to be moving up the scale. So we'll let you know how many more triples we could expect. It's a lot, but if we could see any rain anytime soon coming up.
All right, Katie, thank you so much. Well, all day you've been watching the 30th annual Happiness Happens Here Telethon. The mission of this telethon is to raise funds and awareness for the animals of the Humane Society of El Paso. The goal today is to raise $150,000, Sam.
That would be incredible. We are working to get there. There's an hour left. It will end at 11 p.m. and we want to check back in with our friends live at the shelter to see how far we've come to that with ABC7's Stephanie Valle. Hi, Steph.
Hi, Sam. Hi, Rosemary. Yes, here at the Humane Society shelter where we are urging you to please donate. You can call at 915-444-1099. You can also text dog or cat if you just call, or rather text 915-615-2720. You know, Sam, Rosemary, we have been here since 4 o'clock this afternoon, really urging you to support the shelter because they have about 4,000 animals that they care for annually. They care for about 200 animals a day. The shelter is full all the time right now. They are in a season where they're getting a lot of litters. In fact, I'm holding a little kitty here named Olaf, and he is crying for a home. So they just need all the donations because it comes right back into the shelter to provide the care for the animals. You're talking about food, you're talking about blankets, you're talking about all sorts of things, spay and neuter services, so many things that they provide here at the shelter to transition them into a home. So again, please, if you can donate anything you can would help because again, we are trying to reach a goal here of $150,000 and we're also trying to have some fun. We're trying to find out if El Paso is team dog or team cat. Is this a dog town? Is this a cat city? You can pledge your support if you are a dog person. If you're a cat person, you can show your support and have a little friendly competition at the same time. So again, that number, 915-444-1099. Lilo Basicito has been down at the Fred Loya call center talking to volunteers who are taking your donations. So please, please call because we need all the help we can right now. Back to you.
Sam, it's so important to help these animals out. I will say, though, I am team dog, but after seeing that cat that Stephanie had.
You could hear Olaf's crying, her meowing. It was
so
very
cute.
sweet. And thank you so much to everyone who's been donating, who's been tuning in. We really appreciate it. And urging you guys to keep donating until this telethon is over and supporting those animals and the Humane Society.
A few more minutes left.
Well, new at 10 from our New Mexico mobile newsroom, New Mexico State Police have sent out an alert about a missing person in Sunland Park. Sunland Park police are looking for 35-year-old David Santillan. He is described as 6 feet tall, 320 pounds, brown eyes, and a bald head. He was last seen on Friday at El Quiero Drive in Sunland Park in a white 2013 Dodge Avenger. Police did warn that Santillan is known to be violent towards law enforcement. Anyone with information is asked to call the Sunland Park Police Department at 575-526-0795 or dial 911.
West El Paso residents are reacting to this week's 48-hour highway closure. ABC7's Carrie Maddox spent the day speaking with residents. She joins us live from West El Paso. And Carrie, what did they have to say?
Rosemary, residents tell me these roads are known for their traffic. This week, crews will work for 2 days to expand this part of I-10. But while some residents say they hope for the best, others are frustrated.
This traffic is really definitely affecting a lot of people.
Residents tell me traffic on and around I-10 and Artcraft is terrible. They say a 15-minute commute can take up to 2 hours. And drivers say patience wears thin.
I'll go back to a couple months ago. There was a road rage incident where a man died. You know, it's due to traffic. You know, people are upset, people are stressed. Life is stressful enough as it is, and then oh yeah, now you got to sit in traffic for 2 hours. Now you got people fighting. You can hear the cops right now.
The Texas Department of Transportation says they're working to fix these issues.
Over the past year, crews have been busy placing new concrete pavement and building wider bridges in the middle of the freeway. Westbound traffic will be switching onto that newly built driving surface from Red Road to north of Trans Mountain, and later from Los Mochis to Vinton. This will allow crews to construct the new outside lanes in the same area.
But to do this, the portion of I-10 seen here will be closed for 48 hours. Some drivers who are often in the area are relieved, but others aren't as hopeful.
I know it's for the better of El Paso, but, you know, it's not going to change anything. We're still going to have the same traffic, and it's going to be continuously growing. We pay for it, you know, but yeah, we don't see the solution or a resolution to lighten up the traffic.
Meanwhile, TxDOT spokesperson Jennifer Wright says they know the closure will have a big impact, but they argue it's necessary to allow crews to continue their work. and the closure will last from 6 a.m. tomorrow through early Tuesday morning. For more information on what routes exactly will be affected, you can look for the story on kvia.com. Reporting live from West El Paso, I'm Carrie Mannix, ABC 7.
All right, Carrie, thank you so much for that report. Former Pentagon employee David Grush told a congressional subcommittee last week that UFOs are real and that the government is withholding knowledge of non-human life forms on Earth. Grush was joined by 2 other military veterans, one a former Air Force intelligence officer, all testifying knowing the existence of unidentified anomalous phenomenon, or UAVs as they're called, through firsthand or through witness accounts. Now, tomorrow on ABC 7 Extra Sunday edition, host Sel Sines speaks to nationally renowned UFO investigator, a journalist from Roswell, New Mexico, and a local UFO enthusiast who has seen what he describes as UFOs right here in the borderland. Now, Martinez with Roswell Daily Report described seeing a UFO as recently as July 11th of this year.
We actually saw what I would describe as a very large white-ish, yellowish orb fly over us. So.
And what more or less did it look like? Was it hovering? Was it moving fast? What did it do?
And now if you want to hear that reporter's response, you can watch ABC 7 Extra Sunday edition at 10:35 directly after ABC 7 at 10 weekend. Saul's guests try to answer one central question, and that question is, are we alone in the universe? Well, switching gears to our New Mexico mobile newsroom. With school underway, tax-free weekend in New Mexico as families make their way to stores to buy last-minute supplies and clothes. ABC 7's Tony Gutierrez talked to some of these shoppers, and here's what they had to say with our New Mexico mobile newsroom.
It's been busy, but it's well worth it, so we're trying to take a lot as much as we can.
Parents and kids across Las Cruces made their way to shopping stores to take advantage of New Mexico's tax-free weekend.
Getting all of our extra stuff, last-minute school supplies and backpacks, clothes, shoes, all that good stuff. We love it. It's always good. There's always, good deals, and the extra tax off, like I said, it always helps, especially with the school supplies.
For some parents, like Leonel Meras, tax-free weekend is something to look forward to help save some money.
It's been beneficial for parents and even for single parents that are barely making it. It's been good though. We got some good stuff. We got some good deals going on.
While parents agree tax-free weekend is beneficial for everyone, there are those who think the date needs to be promoted more.
I was not really aware that this was tax-free weekend. A little bit better promotion would probably be in hand.
Despite this, New Mexicans are already looking forward to next weekend as tax-free weekend makes its way to El Paso.
El Paso's a lot bigger. You can find more stuff. So, yeah, we're looking forward for that.
We do like to go down there and hit the outlet and stuff like that.
Tony Gutierrez, ABC 7.
It's the big question of the day. Are you rooting for Team Dog or Team Cat? We'll only have a few more minutes to vote for your team.
I'm Team Dog over here. Well, the 30th annual Happiness Happens Here telethon is almost coming to an end. Will we reach our goal? We have another live look just ahead. And in Storm Track weather, we're still under that first alert, Katie.
We'll have another day of extreme heat tomorrow, but coming up in my full forecast, I have a weather playlist for you. More details coming up.
This is ABC 7 at 10 weekend.
Where news comes first.
Coming back at 13:42.
We're a minute over. We might have to kill your electric.
You want to just kill it? That's fine. Yeah. That's fine.
We're no touch screen. We are over. And we'll go straight to Katie. Okay. Yeah, so let me float this.
Is it fixed now?
Yes, it's fixed. It was just like a little.
I just got a text about it. She was like, fix your collar!
I didn't notice until after. I was like, oh no, I'm such a bad coworker.
No, it's good. It's fine. The worst is when I did the 4 that day. And then my lapel was flipped up like that. And it's a 4:30. And Eric walks in for the news.
Well, the next 3 days, we are going to be setting new records every single day. So not what I'm looking forward to. Tomorrow will be the hottest day of the week. 109 will be your high for a Sunday. We set new records today, and that will continue. By the middle of next week, though, we'll finally start to cool down. So at least we'll have something positive to look forward to. But I do have a weather playlist for you this week, and it is rock and roll based. Heaven's on Fire by Kiss. That's the first song I chose because, man, we know the sky is on fire. It's burning us down at the surface, so that's why I chose the first one. Sunset Grill by Don Henley, chose that one because we do have some nice clouds out and about, and we will over the next several days. That will lead to beautiful sunsets, sunrises too. Lightning Strikes by Ozzy Osbourne is the last one because we are going to reintroduce some rain chances in this week's forecast. But you have to pay attention to your body with the extreme heat. These are symptoms of heat exhaustion. So if you have something like this, make sure you head inside. And if you are considered a member of one of these groups, you are more at risk of getting heat exhaustion as well. So make sure if you have friends and family who are within these groups, you want to make sure you check in on them over and over, at least twice a day, I would say. Tomorrow, your forecast highs look like this. Another hot, sunny, sweaty, sweltering day. 109 for El Paso, 107 in Las Cruces, 106 in Deming, and 100 in Sierra Blanca. Nobody's getting away from the heat tomorrow. You really have to make sure you're hydrating. But as for rain chances, we are reintroducing them. We're watching them, seeing if they're going to be more likely, less likely. I have added rain chances in for the rest of this upcoming week, so looking forward to that. Now, I did have a viewer reach out and ask me about the humidity. Now, these are our dew points. It's a measure of how much moisture is in our air. Right now, for the next several days, we'll be experiencing muggy conditions, at least for our area. But I could tell you, this is definitely not muggy for anyone who lives or has lived in the southeast. Humidity levels are really only at around 15 to 20%, so that's good for the desert, but it's not good for most of the country. Here's 7-day forecast sponsored by Mattress Room. Looks like this. The first alert continues for the next 3 days. That's when we could experience dangerous heat, especially for those sensitive age groups or just sensitive groups in general. But then by the middle of next week, we'll finally start to cool down, and we'll be hoping for some rain every single day as well.
Well, guys, when you think of a fight, in what sports area do you think it's happening in?
Boxing, UFC.
They're good guesses. Guess. Let me tell you, that's not where we saw a fight happen tonight. I've got that on the other side, plus Los Locos. Oof, guys.
Bummer.
The train, it's derailed. I don't have much to say. Got the highlights that you really don't want to see on the other side. Stay with us. Hey, let's take in some baseball to start you off. Oh, hey, what are you doing? Fists up on the diamond, folks. An all-in brawl. Tim Anderson of the Chicago White Sox and Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians throwing punches at second. The two of them and 4 others ejected from the game, in which the White Sox won 7-4. Certainly not something I had on my bingo card for today. And you know, go back 2 weeks, I wouldn't have put the Chihuahuas winning on there either, but given recent form, I'll take my chances tonight. And hey, Dogs off to a flying start. Oscar Macedo with 3-run jack to get the Dogs on the board in the first inning. They'd keep their 3-1 lead until the 5th, in large part thanks to Padres pitcher Michael Wacha, who began his rehab stint today with the Dogs, who allowed just 2 hits and had 2 strikeouts through 2 innings. The Bees took the lead in the 5th off a 5-run inning right here, the homer, to get them ahead by 2. But the Chihuahuas, with enough in them to stamp my bingo card, they go on to win 9-7. Dogs with a chance of splitting the series if they win tomorrow's game against the Bees. First pitch at 1:05. You know another quality thing to have on the bingo card? Yep, Ivan Melendez going absolutely yard again. First inning, and Melendez sends it. That's now his 26th home run of the year and his 8th in Double-A. The El Pasoan also hit a single in the 7th to get 2 runners home and kickstart the Sod Poodles' comeback 8-7 win over the Hooks. Now, if we're sticking with the bingo card theme, sorry, not sorry, El Paso Locomotive FC, but on recent form, I'd have you down as not winning. Heading into tonight's match with Miami FC, Los Locos on the kind of streak you don't want. 7 games winless. Yes, their season has well and truly come to a halt. Could a first ever game against Miami be the thing to ignite the engine? Well, there was certainly one team that turned up to play, and let me tell you, it was not Los Locos. 13th minute, Miami, after several chances, slots it. Joaquin Rivas. Los Locos looking disjointed all over the pitch. They bring on Yuma for his first minutes since May, and within minutes of being back on the pitch, he's called for a foul inside the box. Head coach Brian Clareheart absolutely furious. He gets shown a yellow for his issue with it. That was his 2nd yellow of the game, so he's actually sent from the match. And to make matters worse, Rivas clutch in front of goal for the brace. Los Locos in a world of hurt, and it just got worse. Miami, why do you have to twist the knife, mate? They'd score another 2 goals to defeat El Paso 4-0. Locomotive have now allowed 12 goals in their last 3 games, lost their last 3 games on the trot, and are winless in their last 8. The lads back on the road against Phoenix Rising next Saturday, and they'll need to turn some points out of that if they hope of staying in playoff contention. So the Locos in a dire situation, but nothing could be in more disarray right now than the college sports landscape. In case you missed it, the Pac-12, a conference dating back to 1959, looks all but abolished. That's because at this stage, come 2024, just 4 teams will remain. That's Oregon State, Washington State, Stanford, and Cal. That comes after yesterday. Arizona, ASU, and Utah were accepted into the Big 12, joining Colorado, and Washington and Oregon joining the Big 10, following in the footsteps of UCLA and USC. So what does that mean for the future of the Pac-12 and these 4 teams right here? Well, they might all leave and join other conferences, which would see the Pac-12 demise. There is also the off chance they could find enough members to join and rebuild the Pac-12, or that they merge with another conference like the MAC or Mountain West. If the Pac-12 ceases to exist, that puts a spanner in the works for the Sun Bowl 2, who have had a team from the Pac-12 play in every game since 1995. The Sun Bowl is contracted with the ACC and the Pac-12 through 2025, but with no Pac-12, that could change things.
Obviously, we'll start looking at other conferences such as the Big 10, the Big 12. I think the SEC is full right now. But both of these conferences are getting new teams. I would imagine they're going to need new bowls as well. So, we're doing our homework, diligently doing our homework, and I think we'll land on our feet. And I think with our tradition, with our history, and everything we've done, I don't think we'll have a problem landing a team here from another Power 5 conference.
No matter what ends up happening with the Pac-12, we do know we will see a Pac-12 team take the field this year in the 90th Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl. And who knows, maybe, just maybe, it will be the last time we see a Pac-12 team grace the Sun Bowl field. Well, pretty soon we'll see high school football teams graced the turf on Friday nights under the bright lights, and in the lead up to kickoff we're featuring a lot of the teams. Today it's the Riverside Rangers. The lads from the Lower Valley returned 7 guys on both sides of the ball, including the entire offensive line from a team that went 9-2 last season and were upset by Big Spring in the first round of the playoffs. But that loss has driven the senior-led group in the off-season, and they know even without Division I player Angel Speedy Munoz at the quarterback position, they will once again be the team to beat in 4A here in El Paso.
Pressure 100%, but that's what's going to take you all the way, that pressure proving everyone wrong. But yeah, definitely some big shoes, but we gonna keep it going for that. We gonna keep the fire going.
We feed off of a lot of our O-line. We're gonna run the ball a lot this year. We really are. Offensively, we'll still be as explosive we have been in the past, no doubt.
We need to go undefeated. I mean, it's not a big thing for us not to win, but it's to go undefeated, because that's been our challenge this past years. Is we've lost 1 game, and we want to go 10-0 this year.
The Rangers are ranked number 24 in Class 4A Division I by Dave Campbell's Texas Football Guide, and they begin their quest for an undefeated season on Friday, August 25th at East Letty. And we, of course, will have all the highlights on the Borderland Blitz that night. That right there, you look at sports. After the break, another live look at the Humane Society Telethon. So make sure you stay with us and decide whether you're Team Cat or Dog. I, of course, am Team Dog. We'll see you then.
Welcome back to ABC 7 at 10 Weekend. I'm Rosemary Montañez.
And I'm Sam Harris-Simowitz.
Well, there's just under 30 minutes to donate and tune in to our 30th annual Happiness Happens Here Telethon for the Humane Society of El Paso.
And we also want to keep up with Team Dog and Team Cat. And we want to check in with our very own Iris Garcia Barron with how those donations are doing. Iris, you see you have a cat with you, so is Team Cat your team for today's telethon?
Look at that cutie.
Yes, absolutely. We would love to thank the Fred Loyal Call Center, all the volunteers. Thank you so much for helping us out and making today possible for each and every one of you at home. We're just about to wrap up. Urgency to please call or text. As you can see here at the moment, it looks like we're pretty close. We keep on going back and forth from Team Cat, Team Dog. One of the things that we would like to, a friendly reminder, if Team Cat wins, when it comes to the service here, we'll go ahead and name it after you, but this is only for the number one donation. The number one donation earlier was $3,000. If you can beat that donation, the Fields of Dreams will be named after you for a whole year, and also the entire team of Team Cat too. So that's an urgency to go ahead and donate. The night's young still. We have some time. Go ahead and let your family know. Let anybody know. Text them. Put it on your social media. We still have time. Go ahead and call 915-444-1099. You can also text to 915-615-2720. And one of the great things is after the news right now, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go every memorial of the photos that you went ahead and put there is $25. And we're going to go ahead and see all of them. So this is a great, great thing. Go ahead and save a cat and dog. Back to you.
Many great things happening, but so important to donate to help those little ones.
Absolutely. And thank you for the update, Edith. You saw Team Cat and Team Dog less than 200 apart, so neck and neck. We got about 28 minutes left and can't wait to see the final results. We have your final forecast right after this break.
Don't go anywhere.
Tomorrow is going to be way too hot. I mean, honestly, nobody wants to experience tomorrow's heat. 109 as the high for tomorrow. So definitely record-breaking heat, and it isn't going anywhere, guys.
Come on, Katie.
I know. Looks
Give us something
like
good.
we're going to see enough triples to put us in first place.
Can we all come to your pool?
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Come on.
On a down note with
I know.
Yeah, but a pool party.
But if you're looking for a pick-me-up, tune in for the rest of the Humane Society Telethon, which will go until 11 p.m.
And
tonight.
you still have time to donate.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Pool
donate.
Donate.
Team Dog.
Team Dog. Woo! Thank you so much for watching. Good Morning El Paso begins at 6 o'clock. Have a great night.
You're watching the final half hour of the Humane Society of El Paso's 30th annual Happiness Happens Here Telethon. You have the power to create happiness in the lives of homeless dogs and cats. Call now and donate to support homeless animals while they wait for their forever home. The competition is fierce as the battle between Team Dog and Team Cat continues. Anything can happen in the last 30 minutes of the telethon, so call now to donate and make sure your team wins. The last half hour is sponsored by Fred Loya Insurance, Jersey Mike's, Gin Pass Services, EFO Media, and West Star Bank, with volunteers from the Junior Women's Club of El Paso at the Fred Loya Phone Bank. Now let's go live to the Humane Society of El Paso.
Welcome back. I am Stephanie Valle.
I'm Iris Garcia Barron.
And again, we are watching the Humane Society Telethon. We are live here at the Humane Society of El Paso shelter. And again, we really want to thank our sponsors for making this possible. That includes Jersey Mike's Gin Path Services. We also want to thank Fred Loya Insurance and EFO Media, as well as West Star Bank, Raisin Canes, Insomnia Cookies, both of them providing a lot of food and treats for all of the volunteers and all of the ABC7 staff and crew here. And again, so many other sponsors have made this possible. But of course, you, the community, you who have been donating, have made this night really amazing, and you can help make it even more amazing by just giving a little bit more if you've already donated. And again, the number to call, 915-444-1099. You can also text if you are Team Dog or Team Cat to 915-615-2720. And we've been talking all night, Edis, about, sorry, I'm losing my cat checkers here, about how important it is to be able to provide support for these animals.
Absolutely. And we love to see how the community has come together. And look at here, we look like we're pretty close, and Team Cat is winning now. So that's great news for the biggest donor. Remember, right now, 3,000 is the number to beat. And for a whole year, the Field of Dreams will be named after you. So this is great to see exactly what we do as a community, how strong our community is, the fact that this is a time of need right now. The cats and dogs need you, and each and every one of you who are watching right now, thank you for continuing to watch us right now, and thank you because we're just about done with the telethon, and so this is the last push. So we highly encourage each and every one of you, grab that phone, even if you've already donated. How about just give it another little push here, donate a little bit more. Again, these animals really depend on you.
Right. Of course, you know, if you donate a little bit more, even a $50 donation, you're able to provide a photo of your pet, and that way you can have your pet memorialized during their telethon here. We've been looking at so many adorable cats and dogs and so many beloved pets, and it's just been a really wonderful experience. Like you said, Edith, it's just something that all of the people, everybody has maybe had a dog or a cat in their lifetime. Maybe you have multiple animals in your home right now. Think of all of the animals in the shelter right now that would love to be a part of that. They would love to have a home of their own. And in the meantime, while they're waiting for that home, they need your support. And that comes in the form of donations, that comes in the form of volunteerism. But again, everything and anything that you can do can help. So please, just in these final 30 minutes of our telethon, we are asking that you open up your hearts and your wallets to donate to the Humane Society Telethon. I'm losing checkers. They're all the cats, they've been napping off and on, and they're so tired, but they've been so good, and they're just so loving, and they would love to share a home with you. So if you're interested in adopting any of the animals that you've seen during the telethon, they are available for adoption. In fact, we actually have a pet parade with Isabella, and she is standing by with some adorable dogs that are available for adoption. Isabella.
That's right, and we're here at the Pet Parade, and today's Pet Parade is brought to you by the Phantom Vets. And we're here with Taylor and Rebel. Thank you so much for joining us. And can you tell us something special about Rebel? What makes him stand out?
Yeah, so he's a 1-year-old Husky mix. He's been here for 46 days, surprisingly, and I think the thing that will stand out most to people that are coming around our shelter is the fact that he just sits in his bed and he will sit there with his paws crossed and not make a single noise. He's he's a very calm and sweet boy. At first, he can be a little bit shy, so maybe a better fit for, older children or people with a more calm lifestyle, but he is definitely a diamond in the rough. The more that you work with him, the more beauty in him that you see. He's a very sweet dog, definitely a Velcro dog. Once you get to know him, he's definitely the type of dog that's going to stick right by your side 24/7. Would probably prefer a family that's a little bit more stay at home or has a lot of different people around to give him the attention that he needs, but he's a very good boy. He does know how to sit, just all around a very sweet guy.
So we can really say he's a loyal companion. He's someone you want to have by your side, bring you that joy, that company that you might need if you're feeling alone or if you need someone to be there by your side. I think Rebel is a good choice. And look how beautiful he is. I mean, how old is he?
He's 1 year old.
Okay, so he's young. He's ready to, get his life started with his new family. Definitely. Thank you so much, Taylor. And we also have Sam and Kimley coming in with a little bit more energy. They're strutting their way down. And wow. And she's a newbie. She's here ready. Look at that good girl. And can you tell us a little bit about Kimley, Sam?
Yeah. So Kimley is a 1-year-old Belgian Malinois Shepherd. She is definitely trainable. She's only been here for 2 days, so we're still getting to know her. But so far, she knows sit. She is a master escape artist, so she would do best with a family with a high fence.
Oh, wow. Look at her. She's so excited. She's
She
giving
is.
me kisses. I think this is just someone you want to have and to bring you some joy and some excitement. And you said how old she's 1. She's 1 year old. And what type of dog is she?
A Belgian Malinois mix. So they're kind of like the dogs that you see in John Wick. So super trainable, loyal. You just need to put in the time. She's very outgoing and sweet.
Wow. And what else can we expect? I mean, what type of family would you recommend she would go to?
She has only been here for 2 days, so I don't really know how well she does with children. But I think if the children came in a kind of calm manner and they gave them time to kind of interact, I think they would work out with a family.
She's beautiful. Look at her. Definitely. And we're just so excited to be around these great dogs in this company. We have loyal companions that are there ready to start their new life with their new family. And now we're also going to commemorate those dogs that have passed with our memorial segment.
Kim Lambert from the El Paso Humane Society is spending 24 hours in one of these kennels
to kind of compare and see what it's really like.
So last year I was locked in a kennel for 24 hours. It's been an experience, that's for sure. But I wanted to know what these animals are really experiencing, what it's truly like to stay the entire day in one of these kennels. I was not allowed to leave unless somebody, one of the staff members or volunteer came over and let me out of the kennel. So potty breaks, I had to get somebody's attention somehow. I had all of my meals brought to me. I was in no control of what kind of toys I got, what kind of entertainment I had. Basically, I got the same treatment that all the dogs do. Scheduled feedings, scheduled breaks, scheduled toys handing out, everything was outside of my control. By the end of it, I was completely mentally drained. I was physically exhausted because even though I had a dog bed, even though I sat down on the dog bed, it was not as comfy as you would think. So it was really eye-opening. We had a lot of unique experiences. We did have fun with it too, so it wasn't all terrible. I got a chance to get out and play with some of the animals' play groups. So like I said, it was really like eye-opening, just kind of understanding how important everything that we do is. So we hand out toys, but we kind of just throw them into the kennel, not really thinking about it. But for me, when I got my tennis ball, I was elated. I was so excited because I finally had something to do in my kennel. Even the little puppies who aren't here too long, you know, they go through a lot of stress in the kennel, and it's not fair to them because they don't know why they're in there. So I, wholeheartedly encourage people, adopt, foster, volunteer, anything you can to kind of help these guys get out of the kennel.
We're here at the phone bank where just listen to it. There's a flurry of busy volunteers here behind me, busy taking those phone calls. Phones have been ringing off the hook. El Paso, we can still do it. We can still reach that goal. We have about 15 minutes. We can do it. We can reach that goal. We can exceed that goal. The phone number is on your screen. Go ahead and pick up the phone and give us a call. Give us those pledges so we can be of service to these animals at the Humane Society. I would like to take a moment now and just give recognition to some of our generous donors who called in tonight and made those pledges. I'd like to thank Pearl Hagman, who donated $2,000 in memory of Idlewise and Dee Dee Rogers. Miguel Valbuena, $50 in memory of Big Boy and Angel. Melanie Garcia, $50 as well in memory of Zeus. Joseph Hess, he also called us and gave us a generous donation of $1,000. That's going to go a long way. That's going to help a lot of animals. Angelica Luna donated $50 in memory of Roxy. And Carmen Menchaca, $25 on behalf of Penelope, Kaylee, and Shadow. Lastly, I'd also like to acknowledge Bernice Ouchley, who donated $25 on behalf of Bella and Buster, and also Miriam Estrada, $25 in memory of baby Snooks. Doesn't matter how much money you donate, whether it's $5, $25, $50, however much you donate, it's going to go a long way and help a lot of animals who could really, really use the help. They need food, they need shelter. It's hot outside. They need a building that stays cool. So pick up the phone. The number is right there on your screen. El Paso, we can still do it. We have about 10 minutes to go. We can still do it. Stephanie?
All right, thank you so much, Lilo. It's so wonderful to hear all of those donations coming in. And of course, we still need your help. We are trying to reach our goal tonight. All of the money raised stays here at the shelter and pays for all of the things that all of the dogs and cats need on a daily basis. We're talking about blankets, food, medicine, vaccinations. Sometimes they need spay and neutering services. Anything that you can give will help. Consider that they have about 200 animals a day in their shelter. They care for about 4,000 animals a year. These are animals that are turned over. These are animals that are left here at the shelter because people maybe are not able to care for these animals. But again, maybe you can care for this animal. If you're considering adopting a pet, please come to the Humane Society shelter when they're back open. There are so many animals that we've been showing you all night that are waiting for their forever home. In fact, we have a really great adoption story to inspire you.
We got Luna last May. I love taking her for walks, and she's just a really great dog. She's added so much to our life.
Like, she was really cute, and we had noticed that she hadn't been adopted for kind of a long time. So when we took her out of the kennel, at first she didn't really pay attention to us, But one thing that we found really cute about her was we went outside to like the play area, and there was like a big pool, and that's where she started to splash around in the pool, and it was really, really cute. So that's kind of the thing that really like got us like to really love Luna, because she was really playful and cute and fun.
We're a small family as it is, so when she's away from school, this is my little girl here. She's the one I take care of every day. You know, we're buddies. I come home from work and she's happy to see me, and you know, it's just we have a good bond, great bond. She loves the bed, and you know, if you tell her to get off or something like that, she has like a sassy attitude.
Yeah, she's very sassy. Yeah, she's very sassy. She has an attitude, but it's cute. Gotten all our dogs from the Humane Society, and it's a really great place, and especially with Luna, we knew all about her. The staff helped us out so much, so just every dollar and everything that you can donate really goes to a good cause. They're having toys for the dogs, giving them food, and the staff is amazing, so I think just every dollar that you could donate would really help.
I would say to give an older dog a chance. You find so many benefits from them. She doesn't, you know, pee or poop in the house, just so calm. So if you just want a great companion, not necessarily a baby, definitely a senior dog is the way to go. I just find that there's so many dogs who need good homes, and I feel like mutts are the best breed of all, you know. There's so many dogs that need to be rescued and saved. You know, they're mini humans, you know, four-legged humans, so we want to make sure that they're cared for and loved.
Rather than buying a dog from a store, just like going to the Humane Society, and these dogs have like probably been through things, and it's just good to like give them a safe place to stay, and like, yeah, they're your best friends, and like they're your companions.
All right. So again, we are just really pushing. We have about 15 minutes left in this telethon. We are urging you to please donate if you haven't already. I would like to issue a challenge. If you own a cat or dog and you have not donated, please pick up the phone right now. There are people waiting at the Fred Loya call center waiting to take your call. It is 915-444-1099. You can also scan the QR code at the corners of your screen. If you are Team Cat or Team Dog, we want your donation. You can text that number 915-615-2720. Again, everything helps. And Isabella, you're holding a puppy who is just trying to get a home from you. And also, we have Evie here with Sam, and Sam, tell us about Evie.
So Evie right now has a splint on her front leg just because she has 2 broken digits. So for us, it would be our pinky and our ring finger. So we have her splinted for a couple weeks to see if that will help her bones heal, and then she's also dealing with an eye infection as well on top of her splint. So
just some of the services that you're providing to rehabilitate these cats so that they can find a home and be well and have a good quality of life.
Yes.
And all of that takes money.
Yes, it all takes money and donations. Donations help for all of the bandage materials that we use as well. So it's much needed.
Everything costs money, right, Isabella?
I can definitely confirm that. And I mean, Stephanie, look at this love coming from Mocha. I think she's feeling all that love that's coming from your homes. I mean, you can continue to give this love, share your money, your donations, you know, give that little bit to make a difference and make her happy. I mean, I'm receiving the love for you guys. We're Team Dog over here. Look at this. It's she's just the best. We're so happy over here. And can you tell us a little bit as to why we should keep donating? You know, we're in the last stretch. How can we encourage the people?
You know, everybody in El Paso loves their animals, and we have over 500,000 animals who live in homes. So those who don't live in homes rely on us at the Humane Society and some of our other partners in the community. We want to make sure these animals have the same love and caring that the animals that are at our homes waiting for us tonight get. And it's the right thing to do. This is our community. All of these animals have been turned into us. They've been picked up off the streets, and many times they've been given up, unfortunately, by families who can no longer care for them, who really were concerned about making sure that if they had to give up their dear part of their family, that it would be at a shelter that would care for them the same way that they would. So we're really coming together as a community and caring for animals who are truly part of our families.
Yes. I mean, look at this. We're all here really just to help make that difference and come together with the Humane Society. You really can do that just by that little quick, that $5 donation, right, Stephanie, just goes such a long way.
It really does, Isabella. And I was talking earlier with Kim, and we were saying, you know, it's the kind of thing that without human intervention, these pets would not have the care that they have right now. And it's something that we should be doing to care for these pets to make sure that they have a good quality of life. And just like you said, this is something that is so important. I mean, obviously, I would love it if all of the pets got homes, but if not everybody can take them home, and not anyone can take a pet right now, at least give $5, because that is contributing to a cause, that is contributing to a test for
the heartworms.
Yes. Thank you. It's also, if $20 pays for a parvo test, these are issues in the pet community that are dire, that can be deadly, and they cannot do it without our help. So it's the least we could do to help these animals by helping them have a good quality of life.
I mean, definitely. With a $75 donation, you can also help feed all the animals here at the shelter. Your donations just come such a long way, and we have that goal, that 150,000 goal that we continue to push for. And we're really just in the last few moments, right? I mean, we really need to get it, and we're Team Dog over here. You know, come on, text 915-444-1099 and call and really just give that little bit of your love to the Humane Society of El Paso.
Well, I gotta say, Sam, it looks like Team Cat is up right now, and you know, you're holding a cat right now. What would you say to convince people that cats deserve all the love right now?
Cats are just. I'm Team Dog, so
no,
but I love cats.
You're cradling a cat. You can't say that.
But cats, they're very lovable. They just want to be able to just rub up on you. They want to be able to crawl up on the back of your shoulders while you're watching TV and just cuddle with you while you just trying to stay in the AC right now in this heat and staying warm during the winter. So they want to be able to be loved just like everybody else.
See, we even got a Team Dog member on our team today. Team Cat. Go, Sam. All right. No, I'm just kidding. But really, it is true. Basically, they just want a little bit of love and a little bit of care, just like any animal would. So even though we're Team Dog and Team Cat, really, honestly, I mean, I had dogs for my adult life, and they are all loving, and they all just want a little bit of love and affection. You can give that by adopting. You can also give that by donating. Again, 915-444-1099. Liloba has been down at the Fred Loya call center, and she has been doing a great job rallying the team out there.
The hype woman for us over there. Liloba, what do you got for us? What are the updates over there?
And we're coming up on the final minutes of this telethon. El Paso, you can still do it. You can still decide if this is going to be a cat city or a dog city. Pick up those phones. The number is right there on your screen. Give us a call. Help out the Humane Society. They could really use the funding. You know, throughout the evening, you've been watching a lot of videos from the Humane Society about all of the work they do. They showed you how they take care of the kennels, how they care for the animals, give them attention for all their medical needs. Every dollar that you donate goes towards an animal who could really use it. They need food, they need shelter, and to get them ready so that they can go to their forever homes. So you still have time. Pick up the phone and give us a call. And if you can't call, it doesn't end tonight. There's still tomorrow. There's still many days where you can be a part of the solution here and help in this Humane Society. I'll send it back to the Humane Society.
Let's get you in the middle. Sorry. All right, so we're just shuffling around. We're just trying to get it in because, again, we have a few more minutes left until we can get your donations in. We have been really urging everybody. Kim, you have been here all night. You've worked here for 6 years. You see all of the work and the effort that it takes to run this shelter. What do you want people to know about the Humane Society that maybe we haven't said tonight?
So I think that tonight we have seen stories about adoption love stories. We have seen first love stories, and the only story that we have left is the love of the El Paso community for the Humane Society of El Paso. And right now is that time to donate, to show that love, to show the affection we have for these animals, to give them that support. That's what this is all about. It's not about you. It's not about me.
it's about those little ones. And so that's what we're after. We want that love to persist throughout the year, and this is how it's going to happen here at this telethon, reaching our goal and supporting these animals.
Okay, so important. So please, again, 915-444-1099. And also, we have all been posting on on our Facebook page, on our Instagram page, on our Twitter pages. We've been shared through KVIA, through Humane Society, and we're going to continue that push.
Yes, we are. And I am so happy to say that all my friends back home in Miami, I've seen their names popping up. My cousins, you know, all over the United States. This is a national movement we're getting here in El Paso. We have people from everywhere donating because, I mean, how could you not? Look at this beauty. So we challenge you to use that social media. We're going to continue this Team Cat, Team Dog this whole week, see what our city is really about. And we'll see, and we can continue to donate and text and call at 915-444-1099. Oh my gosh, look at this. No way. I mean, Team Dog. Look at this.
We just got another.
Yes.
Oh, it looks like Team Dog is up right now.
And we're up.
really
We
close.
just needed this beauty and the love. Thank you.
We still have some time left. We have minutes left. Continue to call, continue to donate, share your posts, let people know. Again, we're a really close community because we have polls from all over the nation. Let them know, especially if you have family members and friends, just like Isabella was saying, all the way from Florida. That's pretty neat. I also was able to see my dog here. So thank you, family members, and thank you each and every one of you that are still here watching and are still taking action. Take action right now. Continue, because we need more for these dogs, for the cats, because at the end, just like you were saying, is that it's about them, because the more you donate, the more lives we're able to affect.
Yeah, it's true. We have a very friendly competition going on here with Team Dog, Team Cat, but really, I mean, all it comes down to is we are all one team here. We are all going for the same goal, which is supporting the Humane Society, because they are supporting so many animals. Again, 4,000 animals a year come through these doors here, and they need your help. They deserve to have a good life until they find a good home. And so you can make that possible by donating. Again, call, write the number down. You can text right now by going to the QR code. And again, we're not just saying, we're going to be promoting this on social media because, I mean, just because the telethon is over. Yes, exactly. They need money. They need money all the time to run this shelter, and we need your help. So it's not over tonight. It will be on social media. We'll be trying to figure out if this is a town that is a dog town or if it's a cat town, and we're going to find that out on social media. Is that right?
I believe so. And the biggest thing about this, remember, this is your opportunity to make an impact for your community. Give a little, give a lot. It doesn't matter. It's all going to support your community. That's what this is about. Support that puppy.
Yes. Look at that. I mean,
look at that face.
We see those names keep popping up. Those last minute donations. That's what we need. Like, we are getting to that final goal. And I see the numbers going up as we speak. And that's good. We have those procrastinators that wait till the last minute. But it's okay.
Paso waiting until 11 o'clock to donate. But hey, we'll take it because it's all going to the same place. It's all going to the Humane Society. And we need those donations again. 915-444-1099. Lee Lobo's over there at the Fred Loya call center, and she's rallying up the crowd over there. We just need your help. Again, we are in the final minutes. If you haven't donated, please do it now. All we're asking for is maybe $5. If you can give $50, then so many more benefits will come, but every single dollar makes a huge difference.
Absolutely. We're down to the minutes. Right now is the time to take action. Even if you've already donated, continue to donate, because one of the things that I thought was pretty startling is that I found out that on average the utility bill is $300 per month, and it's actually been a little bit hotter this month. I think we can all agree around this area.
Yes.
So just imagine the utility bill for this month, and every single thing that you donate is going to the cause, and that's pretty impressive, especially as much help as we can do, because each and every dollar that comes here is to help a cat and dog.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like you said, the utility bills, this is a nonprofit. They do not get money from the city. They don't get money from the state. They don't get money from the Humane Society of the United States. This is all you, El Paso. And we're just so grateful that people are seeing us across the country, and we're reaching out to people, because it really is a community here. As we were seeing this week, we're being reminded this is about El Paso Strong, and we just want you to be El Paso Strong and support the Humane Society of El Paso, because these animals need your help, and they can't do this without our support as a community. So With that said, we
Drum
want to get to the
roll.
tote. Yes, let's get that tote. Let's get
Where
this
are we
number. Where
at?
are we? 87,394. That is, we just got a little bit more.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And again, we are going to continue to put this out there on social media that we need your help. Just because the telethon is coming to an end doesn't mean that your generosity has to dry up, because they are going to need your support no matter what. You can always donate. Go to the Humane Society Instagram, Facebook page, and you can find out how to donate. You can also volunteer. They have so many different ways that you can help without even opening your pocketbook. But if you want to adopt an animal, if you want to give $5, why not?
I mean, use that share button on your Instagram, on your social media. Share it to your friends. If you're watching, if you see any posts, if you see something, a dog you like, maybe your friend wants to adopt and you knew it.
Oh my gosh, she's eating her hair. That's the entertaining.
Encourage it. I mean, use your voice. Like we're using it. You can be part of the movement. Like I said, this is a movement. Make your part and really prioritize the lives of these pups and all these kitties.
They depend on you, every single one of you. So thank you so much for Humane Society of El Paso staff, and also each and every one of you that continue to stay tuned and watch us, and each and every one you have donated and taken action in your own way.
Yes, and thank you to the sponsors who made this possible, all of the volunteers. I can't tell you how many people who are not on camera right now who are making this possible. Thank you to Canes, Raising Canes, for bringing the food, and Insomnia Cookies for bringing the treats. All of the sponsors tonight for making this possible. Thank you, El Paso, for your generosity tonight, and thank you for watching the 30th Annual Humane Society Telethon here on ABC 7.